The fact that she wrote it down and sent it to a publisher, and then multiple people looked at it and said, yeah, it looks good. And then they sent it out into the world.
Great. Yeah. What if Stephenie Meyer had just made everything problematic about this book non-problematic?
Then Bella gets into her truck and it won't start, and then Edward appears in the darkness in the back seat. Will has imprinted on Claire, who is 2 years old. Whoa, what the fuck did I just read?
I will never get over the amount of a freaking choice that was. I don't like it, and it's gross, and it makes me feel really uncomfortable.
Before they were like, Billy can't afford to buy another pair of shoes, so he was probably like, you guys really need to figure this shit out because I'm not buying you any more clothes, and then you're all gonna be naked and you won't be able to leave the house.
Like climbs on top of her and starts like really going to town. I was like, oh, we are getting sexy Edward all the time.
Because we've been mad this whole time. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
Maybe Stephenie just wanted us to be seething in righteous fury the entire time we're reading her book. Losing consciousness, that's why everybody thinks that you're weak sauce, Bella, and you can't handle anything. She picks up a sharp rock and she's like, I'm gonna do it.
Like, you don't even want him. You just want him to look at you and be like, oh, you are the most beautiful.
What a fucking ride this book has been. I'm Nicole.
And I'm Giu.
Welcome to Nicole and Giu Live. Guess what, guys? This is the start of Eclipse. We're doing Eclipse. We're working our way. We're halfway through the core books of the Twilight series. That's not including like Midnight Sun, obviously, or The Second Life of Bree Tanner, but the core 4 Twilight books, we're now down to 2 to go.
Are you ready to talk about Twilight for 10 hours?
Yeah, another 10 hours.
That's my prediction.
We'll see how long this one actually ends up being once we kind of get into it. I have so many thoughts about this book, guys. This is actually kind of fresh for me because I had reread both Twilight and New Moon fairly recently when we decided to like actually cover it on the podcast. But here we are starting in Eclipse. I don't think that I have read this book since I was probably 16, 18 years old, somewhere in there. So fun times for me.
Delightfully, this is my first time reading it, so you get to see me experience this book for the first time. I know all the spoilers already, though.
Yeah, I'm actually going to say that I don't think you know all of the spoilers. Like, you know most of the big spoilers, but there's like a couple little things in this book. I was just kind of trying to remember, and I really can't, guys. So this is going to be pretty fresh for both of us. So that'll be like a fun experience. And I'm so freaking excited to do your inaugural read of this fucking book. Oh my God. Together live on the podcast.
I'm delighted that there will be things that are shocking to even me.
Chapter 1.
Ultimatum. So we get the little preface at the beginning that Stephenie always does. And it's just Bella foreshadowing the Cullen family fighting for their lives and protecting her from werewolves. And I was just kind of like, yeah, I know what the book's about. Let's get a move on.
Yeah, that was me too. I understand that she wants to like open it because she did this with the last books too. She wants to open it with like the drama, the most dramatic, the showdown. But I actually really don't like that as a writing choice. It's a choice, so whatever, we're moving past it. It will be drama at some point, guys.
And then Bella reads a letter from Jacob, and Bella has been making Charlie give notes to Billy to give to Jacob. So Jacob has now responded, and he says he missed her too, but that doesn't change anything.
The way that where Jacob like has written a bunch of starts to the letter and then crossed them all out, I actually I kind of liked that as a device to kind of show where Jacob is right now. But I think it's weird, why, if you're writing a letter to somebody, why are you gonna send them the version with all the crossed out bits?
The look on my face, the way I didn't even think about that.
I'm just like, just get a fresh piece of fucking paper, you dimwit.
Well, Jacob doesn't
whatever.
really seem like he would think about it like that.
I mean, you're probably right, because he's Jacob in this book, guys. Oh my fucking God. But I mean, yeah, you're probably right. He just probably didn't think to do it. In my mind, that's bizarre.
I did think it was hilarious that Bella said, "Don't give yourself a brain hemorrhage, Jacob," because she could tell how hard he was from trying to write the letter.
He was like thinking about it. Yeah, I thought that was funny too.
And then Bella hears Charlie microwaving an entire jar of pasta sauce, lid and all, and she goes to save him. That was the moment that I was like, oh, that's why she doesn't let him cook.
Yeah, no, that was actually me too. I was like, oh my God, there is no way that this man made it to, like, I don't know, 50, whatever, however old Charlie is. Like, I have literally no idea. And thinks that it's a good idea to put a lidded jar in the fucking microwave. That's insane. Like, I know he can't cook, but like, that's...
Yeah. I had a hard time believing he was that dense.
Yeah, that's me. I'm like, well, he hasn't like exploded himself yet. He hasn't like, caught his house on fire yet. Bella moved in. That's the house that him and Renee lived in, apparently.
So and he lived by himself for so long.
Yeah, and I'm just like, there's no way that Charlie made it. Like, Bella, 17 years for Bella to like, move from like raised to Charlie's house. He made it all that 17 years like microwaving jar lids and didn't know not to do that. That's insane. He apparently just dumped the fucking box of pasta into the water and turned it on. Like, just I don't know. Listen, guys, I can't cook. I'm blind, right? I can't see well. I don't do good in the kitchen. It's not a good vibe for me. I don't cook. Even I would absolutely know better.
I think we're supposed to believe this because Bella has stressed him out so much and there's clearly something on Charlie's mind that he's not ready to talk about. And Bella's...
Yeah, she says, she's like, what's with all of this? Like, why? What are you doing, Dad? Like, for what reason are you doing all of this cooking? Apparently trying to make spaghetti. And no, Charlie just like literally should not be in the kitchen, apparently.
And we're going to get a lot of recap in these first couple chapters, but Bella's wondering if the things that Charlie is stressed about are the events from the previous book, like the motorcycle and the cliff diving and how she disappeared for 3 days.
All very reasonable things for Charlie to still be upset about. Bella is grounded currently, like big time, like grounded with a capital G, grounded. Like, she's not fucking leaving the house for nothing. I don't know exactly how long it's been since the events of the last book. I'm assuming like at least a couple months, right?
She's about to graduate high school. When did the last book end?
That's a really good question that I wish I knew the answer to off the top of my head.
I don't think it's been that long, but yeah, maybe a couple months, something like that.
Yeah, like I think she was definitely like school was in, I'm pretty sure, when all of that happened.
Yeah.
Like the whole Italy thing.
Yeah, I think so. Because they were talking about senior year in that book.
Yeah.
And when she graduates high school.
Yeah, and this is the end of Bella's senior year.
Oh, and she turned 18, so she must have been in senior year.
That was on her 18th birthday. Okay, yeah, so it was a couple of months ago, actually, because Bella's birthday is September 13th, which I know off the top of my head because it is the same birthday as my mother.
Okay, and this feels like it's maybe like a month before graduation or something like that.
Yeah, so it's been like 3 to 4 months.
Okay, there's some passage of time. Good job, Stephanie. So part of Bella's grounding is that she's only allowed to see Edward a couple hours a day and at home, but obviously he's still sneaking through her window.
Every night, Charlie's not exactly aware of this, she says. But yeah, she can only see him from the hours of 7:30 to 9.
And Charlie's reading the paper and he is lamenting about how there's been 5 unsolved murders in Seattle the last 2 weeks. And he said, can you imagine living like that? And Bella's just sitting there thinking to herself that the closest she's ever come to being a murder victim in a small town was here in Fort.
Yeah, it's she's like, I actually have lived through that before, Dad. I used to live in Phoenix and they have like more murders than Seattle. And then she's like, yeah, but the only time that I almost got killed was literally here in Forks. So, but yeah, Charlie's big mad about just, I guess, city life in general. That's like exactly what Bella says to him. She's like, what has the big city done now, Charlie?
And also at this point, she has completely given up on saving dinner and cuts her and Charlie blocks of pasta, which I thought was hilarious.
With a steak knife. Yeah, cutting the freaking pasta with the steak knife. And then she's like, Charlie covered his in sauce and I followed suit. And I was just like, oh my God, I want to literally gag even thinking about that.
And I guess the block of pasta has warmed Charlie up enough to talk about the thing. And he admits he wanted to take making dinner off her plate so she would be more receptive to what he's about to say. And he tells her he's ready to unground her on the condition that she spends time with her friends and not just Edward. And he pushes for her to reach out to Jacob more as well. And Bella reluctantly agrees.
I think that Charlie wanting Bella to hang out with her other friends other than just her boyfriend is a valid, like, parental concern for sure, but I really don't like the way that Charlie talks about it, where he's like, you're nicer than that, Bella. Like, it's not a very nice thing to do. I don't know, just the way that he frames it, she's not a nice person unless she hangs out with her other friends, and I just think that is like a weird thing to put on your daughter. Like, and he should not be so invested in getting her with Jacob, because you know that the only reason that Charlie wants her to see Jacob is that Charlie thinks that Jacob will break whatever hold he thinks that Edward has on her, even though we all know that that's not really what's going to happen. And also, even in this conversation, she says to Charlie, like, it's complicated with Jacob. Sometimes he wants more from me than I'm willing to give. And Charlie just like ignores that part. But I think that is a very solid reason for her to not be spending time with Jacob. Because that's obviously the situation isn't exactly that. But in a situation where it was that, then it should be Bella's choice.
Yeah, this is very much giving, like, when every teenager's dating that guy that their parents don't like and the parent is just pushing in the completely wrong way to break them up.
Yeah.
And I think this was the first book where I'm kind of not liking Charlie as much, because the first couple books I'm like, justice for Charlie. Holy shit. What are they doing to this man? And then I think they like completely broke him, and now he's being a little bit of a dick.
Yeah, I actually feel the exact same way about Charlie. I'm fully on Charlie's side the first two books, like completely. Like you said, I'm like, justice for Charlie. They did Charlie so dirty in multiple different moments of the last two books. But this, I just don't like it, because I don't really think it's Charlie's place to be demanding that Bella spend time with Jacob when she's telling him that it's complicated with Jacob because Jacob wants more from me than I'm willing to give.
Yeah, he shouldn't be pushing for that. He should be more focused on her hanging out with her friends. Like
with her
platonic friends.
I'm 1000% there for him making that a condition that she needs to hang out with her friends. I just don't like how much he's pushing Jacob.
No, I don't either. It's too much. And if he's friends with Billy, so presumably he cares about Jacob. So if Bella's sitting there telling him in so many words, like, I do not have feelings for him, like, he's setting them up for failure. So
yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have like a couple other problems with Charlie in these next couple chapters here, so I'm gonna try and keep it brief.
After that, Edward comes over, and there's still tension between Charlie and Eddie, obviously. And Edward brings stamps so he can make Bella apply for more colleges.
I just love the part where Edward knocks on the door and Bella like goes to answer it. And while I do think that Charlie is being petty, I don't like the way he's pushing Jacob and all this stuff. I think it's really funny how he's just like, go away under his breath when Edward knocks on the door and stuff. Like, he's so petulant about it, and I actually think it's kind of funny.
Yeah, they've completely broken this man. He's 1,000% over.
No, exactly. Like, Charlie is just gone. Charlie almost has left the building. I think they've broken his spirit.
They have. So Charlie asks Edward where he's been accepted, and he says Harvard, Syracuse, and the University of Alaska.
Also Dartmouth. Don't forget Dartmouth.
Yeah. And Charlie asks why he would go to Alaska when he could go to an Ivy League, but why did I write this? I wrote Edward and Edward. Bella and Edward both got accepted to the University of Alaska. So it's very obvious why he would want to go. Plus,
Yeah.
Bella wants to go because there's not much sunlight.
There's not much sunlight, and she keeps saying, like, oh, I can almost afford the tuition. Like, the tuition is, like, almost, like, cheap enough, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, that's what Charlie's like, what? You wouldn't even possibly think about going to Alaska when you could go to Harvard, right? And then Edward is just like, Carlisle has always been amenable to what I want to do. I just think it's so funny because Charlie's like so put out by the fact that Edward also got into Alaska. But I'm like, if Edward got into Harvard but didn't get into Alaska, that would be weird.
I think he's more stunned that Edward applied for the University of Alaska.
You're right. I think he is, but he shouldn't be because he sees these two numbskulls.
Yes, you are correct. As Charlie leaves, he tells Bella her school night curfew is 10:30 instead of 9:30, and Edward realizes she's not grounded anymore and wants to take her to the city with Alice. And Charlie instantly thinks he means Seattle and gets worried, but Edward calms him down and agrees that Seattle is a bad idea and says that he was thinking about taking her to Portland.
Portland, yeah, to go shopping with Alice, which I think is super cute. And I really wish that they would do like a shopping trip. The thing that made me kind of giggle is Edward just picks up the paper and is like, don't worry, Charlie, I wouldn't have Bella in Seattle either. I'm just like, yo, fucking back the fuck up off this fucking woman. Like, please let her decide something to do for herself someday at some point.
That is the last thing that's going to happen in this book.
That is the last thing that any of these men are going to let her do. But even now, like it's starting now that I am getting furious about Bella's like just getting her autonomy just like snatched by every fucking Y chromosomed asshole that she's fucking related to.
This is romantic, I guess.
Maybe. I don't know. Not to me.
Bella and Edward apply for more colleges. Edward writes essays and signs papers that are allegedly from Bella.
Because she's like, are you fucking crazy? I'm not applying to Dartmouth. You're nuts. And then Edward's like, why? Why wouldn't you do it? There's still places that are accepting late applications, and there are still places that are accepting basically what Bella knows are bribes, like monetary bribes to let her apply late to these places. But she looks at the application for Dartmouth and she's like, are you insane? Edward's like, well, I'm paying for it. I'll even like charge you interest and let you pay me back if you really want to. I'm just like, Bella, just let him fucking pay for college. But, you know, she's stupid about it, as ever. But the part where she's just like, she basically pushes the application away and she's like, so for real, Edward, just really made me laugh.
The conversation changes to her turning shortly after high school is over. And as usual, Bella is eager to turn and Edward is very reluctant about this.
Bella says, I want to be a monster too. And Edward gets all mad and is like, you have no idea what you're asking for. And then he picks up the paper that Charlie was just reading about all of the killings in Seattle and points at it. It's like, this is a newborn vampire. That's what's going on. Everybody's so freaked out. I think it's been like 5 killings in like 2 weeks. And I guess the Seattle police think it's gang activity or something. And Edward says that no, it's a newborn vampire. And it's really easy to tell if you know what you're looking for. And most of the time that crazy, like scary, awful shit happens in the human world, it's related to like a newborn vampire. And does Bella really want that to be her existence? But, you know, Bella wants to be a monster.
I thought this was a really funny retort to that. She said, but we'll be in Antarctica, implying like they'll be safe because they're going to be in Antarctica.
Yeah. And then Edward's like, oh, great. Penguins, man.
And he says he would prefer Juno because of the bears and wolves. He doesn't want the penguins.
Yeah, apparently polar bears are very vicious and possibly delicious. I don't know.
Then Bella informs Edward that one of the conditions of Charlie letting her out of the house is making amends with Jacob. Edward says it's out of the question since she can't meet with him alone, and if one of the Cullens accompanies her, it would break the treaty. Then, looking for a subject change, he notices Bella is reading Wuthering Heights again and thinks that she is in desperate need of going to the bookstore.
I actually agree. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love rereading stuff. Not Wuthering Heights. Wuthering Heights isn't my favorite. I have read it, but it's been a long time. I actually love Jane Eyre, not by Charlotte Bronte, by Emily Bronte, her sister. That is my favorite classic, literally, of all time. Like, I have reread that book. My paperback copy probably looks like a Bella's copy of Wuthering Heights. But and then they get into a whole discussion about why on earth Bella even likes Wuthering Heights that much, and how Heathcliff and Kathy are both awful, terrible people who have no redeeming qualities. And then Bella says that is their redeeming quality, the fact that they don't have any redeeming qualities, but their love for each other is their redeeming quality, which is, I mean, I guess like a fine college essay level reading of Wuthering Heights, but you know, it's just back and forth. I didn't like Wuthering Heights. I kind of agree with Edward a little bit. Jane Eyre for the win.
When Bella says that their only redeeming quality is that they love each other, I thought, has Stephanie been this aware about Bella and Edward all along? Is that the point of them? Because they're both so unlikable.
You know, I actually didn't think about that. Maybe because I really, honestly, they both tick me off just continuously. So you might be right, especially Edward. I'm so fucking miserable, guys. Here in this book, Edward's just going to be here the entire book, just Edwarding it up. And I didn't really realize that last time when we were reading New Moon is so much like nicer to read because I don't have to deal with Edward the entire time.
He's back, baby.
He's back. He's being obnoxious. He's basically is Heathcliff. You're right. Wow. Good job. That's a close reading that I didn't even like pick up on. Well
wow,
done.
Thank you. Then Bella changes the subject back to Jacob. She's trying to convince Edward that it's not dangerous, and she feels like she owes something to Jacob for keeping her sane while Edward was away. But Edward insists, no werewolves, and Bella responds, we'll see about that. And I would like to say, welcome back, Jacob and Bella shippers.
The Jacob and Bella shippers are going to be alive and well and rattling their cage door throughout this entire book. But oh my God, actually, Jacob, as much as Edward pisses me off, I actually talk about Edward most of the time just in everyday life. Like, Edward Cullen is my fucking nemesis. Like, I just cannot stand his fucking character. I actually don't like Jacob Black very much in this book either. I liked him more in New Moon. And I guess we'll see because we're only, so far in at this point. But I'm not really vibing that much with him either. I kind of wish they'd both fucking leave. Chapter 2.
Evasion. At school the next day, Bella, she sits down with Edward, Alice, Ben, and Angela, who are used to being around the vampires now. And
I know. I think it's so cute that she's got like a little friend group going. Again, she says that there's like a few people that did not forgive her for being so fucking weird last year. And Lauren is among them. And also Jessica Stanley. Jessica Stanley does not like Bella anymore, apparently.
A shock to no one.
Which, no, I don't fucking blame her, actually, like, even a little. So that's pretty much who Bella hangs out with now, is like Angela and Ben and even Mike Newton. Mike Newton is still hanging out with them.
That's true.
And Alice.
Yep, and Alice. I guarantee I will call Angelina at some point. If I do, please just roll with it. Angelina is from Jersey Shore, and I think that is how that's happening. But I see that I've changed her name a couple times in my notes. So if I say it, can we all just move past it? I'm talking about Angela
Weber. Angela Weber, who desperately needs help addressing graduation announcements. That's what she wants to address, because her mom has 1,000 cousins, and apparently her mom expects her to hand address all these freaking envelopes. So Bella seizes upon that idea, and she's like, Angela, I'll help you. So that's good. It's Bella meeting the hanging out with other friends requirement while not having to necessarily see Jacob. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It sounds like a Charlie approved activity. And
Exactly.
and then Alice is going ahead and brainstorming ways to celebrate Bella's freedom.
Oh my God, that was so funny. She like gets all this like look like she's really thinking on her face, and Bella's like, oh God, Alice is about to do something crazy. Alice, I think that I might be restricted to the continental United States. And apparently Alice actually looks disappointed, so who knows what she was planning. I want to do what Alice was originally planning.
That's would be a fun little side story for them. Get on that, Stephanie, please, I beg.
Like, please. Apparently, it's not really what she just be listening to K-pop demon hunters and doing nothing except for that. Enjoying rolling around her giant piles of money. Anyways, we will not get bogged down in that again, because that consumed most of our 2025.
Yeah, if you want to hear us bitch about Stephanie listening to K-pop and rolling in piles of money, please listen to our New Moon podcast where we have done that already.
Yeah, New Moon podcast. And then I think we came out with 20 years of Twilight, and all we got was this video, which also discusses our further feelings about what Stephanie is doing with her life.
Here they are. Here they are. Here are the videos. Go watch them after this video. Okay. Let's keep going. Bella notices a look on Alice's face as if she's having a vision.
Yeah, and everybody else is kind of like, oh, Alice, like, what's up? They're about to, like, notice. But then all of a sudden, Edward starts kind of distracting everybody. I think he, like, asks somebody a question or he laughs or something. And kicks Alice under the table, which I thought was really funny. And Alice comes back and she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I must have been daydreaming. And then like continues on with the conversation.
And later, Edward is being unusually friendly to Mike and offers to help him with his car troubles that he's having.
Oh my fucking God, that actually kind of killed me too.
I love the part where Bella and Mike are staring at Edward with their mouths hanging open.
It's just like, what the hell? I'd be like, why are you being so nice to me?
Yeah, what is going on? And then in the car later, Alice is rambling about how she's not sure it's a good idea for Edward to help Mike, and then loops the conversation around to how Edward still owes her a sports car.
Okay, wait, I have something I have to interject here. Alice says it's not a good idea for Edward to help Mike because Edward doesn't know that much about cars, and Rose is the one that knows about cars. So she's like, maybe like Rose should take a look at it tonight so that when you help Mike out, you can sound like you know what you're talking about. Although it'd be really funny if Rose just turned up to help Mike. But considering that Rose is supposed to be on the other side of the country attending college, that's probably not a good idea. And Alice this whole time is talking at like 500 miles a minute. Apparently she just talks like super fast, which I just think is really adorable to picture.
And then, I don't remember where they were going, but Alice exits into the trees.
They're going, they're dropping Alice off at the Cullens. And then I guess, which doesn't make much sense to me. I was thinking about this too, but I guess how Edward does it is Edward takes Alice home and then drives back into town to drop Bella off. I'm assuming just so that him and Bella can spend more time together and like whatever, I like get it. But also like the Cullens definitely, it's not on the way to Bella's house for sure.
That's definitely can have their little romantic time together alone, because otherwise Alice is with them the whole time and they probably want, I don't know, be teenagers alone together.
Stare into each other's eyes and like pet each other's faces.
Yes,
basically.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Once Alice has left, Bella's hoping that Edward will bring up what Alice saw at lunch, but he doesn't.
No, of course he doesn't. Because Edward will like literally never volunteer information to you, Bella, ever. She doesn't really know that yet. She's like convincing herself that she's crazy, which I don't like. She's like, well, if he's not telling me, it must have not been a big deal. It was a big deal.
Just ask him already. Edward and Bella arrive at her house. They go to her room where she checks her email in response to Renee, who asked about Jacob.
Oh, I love the part where she says that Renee asked how Jacob's doing, and she's like, I'm sure that she's prompted by Charlie to ask that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like, I'm kind of like, well, I mean, it could just be your mother organically remembering Jacob, like, being quite a main character in most of your emails, like 4 months ago. It hasn't been that long, is all I'm saying.
That's a good point. But it does seem very convenient And then while Bella's responding to that email, Edward's rummaging through her stuff and he finds birthday gifts from the previous year. And her old radio's broken, remember that. And he says he's going to replace it so Emmett and Rosalie's feelings won't be hurt.
It's so funny when they're talking about the radio, because Edward's like, you killed it. And Bella says, no pain was inflicted intentionally. You know how I am with tools. Yeah, because I do remember in the last book them talking about her literally prying that stereo out of her dashboard with her fingernails.
And while he's rummaging, he also finds the plane ticket vouchers and says that she should go see Renee.
Yeah, he says they're about to expire, which is kind of like the whole thing that starts this whole thing, because I mean, we're going to find out that Edward pretty much just wants to get Bella out of the way for a weekend. But that's what he keeps telling her. It's like, the plane tickets are about to expire. Esme is going to be so hurt if you don't use her gift.
And he does say, you did say something about the continental U.S.
Yeah. Which I guess Florida is in the continental U.S. So.
And Bella's worried that Charlie will be upset since Edward will be going with her. She says not this weekend, but she doesn't want to fight about it. Bella wants to change the subject and point blank asks what Alice saw today at lunch. And Edward claims it was a vision of Jasper in a strange place in the Southwest.
So I don't know about that, because I think that Alice could have had a vision like that, as I'm recalling the later events of this book. So I don't know if she also had a vision like that, like on top of the vision that Edward's trying to hide from Bella, or what. Because I was thinking, I think that could have been like a real vision that Alice saw. So I don't know. We'll have to wait to get there.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I just figured that was a straight up lie. And then Bella starts thinking about how she's twisted their perfectly normal afternoon into it feeling like Edward was keeping things from her. After Bella thinks that, she thinks to herself, I need therapy.
Yeah, she thinks to herself, she needs to say, this is what I'm saying, where Edward is making Bella think that she's crazy. Bella's like, I keep jumping to conclusions and all this stuff. The vision wasn't about anything. Like, Edward's not hiding stuff from me, whatever. I feel like crazy. I feel like I need therapy. He is hiding shit from her, though. So I'm just like, fuck off.
Gaslighty Edward is back in full action.
Gaslighting Edward is back. Yeah. Yep.
Then after dinner, Charlie mentions that Billy them over this weekend to a playoff party. Edward changes the subject and asks Charlie, did Bella ever tell you that my parents gave her airplane tickets on her last birthday so she could visit Renee? And Charlie says, I'm surprised you didn't say anything about this, though. And Bella says she forgot. And he frowns and says, you forgot someone gave you plane tickets?
Yeah, I mean, in Bella's defense, there was like a lot going on with her last birthday. And then she was trying to like lay low because she had, left the country and like that whole thing. So she was trying to, probably not get on Charlie's nerves, like lay low about it. But I do kind of see where Charlie's like, you forgot somebody gave you plane tickets? Like, not just plane vouchers. That's like, you can get any plane ticket with that.
And Charlie agrees it's a good idea until he realizes that it's tickets, plural, meaning Edward would be going with her.
Yeah. Oh my God. This part really fucking cracked me up, actually, because he's like, you're not going anywhere with her. No, absolutely not. And then Bella gets all mad and she's like, well, what if I was going with Angela or Alice? And then it just cracked me up because Charlie's like, yeah, well, those are girls, and then she's like, well, what about Jacob? And then Charlie's fully pretending that would also make him mad, although it's obviously a lie. Like, if she brought Jacob, Charlie would not care. It's just because he doesn't like Edward. And I'm just like, yeah, honestly, man, this is like you having a fucking problem and you gotta chill out.
Yeah, she's promptly regrounded and then she starts threatening to move out.
Yeah, I couldn't fucking believe that. Yeah, he's like, you're regrounded as of right now. And then, yeah, Bella starts like fighting back and she's like, I'm gonna like move out then, And then she says that she felt bad about immediately pulling that card, but she tells Charlie, she's like, look, I'll serve my time when I've done something, but I'm not gonna deal with you just hating Edward.
Yeah, Charlie's going way too hard in the hating Edward camp, and it's just going to do the opposite of what he's wanting it to do.
Exactly. Obviously, he doesn't because Bella's his only child. But I'm like, do you not know about teenagers, Charlie? Like, you're doing the wrong thing trying so hard with this.
I have a quote from Bella. She says, "It's not like I'm heading off to Vegas to be a showgirl or anything." And I just thought that was really funny because, listen, Holly Madison is from Alaska. And then after Playboy, she went and became a showgirl in Vegas.
Yeah.
So I just think that the crossover is like, just have to let you all know.
I agree with you. I see it. But I'm like, I'm just honestly like, Charlie, like, chill. That's the thing that really like is bothering me about Charlie right now. Charlie, no matter what Charlie thinks, Charlie doesn't get to make the decision of who Bella's boyfriend is. It just stops there. There's just like, there's absolutely no way. Even in, you know, like weirdo world, whatever. It's like, which this is weirdo world. Even in this situation, Bella has autonomy. Even though every single man in her life tries to make her believe that she doesn't, Bella has autonomy.
Charlie implies that Renee won't be able to look after her. Bella says she wouldn't be thrilled to hear that Charlie said that. And that as at a stalemate, Bella confirms that she's not grounded and is going out, but within a 10-mile radius, she assures him.
Yeah. And then I thought it was funny too, because when she says the thing and he implies that Renee can't take care of her, she's like, I won't mention this to her. And then Charlie's like, you better not. Obviously, Renee would not be happy to hear that Charlie said anything, even though we as readers know that for 17 years, Bella was a parentified child who basically had to take care of Renee. Like, it's still like Renee would not be happy to hear Charlie implying that she is unable to watch out for Bella herself.
Yeah, no, she would be pissed about that. And Charlie just doesn't want to deal with that. Then in Eddie's car, Bella is pissed that Edward threw her to the sharks. And Edward says that she didn't have to fight, but Bella's natural teenage instincts overpowered her. And Edward claims that wanting Bella to see her mom has nothing to do with the party.
Allegedly. Which, I mean, we're going to find out he's actually being slightly honest with her in this moment. It doesn't actually have that much to do with the party. Maybe a little bit to do with the party, I'm sure. But the party is not really the issue.
And then they go to the Cullens for a bit before Bella comes back home and asks what they did. And Bella thinks back at Alice and Edward playing chess, mostly in their mind.
Oh, the description of Alice and Edward playing chess together is peak. I love it. They just sit there basically like staring at each other for like 3 minutes solid, both move like one pawn each, and then Alice just like knocks over her king. She's just like, nope, you got me. Because apparently how they play chess is Alice looks in her mind to see what moves Edward's gonna make, and then Edward picks those moves out of her mind. It's just, they just play without actually playing. I just think it's really funny.
Yeah, there's some really good character interaction in the beginning of this book, actually.
Yes, I fully agree.
Oh my God. And then after that, Charlie tries to have the sex talk with Bella.
Oh my God, that like cracked me up. Yeah, no, they get back to Bella's house from going to visit over at the Cullens. And Bella like thinks to herself that Edward like looks kind of smirky for just leaving. She's like, there's a smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. Like, what's that about? You know? And then she goes inside and Charlie tries to have the sex talk with her. And she's like, no wonder Edward looks so smug.
And Bella is trying to reassure him that Edward is old fashioned. And she does tell Charlie that she's still a virgin. And they both just immediately cringe.
I can't. She's fucking 18 years old. I don't really understand why Charlie thinks he needs to have the sex talk with her. He like says 10 years ago you didn't have a boyfriend, but I'm still just like, I don't know. I mean, if you have that kind of relationship with your dad, that's great, but I didn't have that kind of relationship with my dad. I don't know like what girl ever really has like that kind of relationship with their dad. I would have dug a hole and like buried myself like voluntarily.
I didn't even have that kind of relationship with my mom. I remember when she tried to have the sex talk with me, I stood up and I started screaming at the top of my lungs, I'm not having sex! I'm not having sex! And I ran out of the room.
That's really funny. I'm sure that I did something very similar to that. 'Cause, yeah, you're right. I didn't even really have that kind of relationship with my mom. Like, we were definitely of the generation who got the sex talk off the internet, and we were fine.
Yep, neither of us got pregnant, so we're good. No pregnancies, no STDs. We made it out alive.
No children for either of us. Like, we're both here, sitting here firmly in our 30s. Fine.
Then Charlie asks about her balancing her time, and Bella tells Charlie about her plans with Angela, but hasn't figured out what to do about Jacob yet. And Charlie says, I know you'll do the right thing. You're a good person. And then she thinks, nice. So if I didn't figure out some way to make things right with Jacob, then was I a bad person? Which is exactly what you pointed out earlier.
Bella picks up on it fully. I'm glad she does, because it's really shady to say that to somebody the way that Charlie did. I'm just like, no, it wouldn't make her a bad person if she didn't reach back out to Jake. Jake wants something from Bella that she's not willing to give. Bella is in a relationship. Bella doesn't feel that way about Jacob, and that's her choice.
Yeah, Charlie needs to calm down. Just every single thing he's going to do throughout the next few chapters at the minimum, he's just pushing way too hard. He's making it way too obvious. And like we just said, he's just...
it's going to do the opposite of what he wants. And also, it's just none of his business. Like, it really just is. It's like, I'm sorry. Like, yes, you have like a right as a parent to a certain extent to make sure that your child isn't in like a truly bad situation. But you absolutely at no point, at no age, have the right to tell your child who they're going to date.
No, she's just a little too old for that. Like, I understand him wanting to be protective, but she's planning on being, and I know she's still in high school, but since she's going to be moving out very shortly, most likely with Edward, which I guess that's exactly the thing he's trying to prevent. But like, there's just not really anything you can do about it at that point. Like, she's been honest about the fact that she's willing to move out because Charlie wants her to stay there, but she, I think, could go either way on it.
She mostly doesn't want to leave Charlie because she knows that once she gets turned into a vampire, then she's not going to be able to see Charlie at all. So that's what she kind of keeps thinking to herself, that she like doesn't want to force that separation on them before it's necessary. So she's going to just stick it out and stay there until she leaves for college or AKA getting turned into a vampire. And she knows that she's not going to be able to see anybody for like a long time, if ever, at that point.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't think about that. I was just thinking that like he's just going to push her away even sooner. So whatever.
I mean, that's true. You're right. It's just, this is a very fraught situation.
Bella goes to her room, but she's feeling too anxious to relax. She decides she can make it to La Push and talk to Jacob before Edward comes back for the night. And Charlie enthusiastically agrees, even though it's past her curfew, of course. And
he's just like, stay as late as you want. I'm just like, oh my God, Charlie, be more obvious.
I know. And then Bella gets into her truck and it won't start. And then Edward appears in the darkness in the back seat. He was just in there. And that's literally one of the endings in like the original or second Clock Tower. Like the guy pops out from the back seat with the scissors and he's ready to kill you. And I was like, oh my God, it's just like Edward popping out, being like, ah.
Oh no, yeah, he's like popping out. He's like holding her fucking like catalytic converter or whatever gosh dang piece he stole out of her truck to make it not start. And he's just like, you can be mad at me, like whatever, it's fine. And Alice called me because this is how he knew that she was going, because apparently what happens. So 5 minutes ago, Alice lost Bella. Like her future completely just disappeared. And they knew because of that she was going to go see the wolves. And Edward's like, you can't expect me to just let you put yourself in danger, blah, blah, blah. The whole thing. He like says some whiny person shit. I hate this. I'm just like, fucking Edward. Bella has made her choice. Bella loves you. Bella obviously is going to like stick with you. But this is where he just starts like not giving Bella any options for anything. Like he's just like, if you want to do what you want, then you're gonna have to go behind my back. And I'm just like, that is destroying her autonomy. She's an 18-year-old woman. I literally cannot stand the way these men fucking treat her.
It also encourages your partner to lie to you. Like if your partner can't be honest with you, or they can't be honest with you without you like having a explosive or like very angry reaction, like if you can't be somewhat reasonable, they're just gonna start lying to you. He's literally forcing her to lie.
Yeah, and to go around behind his back, like that's all about to just whatever. It makes me mad. But Edward basically ends up like ending this little thing where he's like, oh, you can't be mad at me. Like, we don't know why the wolves, like why Alice can't see the wolves in her future. It's confusing. We don't know why. This is the part where he says that because of their transformation, in that moment that they shift, the future can't hold them. That is word for word what he says. And I'm like, that's a stupid idea. I'm sorry, but it's just stupid because the future's gonna future no matter. Like, the future can't hold them. That was just dumb. I didn't like it. I was like, you're dumb. Everybody's dumb. Carlisle's dumb. This whole situation is dumb. And then he tells Bella, if you don't want me to come into your room tonight, just close your window. I'll understand.
You know what made me so mad, though, is that she storms in, tells Charlie the car won't start, and he offers for her to use the police cruiser, which she's probably not legal. But
no,
she
absolutely
is tired. And she storms upstairs, slams the window shut, and then did it again. And I was like, okay, what the fuck ever, Bella?
Okay, no, same. I had the same reaction. I was just like, what the fuck ever, Bella? You just like want no rights. You just want these men to just like be able to boss you around all the time. Fucking, my boyfriend tried to fucking tell me some shit like that. Oh, that window would be glued shut. He would never be coming through that window again. I'd be like, no, fuck you. You're gonna have to replace this entire fucking window before I let you back in my room.
I would do the same shit. If he was like, oh, you can't go somewhere, you're not allowed, I'd be like, okay, well, we can talk about that when I get back.
Yeah. Chapter 3.
Motives. Bella and Edward arrive at Renee's, and Renee and Bella go to the beach, and Edward pretends he has a term paper to work on so he doesn't have to be in the sunlight.
I thought it was funny that Edward fabricates a term paper so that he can stay inside during the day. I was a little bit wondering about that when he started talking about going to Jacksonville with her. I'm like, what the hell are you gonna do in Jacksonville?
Work on a term paper.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. It's a good lie. It worked out. But yeah, so Bella and Renee are like on the beach. Renee's like, all this doesn't convince you to move back in with your mom. And Bella pretends to wring out her hair and fans her face. And Renee's like, oh yeah, you get used to the humidity. Can I say that we're located in Florida? So like as Floridians, the both of us, I would like to submit for the class that no, you don't get used to the humidity. The humidity makes you want to kill yourself every single day that it's happening.
Yeah.
But that could just mean me.
No, I don't think anyone here is like, no, I'm lying. My mom loves the weather here. She loves it, but she's the only one I know. Like, it'll be the middle of the summer. She's like, let's sit outside. And I'm like, I feel like I'm swimming through the air. There's so much water.
The air is literally soup. Yeah, I think Bella, even when Charlie's like welcoming her home, she says, I like to drink water, not breathe it. And I'm like, yeah,
it does
that's
feel
very...
Yeah, it does feel like we're breathing water. You don't get used to it. It still feels like we're breathing water.
Yeah, that's a scarily accurate portrayal of what it's like to live here. And I have lived here my entire fucking life. So, just a note.
Renee does confide that she is worried about Edward because he constantly looks like he's ready to jump in front of a bullet for her. And I have a quote that I would like to present from Renee. She says, the way you move, you orient yourself around him without even thinking about it. When he moves, even a little bit, you adjust your position at the same time, like magnets or gravity. You're like a satellite or something. I've never seen anything like it. And I just wanted to point out that the Twilight to Love Me pipeline is real. because
Yeah, because now we have Renee comparing Bella to a satellite, and then we have Bella, obviously, Kristen Stewart. Kristen Stewart played a buoy who fell in love with a satellite in the
that
movie
just
Love
sent
Me.
That just sent me so much. I was like, oh my God, it's real.
No, I completely agree with you, because I was like shook when I got to that line. I was like, oh my God, it's like foreshadowed in the book. Would never have thought that. I don't know if anybody else saw that movie. We actually covered that movie last year when we were like doing a lot of our Twilight extended universe movies, and it was really, really good.
Yeah, we both really liked that movie. Go listen to that podcast. We're not on video, but you can listen to it when you're doing laundry or something, and it's gonna make laundry fun. So why wouldn't you listen to it?
Yeah, I second that.
Bella just basically convinces Renee that she's being silly and she's reading too many mystery and sci-fi novels.
It was kind of sad because she well, not sad, but it just like kind of goes to show like what their relationship is like, because Bella very easily convinces Renee that she's just being silly, and like even thinks to herself that it's kind of fucked up of her to prey upon Renee being very easily swayed to other people's opinions, but does it anyways because, you know, Edward.
And that was literally all of Florida. That's all we saw. Was just that one conversation, which gave me a whiplash a bit. I was like, oh, that's all we're getting? Okay.
Yeah, because then they're just like back in the car, like driving back into Forks. And like Edward says to himself that Renee has a very unique mind, very childlike, but strangely perceptive of things. And I just like how everybody's just dumping on Renee constantly. Bella just said that she has a childlike mind. Charlie last chapter was like, Renee can't possibly take care of you, even though she's been doing it. She did it for 17 years. I mean, they're not wrong. Renee is a not great parental figure, to say the very least about it. But, you know, she did keep Bella alive all those 17 years.
And Bella, like we have pointed out a few times now, is an adult. So Renee at this point wouldn't really need to take care of Bella. Like Bella took care of Renee, and now she's kind of taking care of Charlie, like makes him dinner and stuff. And she's basically an adult now. So she's like, she'd be taking care of herself. It's just who she wants to spend her time with at this point.
Exactly. But Bella is 1000% taking care of Charlie. She has to stop him from fucking like putting metal in the microwave like a 5-year-old.
And then speaking of Charlie, they're back there already. And Bella and Edward tell him that the trip was good, and after confirming that Renee has not convinced Bella to go to UF, he wastes no time telling Bella to call Jacob, who has been calling nonstop.
Oh my God, yeah, I thought that was really funny. He's like immediately like, call Jacob because you have to. He's been calling all day. And then the phone rings, like in the middle of like Charlie being like, Jacob has called you 1,000. And then ring, 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 the phone rings. And Bella's like, I'll get it. She like goes to answer it. It's Jacob, obviously. Charlie says that he would bet his paycheck on it being Jacob. It is. So Charlie's fine. He's not losing his wages. And yeah, Jacob's just like, hey, Bella, I just like wanted to hear your voice. Are you going to school? I'm so sorry. My Jacob voice is like not the best, but like I
love it. Do it more.
Talking like I just wanted to hear your voice, Bella. Like, are you going to school tomorrow?
I'm talking.
Bella's just like, yeah, Jake, I'm going to school tomorrow. Like, I don't know why you called, like, whatever. And then all of a sudden, Jake's like, oh, I've got to go, Bella. And like hangs up. And Bella's like, what the hell was that? Like, why did he call 1,000 times? Not even to really like ask me anything. Because he should have just assumed I was going to school tomorrow. That's a weird thing for him to ask. And then Charlie tells her that the food really sucks around home when Bella's gone. Because Bella's the only one that can cook, apparently. I just imagine Charlie literally only ordering pizza and eating cereal. And that's it. Because I don't even think he can use the microwave.
Yeah, he can't be trusted. It's been canonically confirmed.
Oh, the thing that really cracked me up is that Jake's like, "Why didn't you call me yet, Bella?" And then Bella's like, "I got home 40 seconds ago and you calling interrupted Charlie telling me you called." Like,
And then Bella wanted to be like, I'm all the way to the push, but he hangs up and says she can't do that with Edward there. And she just recaps what Jake said to Eddie, but then she begins hyper fixating on what Jake asked. Like, why did he call? She does realize that Jake might be thinking that she was turned.
yeah, she's like, I think she drops the meat in the middle of the kitchen, but Edward uses his super vampire reflexes to catch it before it hits the ground. And she's like, I think he was checking. I think he was checking on if I'm still human. And that, for some reason, really pisses Edward off, which, I mean, okay, I get it, but also, like, you don't want her to not be human either, so just chill. But yeah, so that's her theory for why Jacob called.
Yeah, you can't check on Bella, only I can check on Bella.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, then the next day at school, there's Jacob.
And then Edward asks Bella, if I really asked you, would you do something for me? And she's like, what? I'm not agreeing to anything until I know what it is. And it's a good thing she didn't agree, because Edward wanted her to stay in the car, because when they get there, Jacob is waiting for them. And Edward's like, you were wrong last night. He wasn't trying to check on you. He wants to talk to me. And he needed like a place where he knew I would be with you, I guess.
He essentially wanted to have like a neutral ground where they're not going to try to kill each other.
Like in front of all the students going into high school.
Jacob asks if Edward told her what happened between Emmett and Paul.
Bella starts freaking out immediately.
Yeah. She realizes that the only thing that would cause Edward to take her out of town and wanted to hide her from, and that Jacob wouldn't hide from her, is that Victoria's back.
Yep. So Victoria's back, guys. That was actually the vision that Alice had, like at lunch a couple days ago, was that Victoria's back.
And then they start arguing about what's best for Bella, which just makes me want to roll my eyes into the back of my head.
Yeah, pretty much. I honestly cannot fucking stand when the two of them are talking to each other. I'm just like, she's like a fucking human person with a brain that's standing right there, right?
And Jake tells Bella that if she ever wants to have some fun, he still has her bike. And if Charlie knew, he would have had it thrown in a dumpster and set on fire.
Yeah, because Bella's like, oh, you should have sold it. And Jacob's like, I would never sell it. It belongs to you, Bella. I'm just waiting for you to come see me. She's like, oh my God, Jake, like, be a little less whiny for 5 seconds. Jacob annoys me this book. Like, I don't know. He didn't annoy me so much in New Moon, but he really annoys me.
I feel the opposite, actually. I felt like he was annoying me in New Moon, but annoys me less in this book, except for when they're like arguing about what's best for Bella. But I feel like she starts acting more like she wants to be around Jacob in this book for the sake of Jacob.
Yes, yeah, I do agree with you there, and I can see where you're coming from. And like this whole thing that she's gonna have like a million is like, Jacob's in pain. Like, I have to do something about it because Jacob's in pain. Like, no, you don't, girl. That's not your boyfriend to do anything about it. Doing something about it is actually gonna make the situation worse. But whatever. That's not what Bella's thinking.
And the conversation's getting pretty heated at this point, and the principal comes over and decides that they've been loitering too long and breaks up the whole thing.
Yeah, I do love the idea of the principal coming over and asking Jake, like, do you even, like, go here? And Jake's
she
like,
doesn't even
no,
go here.
That was it was playing in my head when you said it. Thank you. But yeah, I think that it's just that he's so huge, and even Bella like says like a couple times that like everybody, all the other students walking around and even the principal, they're all kind of like giving Jacob the eye. He's like this huge, really tall, 6'5", like massive guy with a black t-shirt, and it's like hugging all his muscles. He's got on jeans that are all like grease stained. Like, he looks like a bad boy apparently. Mm-hmm. And Bella makes the observation, like, everybody has assumed that he's dangerous. And I just think that that's funny, because little do all of these little people running around know, and plus the principal, that boy is 16 and a half years old.
And then in class, Bella writes a note to Edward asking for the details, and he tells her Victoria is back and used the Quileute boundary to nullify Alice's visions. Paul thought Emmett had crossed the boundary, so there was some drama there.
Yeah, and then Rosalie obviously got involved when Paul was threatening Emmett, which makes sense because Rosalie and Emmett are mates, so it makes sense what happened.
Yeah. Mhm.
And I do love that Bella points out that it takes him like almost next to no time to write out like a full paragraph in like this beautiful calligraphy.
That was funny.
Yeah.
And Bella asks if Victoria could have been after Charlie, and Edward says no, and Bella rightfully says he can't know that, in my opinion. But he was literally just caught lying to her a minute ago, which is why I feel like the right to talk back to him.
Yeah, and also, it's true. There's no way that he could possibly know that. I think that what Edward is assuming is that Victoria doesn't really care about Charlie. She mostly just wants to hurt Edward because Edward killed James, who was her mate. So Edward's like assumption is that she doesn't really care enough about Charlie to go after him, that she's like pretty focused specifically on Bella. That's at least what I assume, because he didn't really explain why he doesn't think Charlie's in danger.
No, I think right. That was the impression I got as well. I guess like if Charlie was killed, then Bella would be sad, and that would hurt Edward emotionally still. But she'd still try to kill Bella. If she killed Charlie, she wouldn't not try to kill Bella.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that Edward's probably right. Like, Victoria is probably more laser focused on Bella, but I think if she got a shot at Charlie, she would be more than happy to take it.
I don't remember how the conversation gets here, but Edward's basically saying he never would have let Bella go alone to Florida, but Bella would have preferred they both stay in Forks. Oh, because Victoria was there. That's why she left.
Bella realizes that was what was going on. Like, that's why Edward all of a sudden was like, well, we're gonna take you to Florida, Bella, like we're getting you out of Forks. And Bella's like, if you knew that this was going on, then why would you even do that? That's so fucked up. And then it's just because Edward doesn't give a shit about anybody but Bella. Like, honestly, even her father. Yeah. Like, so
no. And I did think this part was funny. Edward thinks Bella's bad luck would have crashed the plane.
I thought it was funny because they start kind of like getting into an argument about it. They're both still writing notes back and forth to each other. So they're getting in a note argument about it where Bella's like, why would like I crash the plane? There's no reason that that would happen. What would you even do if the plane was going to crash? And then he's like, well, why is it crashing? And then she's like, well, both of the pilots are passed out drunk. And then Edward's immediate response is, well, I would fly the plane. And then she's like, of course you would. That would just make sense. And then she's like, okay, new plan. Both engines are out and we are in a death spiral towards the ground. And then Edward's like, I would wait until exactly the right minute, kick out the wall and jump with you to safety. And then we would run back to the crash site and stumble around like the two luckiest survivors in the world. And I just, like, I don't know, like that whole train of thought just really made me laugh.
And then later in calculus, Bella walks in on Mike, Ben, and Tyler all betting on if Jacob or Edward would win in a fight.
Oh my God, this part cracked me up too. Yeah, they're all like, what do you think is up? Like, you saw that like weird confrontation before school. Like, what do you think is up with that? Like, would you think that Jacob could take Edward? Or do you think that Edward could take Jacob? Like, what's up? And then one of them is like, well, you know that if Jacob beat up Edward, his two big brothers would get involved and that would be bad because like these got Emmett and Jasper, who are both, fairly large. And then one of the other guys that's there in this conversation, I don't remember specifically which one it was, is like, hey, listen, I just went to the reservation with my girlfriend. Jacob's friends are just as big as he is. They are just as big as Jacob. They're all almost exactly the same size, to be honest, which is also funny just in itself. But then somebody's like, well, what do you think that the fight's even over, man? And then like one of the guys like looks over at Bella's like, I could guess. Chapter 4.
Nature. I need to open this with a quote. Bella's talking to Alice, and Bella says, if it's no big deal, then why did Edward drag me to Florida? I demanded. Haven't you noticed yet, Bella, that Edward is just the teensiest bit prone to overreaction?
Thank you so fucking much for putting that in your notes, because I was like fretting. I was like, we have to talk about how Alice is just reading Edward for a fucking drama queen, like right from the jump of this book, like the whole time. No one will ever be able to forget his like fucking drama of the clock tower and the whole thing where he was gonna jump in front of in the sun in front of the clock tower. I'm just like, Edward, I'm sorry, there's to be easier ways. Like, there just literally has to be, but there's no more dramatic way. So that's the way Edward's gonna do it.
Bella thinks becoming a vampire would help with Edward's overreaction, but she needs to wait until after high school graduation.
Becoming a vampire would help with his overreaction, maybe over her, but I think like the overreaction is just a part of Edward's soul. Honestly,
yeah,
like,
he's like this. He's like 100 and something years old. He's still doing this. I don't think that that's going to change.
I think he's just like this, my girl. But, you know, Bella can hope.
And alternatively, Edward has agreed to change her on the condition that they are married. And Bella views this as a strategic move to delay the process, as she is deeply resistant to the idea of a traditional wedding.
I'm actually very much on Bella's side with this. I hate Edward's side with this. I'm not like a huge proponent of, I guess, just like marriage as, I mean, if you want to get married and you just like love your partner, and it's like, don't get me wrong, I love my partner. It's just marriage isn't in the cards for me for a lot of different reasons. I think Bella feels that way about herself, and that should be a choice that we are allowed to make as human women with autonomy.
How does vampire marriage work? Like, would they be like legally married by the state, or is it like a different thing?
I'm assuming that they're just gonna do like the marriage because I don't think that there's like a special set of vows for vampires or anything. I think it's just like Edward is like, I've never had a wife. It's been 120 fucking years of me on this planet. I want to fucking smash really bad, but I was born in like 1900. So like, obviously I'm not gonna do that until we're like matrimonied to each other, and then it's like not bad in the eyes of fucking God or something. I don't really understand, but I think that's why Edward's so weird about it. It's just because he's like super old fashioned, because Edward was born in 1901, as I recall. It's either 1900 or 1901. I think it's 1901.
I believe you. I have no idea.
I am 95% positive of that, and I will be checking whenever I like get online later.
Edward's away hunting with his brothers, and Alice is staying nearby in case Bella needs her. And Bella experiences severe separation anxiety and abandonment nightmares when Edward's gone. And
she's just like, I'm never going to tell him about it, though, because he already feels bad enough. And apparently when they got back from Italy like a few months ago, Edward was really pushing it and just like not eating because he didn't want to leave Bella at all, because every time he left Bella, even for a minute, she you said would get all of this separation anxiety and she'd have these awful nightmares and just the whole thing. So he resists the urge to hunt. Like, neither way is good, because if he's like extra hungry, then he's just extra wanting to kill her, you know?
Yeah, and she thinks about asking Alice to stay with her for the night, but then thinks that that would be pathetic, and that made me so sad. I was like, you can have friends. Your friends can be there for you to support you. Like, you went through something that was really traumatic for you. You're allowed to have support. That made me really sad.
Yeah, and then she did, I think it was like in the first chapter, does say that she's allowed to hang out with Alice. I know that right now Charlie has ungrounded her anyways, but even when she was grounded, she was allowed to see Alice because Charlie loves Alice. Who doesn't love Alice? Alice is the best one. Yeah, so she has never like had restrictions put on the time that she's allowed to hang out with Alice. But so I kind of agree with you. I don't really understand why she thinks in this situation it would make her pathetic to ask Alice to spend the night.
I think she just has like low self-esteem issues or something. because Edward's so amazing and perfect, and she's just average in every single way, according to her. Before work, Bella's fixating on trying to get 2 magnets to touch, and she says, "See, I said out loud, talking to inanimate objects, never a good sign. That's not so horrible, is it?"
Okay, I'm sorry. So yeah, so Bella, this is like she's so bored, right? Because Edward's gone and she doesn't want to ask Alice to hang out with her. So she eats her Cheerios, one Cheerio at a time, and then she lines all the magnets on the fridge up in a perfect line and just like does all of this really weird OCD stuff. And she's like, I don't know why. Maybe it was my impending mania that made me do it, which I thought was kind of funny. And then, yeah, she's like just forcing these magnets together and like foreshadowing much. Can anybody else like tell what's happening? She's just like, no, it's not so bad. You two can get along. Like talking to these magnets like they're fucking Edward and Jacob, obviously.
Yeah, and then Renee had mentioned that her and Edward were like magnets or something like that. So this is just going to be a thing, I guess.
Yeah. And then she says that she's like trying to force these 2 magnets together, and she's like, I could have just flipped one over, but that felt like giving up. It's like, Bella, the mania. Like, you're right. This is impending mania. It's gotta be like, because you've lost the plot, girl.
Once Bella is satisfied with making the magnets touch, she goes to work at Newton's Hardware, where she finds out that Mike's mom is not okay with he and Tyler going to Seattle.
Yeah, she said that she thought that Charlie was overreacting when Charlie didn't want her to go to Seattle. But no, she's hearing that like also Mike Newton's mom doesn't want him and Tyler going to Seattle either. So yeah, everybody's all freaked out about this serial killer or newborn vampire, as we all know it to actually be. And then Bella has informed the Newtons that she's going to be leaving at the end of the school year. Like, because her plan is to be turned by Carlisle. So the whole thing is like Bella's leaving at the end of the school year. And so she's not going to be working at the camping store over the summer. And so they basically hired another girl and they can't afford to pay everybody at once. So then when she gets there and she's like putting on her uniform top, it's Karen Newton. Her name is Karen, which I remember because was Karen. Yeah, so Karen Newton's like, yeah, Bella, I'm sorry I was gonna call, but you like got here early. I actually don't think we like need you today. And Bella's like, oh, it's all right. Like, I've got finals to study for, whatever. And then Karen Newton hands her a stack of bright yellow flyers. And she's like, will you throw these away on your way out? Because I was going to display them, but I'm not going to anymore. I don't have room. And so Bella like leaves and walks out of Newton's and goes to her car. And then it's not until she gets to her car that she looks down at the flyers and realizes that the flyers say, save the Olympic wolf. And they have like a drawing of a wolf on them baying at the moon. And then she basically sees the drawing of the wolf and is like, okay, that's it. I'm going to go see Jacob. That she just makes a split-second decision. She's like, this is what I have to do to get around Alice. This is what I'm going to do. I have the morning free. I don't have work. Alice is expecting me to be at work, so I've got some time, and I'm just gonna fucking like make a split-second decision and run to Jacob's. So she hops in her car and she talks a lot about how she's like pushing the ancient car, and she's like, I can get 55 out of my car like on a good day, and it was wheezing and groaning by the time we made it to La Push. So she makes it though to La Push. Even though her car is complaining about it, she makes it all the way to La Push without Alice being the wiser about her little plan. And then she pulls up outside Jacob and Billy's house.
And they're very happy to see her.
Yeah, Jacob is like, oh my God. Like he, I think she said that he was like gasped and was staring at her like in open mouthed shock. And I was like, wow, that's extreme. But okay. And then he's like, Bella, how'd you get here? And anytime Jacob ever goes to greet Bella, in my head, the only thing that I hear is, Bella, how you been, Loca? And I'm sorry, and I know that's the movie, and it just is always
iconic.
funny.
It's a classic.
Yeah. So yeah, Jacob's basically like, how you been, Loca? And he's like, how'd you get here? And she's like, I snuck away. And they like hug and everything. And Billy says hi. And then Jacob smushes all the air out of her. He like does a big smushy rib cracking hug again, which I do still like, even though I'm not the biggest fan of how Jacob is acting in this chapter.
And then Bella basically recaps Jacob on the events of New Moon, why Edward left and how she brought him back and how Alice can't see them in the Volturi.
Yeah, because Jacob actually really doesn't know much of the story. Because if we all recall, he was there at Bella's house, like right as Bella made the decision to leave for Italy, but he didn't know like what was actually happening. She just kind of like ran with Alice. Yeah, so she basically gives him the download on the events of the end of New Moon. And Jacob is like just really happy to see her. It seems like for the most part, Quill has joined the werewolves.
Jacob recaps Bella on the previous weekend, and it's the same story that Edward told, but with more detail. And he just talks about how Emmett had lunged for Victoria, but ran into Paul and more drama. But they end up agreeing to focus on going after Victoria, who ultimately escaped.
And then he accuses, he's like, what, did your bloodsucker say that it was all our fault? Like, we did it? And then Bella's like, no, Jake. He told me the same story, but with a few less details. And like, at least that's true. Like, at least Edward didn't, I mean, you know, he did take her to Florida instead of telling her what was going on, but at least he told her the story.
That's true. He didn't lie about that part. And Jacob also tells her that Sam felt betrayed that Bella forgave the Cullens so easily for abandoning her, and Bella can tell that Jacob's saying that about himself as well.
Yeah, and then she's just like, you never really told me the whole thing, like what's up with Sam. You never like really fully explained it. And Jacob's just like, it's a long story. And then Bella says that didn't she just tell Jacob a long story? So they're gonna be even. So she's like, tell me what's up with Sam. And so then Jacob pretty much explains that Sam had it the hardest of all the wolves because Sam was the very first one to trigger the transformation. So, and also it's not only that he was the very first one to trigger the transformation, his dad, I don't remember if his dad is dead or if his dad just isn't around, but Sam doesn't have any elders like in his immediate circle. So he didn't know what the hell was happening to him. Apparently, the first time he transformed, he thought he was going crazy, which, yeah, like it took him 2 weeks to calm down enough to change back. Bella's just kind of like getting filled in on the story. And I think, yeah, at that moment, Jacob says, yeah, it took him 2 weeks before he calmed down enough to change back. That was before you moved to Forks. Sam's mom and Leah Clearwater were really worried and had everybody looking all through the woods for him. And Bella is like, what do you, Leah Clearwater? Like, she knows who he's talking about because that's Harry Clearwater's daughter. But she's like, what about Emily? Like, what? I thought that Sam and Emily were together, you know? And then so Jacob, this is where Jacob starts to explain the story of that when he was transforming, like he couldn't even really tell Leah what was going on because like you can't tell anybody apparently. Although I don't really understand why they wouldn't have been able to tell Leah because Leah is a member of the tribe. You know, whatever. They don't really address that. They're just say that Sam couldn't tell Leah what was going on, but he kind of did like a little bit of a workaround like Bella and Jacob did, where like he gave her enough clues to kind of be able to figure it out, but it wasn't like he wasn't allowed to tell her, and they were working it out and they were kind of working through it and getting through it together, and they really, really loved each other. And then Leah's cousin Emily came down from the other reservation for a visit. Chapter 5.
Imprint.
And then tragically for Sam, and most especially for Leah, the wolves have some sort of biological thing going on where when wolves find a mate, they do something called imprinting. Apparently, the instant that Sam laid eyes on Leah, his whole perspective shifted, his world changed, and he realized that Leah, or excuse me, this is me like just kicking dirt into Leah's grave, but no, he realized that Emily is his soulmate. It's basically, he describes it as love at first sight, but like more and stronger and like more intense than love at first sight. Bella is a little bit confused by this, and they stop to have a little bit of a conversation where Bella's like, what? Like that's crazy. Has that ever happened to you? And Jacob's like, no. Yeah, so Emily apparently was not very happy to find out about this whole situation. She was really upset, and even more upset was Leah. Sam and Leah apparently really loved each other and were really making a go of it, but you can't do anything about imprinting. It just happens. It's just like you look at another person and it's like magic, like that, like you found your other half. It's not real, basically. This is a very, very popular fictional thing where you like see somebody and you're like, wow, you're my soulmate. Like, what is that? I don't really know. It's something that happens a lot in fiction. And that's what happened to Emily and Sam. And then I think that Emily was kind of resistant to it at first because her and Leah are even cousins. They were really close growing up, apparently. And then I think what happened is that Sam attacked Emily. Like, because he changed and she got in the way in some way. We haven't really gotten like, I don't know even if we will get like a more blow by blow of that situation, like what exactly happened and what caused the scars on Emily's face. Yeah, apparently that happened. Sam like scratched her like all the way down, like her whole face and her arm. She's got all these crazy scars, and he felt so bad about it. He was really, really beating himself up. He was going to throw himself under a bus. But then Emily almost, I think what Jake says is that it's hard to turn away from that kind of adoration and commitment, is why Emily didn't say screw you to Sam and this whole situation, is that it's hard to turn away from that much adoration and commitment. I personally have a fucking problem with that because I don't care what kind of like magical nonsense relationship and adoration and commitment and all this stuff is. If my like practical sister is like with somebody and then they're like, oh, now I'm into like like catch me far outside like that, I would not be involved in that situation. At least I'd like to think. I mean, I've never been a werewolf, guys, or part of an imprinting werewolf relationship. But I like to think that I would have a little bit more class than that, personally.
Oh my God, I know. Oh my God. Yeah, I hate this whole thing.
It's distressing. Yeah.
It is quite distressing. That's a good way to put it.
In this chapter, we're not really getting all of the full on, like, distressing implications of the imprinting and what that's going to do to the characters and what with the ages of the different people involved and like all this stuff. Like, Jacob is just basically kind of explaining it to us now at this point. But it just gets more and more distressing the more you find out about this whole situation, honestly. And this is, I think we both were like shook even when we got to this chapter and the name of the chapter is Imprint, and we're both like, like what is happening? Like neither of us were ready. We both knew that this was all coming in this book and in the next book, but knowing about it and actually being faced with it are two different things.
Yeah, I also did not expect for some reason for them to use the word imprint. Like, I know that term. I'm fully aware that it's a thing in like werewolf books and stuff like that, but something about it being Twilight, I for some reason didn't expect it. So when I heard the name of the chapter, I like just started screaming and I had to like stand up and take a little walk. I was like, I need a break. Hold on.
I need something. I need air. I need water. I need like something.
I need to fan myself. Just like, oh my God, like I need some air.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about I too, I didn't like, obviously they talk about it and they know what's going on in the book, but for some reason I just wasn't ready for the word imprinting to be used like so casually by Jacob, where he's like, have you ever heard of imprinting? Like with what? No, just like it's starting, guys. It's starting. And pretty soon there's going to be a baby involved. That's not happening yet, though. So let's stay where we are, I guess.
Yeah.
But the whole imprinting thing, the whole imprinting conversation, it's distressing. It's uncomfortable. It's just everything about it is not optimal. I don't really like it. Bella is a bit like, I don't even think Bella thinks about it that much. Like at this point, like she thinks about it a little, but not that hard.
Yeah, she asks Jacob if he's ever felt the love at first sight thing, as she says. And she's relieved when he says no. So she's really just thinking like, shit, is that about me?
Yeah, no, I think so. And I think that she said that at least Jacob wasn't trying to make it sound like there was some kind of big wolfy thing between them, which is true. Like, I guess he could have lied, but he doesn't. At least he very much like says to Bella, like, no, it's never happened to me. But Jared, one of the other wolf boys, had it happened with just like a girl he sat next to for like years and never looked twice at. But then as soon as he saw her again after his transformation, he knew deeply in his soul that that was his soulmate. It's good that Jacob doesn't think that that's what's going on with Bella.
Jacob had mocked Jared for writing her name in his notebook and stuff like that. And Bella
was
just
the
like,
other way around. Actually, it was like her. She had a crush on Jared and had his last name like written all over her notebook and stuff. And Bella's like, oh, that's so embarrassing. Why would Jared even tell you that? Not really realizing that like Jacob just knows that because he's in Jared's head like every time they transform.
Yeah. And Jacob points that out and is like, we all hate it because of the lack of privacy. And Jacob's like, oh, well, can't you relate because of Edward's powers? And then this is when she reveals to Jacob that Edward's powers don't actually work on her.
She's like, he's never in my head. I'm like the one person that it doesn't work on. It probably means there's something wrong with my brain. And Jacob's like, well, I already knew there was something wrong with your brain. They do have their moments, even still, like every once in a while, they've got like little cute moments, Jacob and Bella.
They do. Bella ends up asking Jacob what he was thinking on Monday during the confrontation with Edward. And Jacob tells her he was thinking about how broken she was after Edward left, so he would feel guilty during that time.
He's like thinking it at him, like purposefully trying to think Bella being sad, like at Edward to hurt him, which I think is funny just on its face. It's funny, but then also Bella gets very upset. She's like, why would you do that? Promise you're never going to do that again. Like, oh my God, Jake. And Jacob's just like, no, I'm not going to fucking promise that. That was the most fun I've had in years.
And Jacob's always just pissed about the vampires, basically. And Bella's just trying to say that labels don't matter to her. Oh. And do you want me to read the quote or do you want to go?
I was about to fucking say the quote. You read the quote, actually.
His eyes narrowed slightly. But I'm a werewolf, he said, unwillingly. And he's a vampire, he added with obvious revulsion. And I'm a Virgo, I shouted, exasperated. Okay, just Bella and Jacob. None of those freaky Virgos here. He smiled at me, warm and familiar.
I would like to just take a fucking second to point out here, because I've been waiting for this moment ever since Charlie and Bella had the sex talk, right? So I don't think that like Virgo is just like a sign that exists, but like it is very much still that. It's like you're Jacob, he's Edward, I'm Bella, and I'm a Virgo. And I'm a Virgo, like a Virgo, like a virgin. Like, I'm like, it's even still
Oh, God. Yeah.
like happening. It's like, you're Jacob, he's Edward, I'm a Virgo. And then I'm just like, stop it, Bella. Just stop it. Like, yes, that's your sign, and that's like allowed to be your sign. Yes, she's a Virgo. My mother's also a Virgo. Like I said, my mother and Bella, same birthday. Everybody rejoice. I think it's funny that that's her sign and the way that they keep talking about it. And then it's also like the thing she said to her dad at the beginning of the book, like, I'm a virgin and I have no plans to change that status. I don't know. I just like picked up a little bit of a parallel between those two things.
That makes sense. I didn't pick that up, but I did just think it was funny that she's like, none of those for Earth. And she's like, I'm a Virgo.
Yeah, and then Jacob's like, none of those freaky Virgos here. And it's not that, like, there's lots of Virgos, but that is what it means.
And then the chapter ends with Bella promising to come back and see him as soon as she can.
Chapter 6.
Switzerland. On the drive home, Bella reflects on everything Jacob told her and feels reassured about seeing him, which doesn't last long as Edward suddenly appears behind her in his Volvo, and she avoids confronting him by going straight to Angela's house.
Yeah, I really hate this part because I'm just like, it really sucks that Bella is all happy because she saw Jacob, which is what she wanted to do, which is what she should have done because that's what she wanted to do. But then it's like Edward just pops up in her fucking rear view mirror and she gets so freaked out that she drives straight to Angela's house. She's like, I purposefully avoided meeting his eyes in the rear view mirror. I'm like, you can't even look at him. Like, you're that scared that you like, I mean, we all know that Edward's not going to hurt her or anything like that, but it's wild to me for her to be this freaked out doing basically just like what she wants to do and just going to see her friend.
Yeah, and this is the second time in like a couple of chapters that he's just like popped up behind her. That's just his move now, is he's just like, boo.
Like, you never get to be alone. I'm going to be watching you every single second for every single... It's infuriating. It's infuriating for a lot of reasons. But yeah, she basically goes straight to Angela's house and she walks in and she sees Ben. Ben's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go. He's going to a martial arts movie with like another friend. I think his name's Austin. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But he's like, yeah, Angela, babe, I can't believe you're gonna miss the movie. Like, we're gonna have to go again. But like, I couldn't be me helping you address your envelopes. I have tendinitis. I mean, he doesn't exactly say that, but that's pretty much it. Angela,
I'm pretty sure they did say, like, he doesn't say it in so many words there, but it is mentioned that he used that as an excuse to not help her. So he told her that at some point.
Yeah. She's just like, I can't believe, because I think it's Angela that says it. She says, I can't believe you're helping me with this. Ben is pretending to have tendinitis. Yep. So Bella's being a sweet, selfless Bella, and she helps Angela address all her envelopes. There's like a bajillion of them. She walks into Angela's room and she's like, oh my God, I thought you were like joking about this. But no, there's actually like an astoundingly tall stack of envelopes that they're gonna have to address by hand. Imagine that. Like, remember writing addresses by hand?
I feel like you might still do that for like a formal event, but I don't know. Do people still do that?
I mean, especially me. I ain't writing letters these days. But
you're like, not me.
Not me, no, but I can't really imagine anybody doing that. But you know, it's good because they're gonna sit there and address all these envelopes, and they're gonna have some time to do some girl talk, which Bella never gets, except for when it's with Alice.
Yeah, and Bella's really wishing that she could just talk to her friend about her boy troubles like a normal girl.
Yeah.
So Bella does end up opening about Edward being upset over Jacob, but obviously leaves out all the mythical details.
Yeah, all the like mythical monster bullshit. She's just like, Edward and Jacob, like, Edward doesn't like Jacob, blah, blah, blah. And then Angela's like, well, do you think he might be jealous, Bella? And Bella is a little surprised by that for some reason, which I guess it's just so crazy.
Angela does try to tell Bella that Edward is only human too, which got a little heh out of me.
That also got a little haha out of me too. And I think also Bella, she literally says, I think to Angela saying that, she's like, I had no response for that. I'm like, yeah, no, you don't, do you, Bells?
And Bella does tell Angela at some point that she's considering the University of Alaska, which is just more normal human talk.
Which is cute. Yeah, I guess Ben and Angela are going to the University of Seattle. And then Angela also asks where Edward's going to go. And Bella is like, Alaska's not too cold for Edward either. Which I thought was kind of cute. Yeah, it's like it's a cute little girl talk moment, but also like nice because Bella definitely points out that she likes to hang out with Angela because, like Charlie, Angela doesn't feel the need to just fill silence. Like she's able to not talk every single second, which I can't relate to, but I can understand.
And she also wonders if it's a good idea to get close to Angela when both of them are going to be leaving, which may be a little sad, but I like that Bella has a real friendship with somebody else outside of the Cullen family.
Yeah, I think so too. She's like, it's a good idea to start making friends with Angela now when I'm going to be changing in a few weeks. But it makes her even sadder to think about not making these connections and like hanging out with her friends. So I think that Bella needs to just like spend all the time with her human people that she thinks she needs to.
And they basically hang out till Ben gets back and then Bella returns home.
Yeah, they address all the envelopes, thankfully.
Good job, guys. And when Bella gets home, she's on edge and she's expecting Edward to confront her and finds him waiting in her bedroom. And he's obviously pissed that she went to La Push.
This argument had me like heated. I think that they kind of talk back and forth a little bit about it first. But at a certain point in this argument, Edward's like, you can't expect me to let you put herself in danger, I think is what he was going to say. And then Bella's like, I can absolutely expect that. And you're going to fucking let me. And I'm like, thank God she stands up for herself, like at least a little bit at some point. And like, I get it. Oh, their love is the loveliest love that has ever loved. And nobody has ever felt the same way about each other as Edward and Bella feel. Guys, it's incomparable. But also at the same, I'm like, fucking Edward, you don't just get to fucking own your girlfriend. I don't understand this. And I guess maybe Edward thinks he gets to because, like, I'm going to say again, Edward was born in the year 1901. But we are here. We are here. I think this book came out in 2007. No longer. Bella gets to do whatever she wants. She can have friends. Go away, Edward. I don't even like Jacob in this book. It still makes me mad. Okay, I'm sorry. I will simmer.
Bella said, I don't care who's a werewolf and who's a vampire. If Angela turns out to be a witch, she can join the party too.
Yeah, I also thought that was cute. I was like, I wish Angela was a witch. She needed like a spell to help her with those envelopes for sure. Bella's just like, I'm not picking sides. That's the name of the chapter. She's like, I'm not picking sides between these mythical monsters. I'm not doing it. I'm Switzerland. In this situation, I am Switzerland.
Okay, bear with me. Have you seen Gypsy Rose Life After Lockup?
No, I did not expect you to make that reference.
Okay, well, listen.
I obviously know who that is.
I'm sure we all know who it is, but in the show specifically, there's a part where she's like with her husband, but her ex comes back and she like can't, her ex who abandoned her, by the way, and he comes back.
Wait, is this the ex that fucking murdered her mother with her?
No, it's two different people, but they both approached her when she was in prison. So it's they're both kind of sus, but she's married to one of them. Well, she was dating one, married the other one after the first one abandoned her, and then he comes back and is like, I actually love you. And she's like, oh my God, we're meant to be together. But then her husband is like obviously still in love with her, so he's trying to like get her to not leave him for the ex. So anyway, she's like, I'm Switzerland. Do you get that reference? And her boyfriend's like, oh yeah, it's from like World War II. And she's like, no, it's from Twilight.
Oh my God, that's so funny. I should watch. I've been meaning to, like, all the rest of the Gypsy Rose stuff, like after she got out, it's all been like on my to consume list. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Because I know everything about the case, like the true crime case, like when she was in jail. But like that's so funny. And then he's like, it's a World War II reference. She's like, no, it's a Twilight reference.
She's like, no, it's when like Edward and Jacob, and she's like explaining the whole thing. I was like, oh my God, that's really funny.
That's peak, actually. That's like well done. Good. I'm glad Gypsy was at least keeping up with her reading, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I'll move on from that. Sorry. I was like dying to talk about that.
Switzerland. It's so funny because I haven't like thought about Gypsy Rose in a while. And why did I like see something about her on my shorts feed this literal morning? Anyways, I'm sorry.
I don't know. And I watched that recently. Like, I think Tubi was like, do you want to watch this? And I was like, of course I want to watch it. And then anyway, so I watched it like a month ago, probably. It was very recent.
Yeah, that's just like, I was just like, did you see my face when you said Gypsy Rose? I was like, excuse me?
I'm bringing up all the obscure references this go around. So Edward teases Bella that she smells like a dog, and at that point, she knows that their fight is over for now.
Yeah, I thought that was actually kind of endearing and a little bit cute. He just like makes a face, and she's like, what? And he's like, don't take this the wrong way, but you smell like a dog.
Yeah, I felt like that was a funny way to break the tension. Edward leaves early with Jasper, Emmett, and Carlisle to go to Northern California to do a hunting trip.
Oh, yeah, they're going to a reserve that has a mountain lion problem, specifically.
And Bella plans to see Jacob, and she thinks that Forks should be neutral ground. Obviously, we know Edward doesn't really agree with that. But Alice unexpectedly picks up Bella after work and gleefully announces a 2-night slumber party at the Cullen house. And this was approved by Esme and secretly orchestrated by Edward to keep Bella away from Jacob.
Yeah, she doesn't really figure it out exactly like when Alice picks her up, but she does figure it out eventually. But I love when Alice picks her up. It's so freaking cute, actually, because Alice, it says that she is sitting in the car singing to a pop song, but she's singing an octave higher than music. And okay, guys, I have a theory about this. Just let me derail for one moment. So Sarah Elizabeth talks on Instagram. I think she also creates on YouTube. She's a creator. She mostly talks about a lot of Twilight stuff. She has a podcast called Actually Obsessed. I love her. She has a theory that the song that Alice is singing in the car when she picks Bella up is Promiscuous Girl by Nelly Furtado, which came out in that year as well, I think. I did a little research of my own, and this is my theory. I think that she was singing along to Irreplaceable by Beyonce, which is such a banger. I love that song. I still to this day remember that like hoodie with all those silver crowns on it that she was wearing in that video, which was so cool. Not to date myself completely. So I just picture Alice singing an octave higher than Beyonce, which I would try and demonstrate for y'all, but nobody on the internet wants me to do that at all, even a little bit. She's singing a complicated melody where she's harmonizing and interweaving her melody through Beyonce's melody, singing an octave higher. And I just think that that's adorable, and we should all try and imagine it because I think that it's really, really good.
Alice. The only thing I don't like about Alice in this part is that she's going along with Edward's bullshit.
Oh my God.
This made me not like Alice as much.
No, I kind of agree with you. And then she says that he bribed her with the Porsche. Like she got the Porsche finally. But I was like, listen, Alice, he already owed you that Porsche. You didn't need to do all this Bella sleepover nonsense to get the Porsche. You should have gotten the Porsche anyways, because you already took Bella to Italy and rescued him and that whole thing. I thought that was what the Porsche was for. But no, apparently the Porsche, which They're going to pull up shortly at the Cullens' house, and Bella will see the Porsche, and Alice will be like, "Isn't it beautiful?" And Bella will be like, "Oh, I think it's a little extravagant for one night of babysitting." And Alice like kind of has a weird look on her face, and then Bella realizes that it's not just for that one night of babysitting and keeping her away from the reservation. It's for all nights of babysitting her and keeping her away from Jacob and the reservation. And I think that Alice should have gotten like a different car for that, because she was already owed the Porsche.
She was. He literally had already told her that he'd get it for her for Christmas or something like that.
Exactly. You remembered exactly correct.
And Alice is also agreeing with Edward that the werewolves are dangerous and they just can't risk Bella being unprotected. And Alice already has all of her stuff, so there's no need for her to even go home.
Alice is prepared. Alice is like, I'm gonna paint your toenails and give you a manicure. Like, we're gonna do the sleepover stuff. Oh my gosh. It's just like, it's very cute. And Alice is charming. Esme is there. Rose is there. Like, the whole group of all the girls are all there. Esme brings them Italian food from the good place in Port Angeles. Rose is there, and everybody's doing the sleepover thing.
I thought this part was funny. Bella says, Alice did insist on the pedicure, and I wondered if she was working from a list. Maybe something she'd compiled from watching bad sitcoms.
Yeah, I thought that was cute too. She's like got like a lot of sleepover activities, which is like adorable.
And Bella does manage to call Jacob at some point and cancel the plans that she had made with him, but she says that she'll call again.
Yeah, she makes Alice give her cell phone, and Alice is like, I don't know. Edward didn't approve this, but I guess I can let you call. I'm just like, Alice, literally stop. I'm usually so team Alice, but I really don't like how easy it was for Edward to get her to go along with all of this.
Yeah, I guess Alice can be bought. Yeah, I didn't really like that. I wish that Alice had put up a little bit more of a fight, but she just seems completely willing to go along with whatever Edward wants, which I think does parallel what happened in the previous books. I don't remember what she did, but I remember she did something where I was like, why are you listening to him? And they all just seem to want to listen to Edward no matter what, so fuck.
Yeah, just like everybody's listening to like bad counsel in this book. Like, nobody should ever listen to Edward because he's a big whiny baby. But you know, Alice, it's dumb to me because Alice knows that he's a drama queen, but yet she's enabling him to be a drama queen. They've got sibling loyalty to each other, which makes sense and is kind of sweet, but I still don't like it because Edward can kick rocks.
Exactly. And Alice shows Bella where she's going to be sleeping, which is in Edward's room, and all the furniture has been rearranged, and there's this like huge ornate bed, clearly for Bella only. And Bella's like, what the hell?
I literally have to interject and say that I need that bed. I need it. I need it. My soul needs it. It's like a wrought iron bed frame with like roses, like snaking up the posters and all that. It's basically like a rose trellis made of black iron, and I want it. I want it. I want it so badly.
Bella ends up dragging the pillows and comforter onto the couch because she feels more comfortable doing that, and she's trying to fall asleep. And then Rosalie knocks on the door and asks if she can come in.
Chapter 7.
Unhappy ending.
Oh my gosh, it's the Rosalie chapter. There's been almost no Rose in the entire series up till now. Now we're getting all the Rose.
Yep, another classic Stephenie Meyer lore dump. Here we go.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what this is.
So Rosalie comes to Bella late at night to explain why she believes that Bella should remain human. She wants to make this pitch to her by telling her her traumatic backstory.
Yes, she's like, I know that, you know, I've been really awful to you. Like, my actions and attitude towards you have been really awful. I'm sorry about that. I promise you, I don't actually hate you or whatever. It's just that she's like, Bella, I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to tell you a story about my life, and you're going to understand why I have been a bit weird to you and why I don't think that you should join my family. Because remember, everybody, Rose was the only one that voted no in the vote that Bella gave all the Cullens at the end of the last book. Rose was the only one that actually voted no, other than, Edward, her boyfriend.
Rose ends up describing her life in the 1930s, and her parents saw her beauty as social currency, and she wanted to live in a nice house with maids to cook for her and clean for her. And Rosalie
she was the most beautiful, guys. Like, Rose was the most beautiful. She was the prettiest, and she wanted people to look at her, and she's like, I'm the prettiest one. And I was never jealous of anybody because I was always prettier than everybody else. And I knew it. But I promise I wasn't just like absolutely vain, but that was just the world that I was in at the time. It was the 30s. It was just, she was real pretty.
She ended up becoming engaged to this wealthy man named Royce, and she thought she
King Jr. Funnily enough, the like top echelon of society, people in like the family in that area of New York where she was living were called the Kings, and she was gonna be a king. I just like that. I'm just like, wow, Stephanie, how creative of you to name the like rich hoity-toity people the Kings. I don't know. I just was struck by that.
I didn't even notice that, but you're right. She was like, yeah, that sounds fancy.
Sounds fancy. I think Rose at one point literally says the closest people to royalty, funnily enough, were named the Kings. And I was like, oh yeah, funnily enough, Stephanie. It's not just like that you couldn't come up with anything any better.
Well, we know she's not the most creative with her naming conventions.
We do know this. Do you know that like a lot of the characters in this series are named after her family members?
No, I didn't know that.
I don't automatically know which ones off the top of my head, but I do know that.
There you go. She doesn't know how to come up with names.
Can't come up with names. I mean, coming up with names is hard, I guess, but not that hard. Like, do a Google search. That's all I'm saying.
So Rose thought that Royce was going to be like her fairy tale future, and she thought she was going to have everything she wanted. And she had this vision of her like walking down the aisle and looking all beautiful, and everyone staring at her and just envying her.
She's literally like, yes, I wanted the biggest and most fanciest wedding, and I wanted everybody to come and look at me and only me. And I'm just like, wow, Rose, way to literally have one personality trait. Like, only one.
She's evolved now, at least, I guess. But
I don't think so. Not that much. And we will get there. And my feelings on Rose in the next, like the rest of this book, and especially when we get into Breaking Dawn. Oh my God.
Despite Rosalie thinking she had everything she wanted, she ends up getting brutally attacked by Royce and his friends, and they leave her to die in the street.
Yeah. Oh my God. This part was, I just didn't really fully get it. Okay, so it's like Rose is coming home. She's walking home by herself because her like friend had a baby. Oh, and I think it's kind of important to mention that during this telling of this story, when she's talking about visiting her friend with the baby, she says that it was the only person that she ever felt envious of was just her 18-year-old friend who has a baby, and Rose was jealous of her baby, like very specifically jealous of her baby. Like, Rose wants a baby, guys. Like, that was like, once she saw that baby, she's like, my whole life is now focused on getting this baby, and now she's a vampire and she can't have a baby. So, Rose has got some mental stress going on. Yeah. To say the least.
Yeah, say the least.
About the baby. But yeah, no, she's walking home from her friend's house, and she just sees fucking Royce King Jr., her fucking mans, around with a bunch of his friends, and they're all like drunk, and they call her over. And Royce is like, isn't she like the most beautiful, blah, 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 to his friend. And his friend's like, man, it's kind of hard to tell. Like, I can't see her. She does say that her and Royce hadn't like spent a lot of time together alone or like anything like that. But I kind of feel like him just being like a SA person, like a asshole that would just essay his fiance, wasn't really like foreshadowed at all. He's just like, okay, I like have a little whiskey in me. And my friend was like, man, it's hard for me to tell. And so then he's like, let's gang my fiance.
Yeah, it did have absolutely no foreshadowing. I mean, obviously, I guess the foreshadowing was her sitting down and saying, I'm about to tell you a traumatic story. But within the story, Royce seems like a white bread kind of guy. Like, he's just a guy until this happens.
He's just like a rich motherfucker. Yeah, like he just is a rapist, a sexual assaulter. He's just a like genuine asshole. And I guess that is just the thing. So, yeah, they basically leave her for literal dead in the street. And they're walking away joking with Royce King Jr. about, like, how he'll have to find a new fiance now. And then apparently he, like, said something as he was walking away about how he would have to have more patience next time. And I'm just like, oh, my God.
Maybe he's just like this.
I mean, I think that's kind of what we're meant to, like, assume is that he's just a monster and it just like came out, but I don't know. I just kind of felt like really it came from nowhere and there was no point to it.
Just the point was they needed Rosalie to turn.
You know, I guess that's true. They needed Rosalie to turn. They needed the story to be sad and they needed Dr. Carlisle because it's as she's lying there in the street, like just waiting to die after she has been assaulted by her fiance and his friends, that Carlisle comes upon her and starts to try and help her. And it was snowing out and Rose was so shocked when he picked her up and ran that she thought she was already dead, and she was like annoyed that she was still in pain. But then Carlisle gets her back to wherever they're staying. And then her transformation really starts.
Yeah, she describes how painful the transformation was. And after she's turned, she realizes that, like, oh, she has eternal beauty now, but what she really wanted was a baby and a family, and she can't have those things anymore.
And now she'll never have a baby. Oh, my God. Her life is bereft of meaning now because Rose will never have a child. This gets into a bit like of this idea that Stephenie Meyer really seems to propagate in these novels, that a woman's life is next to meaningless if they don't have and raise children. And I just disagree with that on basically every level that you can disagree with something. It's one of those things we're going to have to woo-saw through.
This one didn't bother me as much because, like, some women do feel that way. It bothers me more that Bella, like, doesn't want to get married and then is talked into it. Because Rosalie's, like, always wanted a baby. Like, if Rosalie didn't want a baby and then, like, realized she couldn't have one and then was sad about it, that would bother me. But this one doesn't bother me so much.
I mean, I guess you're right. Like, it is very much explained that Rose has wanted like a family, the whole thing, ever since she was human. But it's more just the idea that the women in Twilight seem to propagate. It comes in more in the next book when, you know, Renesmee happens.
Can't wait for that.
That'll be a fun time. I'll get more into it then, honestly. We don't need to get completely derailed with my discussions of Stephenie Meyer's sexism because, my gosh, will I scream?
Oh, I thought this part was funny. Rosalie proudly tells Bella that my record is almost as clean as Carlisle's because she's never tasted human blood.
I know, I thought that was kind of funny too. She's really proud of it. I mean, I guess it's like, it's a good accomplishment. But her record is only almost as clean as Carlisle's because she may have killed and tortured all of her assaulters, which I'm here for. And Rose said that she got very theatrical with it, actually. And she was like wearing a wedding dress when she hunted Royce King Jr. down. I loved it too. I was like, iconic Rose. But yeah, and she said that he must have heard because she saved her fiance Royce King Jr. for last to kill. Because she was hoping that he would kind of get wind of what was happening to the others and kind of like be scared, like as part of the mental torture she wanted to inflict on him. And she's like, I think it worked, because when I found him, he was in a windowless and second story room, like hiding in the dark. Like, yeah, Rose, I think you very effectively terrorized the hell out of that man, and he deserved it. So I second that.
She did also kill his guards, though. So she did kill like at least 2 innocent people.
7 people. I think she's killed 7 people total.
Yeah. But I think it was like 5 people deserved it. And then I think he had 2 guards. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying that she killed some people who were just there to do their job. They were just in the crossfire. You were at the wrong place at the wrong time. Sorry, guys. Then Rose realizes she's scaring Bella and apologizes. She was surprised Edward hadn't told her more, but Bella says that Edward's reluctant to share other stories since he's able to know more than he should.
That's decent of him, and I think Rose makes that observation here that he's a surprisingly decent guy, and it's in that specific aspect, I agree. It is pretty decent of him to like not share information that he shouldn't have access to, even though he does.
Yeah, they try to say with words a lot like, oh, Edward's so nice and decent, but this is like one of the times they actually show it, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. Actually, Edward has some like really good moments in these upcoming chapters, like moments where I'm like, wow, Edward, good job. I don't hate your guts right now.
I know exactly what you mean. Rosalie then opens up about why she initially disliked Bella. She was jealous that Edward was drawn to Bella and not her, something that hurt her vanity more than her romantic desires for him. But I just thought that was so dumb. I'm like, you don't even want him. You just want him to look at you and be like, oh, you are the most beautiful.
I seriously, like, at this part, I was just like, oh my fucking God, Rose. Like, that's so bad. And I mean, she knows it's bad. She's not, like, trying to make it sound like, you know, even Rose is like, wow, Edward really, like, he was much more decent to me and, like, explaining why I didn't like you than, like, he should have been, because I'm actually just a jealous bitch.
I feel like the fact that she's self-aware, though, and is able to talk about it, I feel like she's making progress.
I mean, you know, I feel like that too. I just feel like it's still, because it wasn't really that funny. Long ago. It wasn't that long ago.
No, it was like a year ago. Yeah, she
like,
turned like many years ago, but the incident she's talking about right now was like a year ago.
It was like a few months ago, yeah, and she's just like, oh, this human is pretty, like, Edward likes her more than me, but I'm the most beautiful thing. It's just, I'm just like,
you don't
Rose,
even want to be with Edward, so like calm down.
Gotta calm down.
Rosalie explains that her resentment towards Bella comes from watching Bella willingly give up her human life Rosalie desperately wanted to have. She admits she feels angry because Bella had a future and the possibility of growing old and having a family, but she's choosing immortality, which Rose would not have chosen for herself.
Rosalie's literally like, you're choosing wrong. And I'm just like, Rose, unfortunately, you don't get to make that judgment for other people.
No, that's why freedom of choice exists. Like, this is why we let women make their own choices, because not everyone's going to choose the same.
Even though nobody really lets Bella make that much of choices, but I'm just saying, I understand from a character point of view when we've been explained the things that we have been explained about Rose, why she would feel that way. I'm just like, girl, you're a woman. Like, you can't fucking take away Bella's autonomy. But I guess she probably feels like she can because she was born in the 30s and she, like, her whole thing was like, she's like, I just wanted a husband. And like, so she probably doesn't really think about it in the same way as like a modern woman would.
I think what we just described is why, as of right now anyway, I reserve the right to change my opinion when more details are revealed about Rosalie. But why Rosalie's story at this moment is not bothering me and Bella's is because, like, Bella's choice is, I don't want to get married, and then it's Edward's job to convince her that she actually does want to get married. But Rosalie, it was her choice that she wanted a baby in the first place, and she still wants a baby. So that's okay for me.
I actually completely agree with you, and it's not that I think that Rose is wrong for wanting a baby. It's just the way that so much is put on how unfulfilled women's life, like Rose's life specifically, but just a woman in general's life is without a baby, that I just don't like the idea of. And I think just because I'm a little hyper vigilant and sensitive to it, because I know Stephenie Meyer's religious views.
That's true. Sometimes it's hard to separate. Like, I'm like reading this book when like, you know, she thinks a certain way, and it's like, oh, she's probably like shoehorning that in here right now.
Yeah. I think that's more why. It's not so much that I have a problem with Rose's character feeling that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Rosalie says she's lucky to have Emmett. She asked Carlisle to turn him on a whim because he reminded her of her old best friend Vera's son Henry, and that was the woman from before, right?
Yes, that was the woman with the baby that she was upset, that Rose was obsessed with, was this little boy, Henry. And that's why, this is what I was going to say before. That's why she wants Emmett, like initially, before she knows him really, because she saw his face and she's like, he had like the dark curly hair and the dimples that you could see even when he was unconscious. And he just reminded me so much of this sweet little angel baby that, you know, she took him to Carlisle and asked Carlisle to change him to save his life. I'm 5,000% here for Rosalie and Emmett. Like, I love them. I mostly love Emmett. Rose, well, I do have a strong affection for Rose. I love all of them except for Edward, really. But I don't know, just something in the idea of like, oh, like, this is my true love who reminds me of like this baby that I saw once. I don't know. It just weirded me out.
That also weirded me out. It was quite strange.
It's just like, all right, okay.
I don't have like nice coherent thoughts that I can like describe that with, but I felt the same way. I was just kind of like, oh, you did that.
It just makes you feel kind of icky and grimy on the inside, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Setting up for the rest of this book.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, setting up for the rest of this book. A lot of stuff, even in the next couple of chapters, are just like, I feel like I need to take a shower.
Yeah, exactly. But even though this decision was selfish, she thinks she's very lucky to have him because, I quote, he's what someone like her needs.
Which probably just means that he, like, worships the ground she walks on and tells her she's pretty every 5 seconds and, like, all this other stuff.
Tell me I'm pretty.
I was just thinking about that from the Fairly Odd Parents when Trixie is like, feed me and tell me I'm pretty. I say that to my boyfriend constantly. It's just, I love Trixie Tang.
Me too.
She's a good character.
So Rose is still sad that he can never have children with her or have a normal human life. So she's urging Bella to just think carefully before making this irreversible decision and apologizes for how she acted before.
She's basically just like, Emmett and I are perfect together, and I'm so lucky to have wound up with him, but we'll never grow old together. We'll never be surrounded by our grandchildren. And I'm just like, I get it. Like, she really wanted that baby, you know? So obviously that's very important to her. But I'm just like, you still get your true love, and you're both beautiful and perfect literally forever till the end of time. And I get it. It's like, I think the grass is always greener, like no matter where you are, right? Like if you're a vampire, you want to be mortal. And if you're a mortal, you want to be a vampire. Like every single thing ever is like, every vampire is like, but your mortality and like the humans and this whole all dramatic about it. I'm like, you obviously have the best end of the deal. You're immortal and beautiful. And
you're like, one of these is clearly more appealing than the other one.
One of these things is not like the other.
Then Rose leaves Bella to let her attempt to sleep, and Bella ends up having a nightmare where she's crawling on a snowy street with blood behind her, and a figure in a white dress is watching her, obviously mirroring the story that Rose just told her.
Bella just has a dream of like whatever the last thing somebody told her was.
I really don't like that as a writing device, because like that dream didn't tell me like anything even that's coming up. Yeah, I'm like, this is literally just a rehash of what I literally just read like 3 paragraphs ago.
And like, I guess it's meant to show like that Bella is disturbed by that very disturbing story, but like, wow.
I knew that before I read the dream. I didn't need to read about her dream to do that.
Same.
I don't know if other people like dreams as a writing device, but I feel like it's so hard to do them in a way that's good.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard to do them in a way. I very rarely like dreams as like a narrative tool.
The next morning, Bella's exhausted and becoming increasingly resentful of Alice's quote-unquote protective captivity. Even as Alice tries to make it sound fun, she's just getting angry. And school feels miserable until Jacob suddenly shows up on his motorcycle.
Oh my God, yeah. It's like they're walking to like I think after first period, and they're walking to the next class, and Bella's with Mike Newton, and all of a sudden, Jacob roars into the parking lot on his motorcycle, and he's like, Bella, jump on! And she looks at Mike Newton, and she's like, I got sick and went home, okay? And he's just like, oh, whatever, you know. She runs and jumps on the back of the motorcycle, and she says that Alice is over somewhere snarling. She's like, doesn't really have time to react, and Bella throws her an apologetic glance before Jacob tears out of the parking lot, and they are just going on the motorcycle, speeding down the street. And then she says that she realizes when they make it to the border, to the Quileute border, because Jacob like immediately slows down.
Oh, yeah. And something I thought was funny when she leaves is she wonders how far Alice would go to stop her in public. So she knows that Alice could stop her, but she's just banking on the fact that Alice won't make a gigantic scene at school.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a fair assumption. You know?
And the last thing that happens in the chapter is Jacob saying, I remember what you said about the psychic leech not being able to predict what I'm going to do. He laughed triumphantly. What do you want to do today? Anything, I laughed back. It felt great to be free.
I really don't like that she's been under the thumb of Edward and his family, and they're trying to protect her. But I hate that she's so exuberant to be free of them. It just makes me like sad that she even has to deal with them in the first place, you know? It's like,
if all the weird stuff that's about to happen that I will save for 5 seconds from now when we get to it, if all of that didn't happen, I would be like, yeah, Jacob shippers, hello. Like, she's literally running from Edward to be with Jacob. I can see why people would ship them.
But you are correct. We are about to discuss some like very troubling conversations. Chapter 8.
Temper.
Temper is me reading this chapter. It's just my little note before we really get into it. Okay, continue.
And Jacob reveals to her that there's a troubling pack scandal, anyway. Emily had her 2 nieces down for a visit, including Claire. Quill has imprinted on Claire, who is 2 years old. Bella is shocked and unsettled, while Jacob explains that imprinting isn't romantic or sexual, but is a powerful, instinctive bond where wolves become whatever the person imprinted needs at each stage in life. And Bella
Excuse me, guys.
If Claire had any choice in this, and Jacob asked why she wouldn't choose Quill because he's perfectly made for her.
He's just gonna be so committed and devoted to her at every point in her life. And when because she's 2 now, right? So when she's like 7 or 8, then he'll just be like her best friend, and they'll go and pick wildflowers and make cookies and paint each other's nails and do all the things, and they'll probably play Barbies, you know? And then when she gets a little older and she's like 13, then she can talk to him about boys and like how mean teachers are being to her, and it's not romantic at all. And then when she's like 15, 16, going through freaking puberty, you know, he'll just be this weirdo 25-year-old that's having to hold her at arm's length, and she's like, please, can't we make out? I like feel all these things for you. Isn't this super reasonable? And guys,
this sounds dangerously close to grooming.
I can't even accurately or adequately describe the fucked upness of this whole concept of these the wolf imprinting system. But I can't do it.
Grooming.
It is. And it's the whole thing is like, it just takes that they have to see the woman, their other person. And then it's not even like a romantic thing. It's like gravity shifts. And before, gravity was holding you to Earth, but now she is. And like, I literally, like, I can't even formulate cogent thoughts about like the depth of depravity that this whole system is primed for.
I'm going to bring up a quote from the book again. Bella says, "But she's a baby," I protested. He looked at me with dark amusement. "Quill's not getting any older," he reminded me, a bit of acid in his tone. "He'll just have to be patient for a few decades." And I would like to present here on screen a screenshot of the definition of the word age, which I also have in my notes that I will read to you. Age, noun, the length of time a person has lived or a thing has existed. You don't just not age because your physical body doesn't change. That's fucking stupid. And I hate it as a concept. I hate that through the whole book, they're like, oh, well, I don't age. I'm like, yeah, like physically your body is not like aging into like being an old person, but that time still exists. You've still been alive for that length of time. You're still that old.
And you've still been gathering experiences. And that's really, to me, what, like, you know, it kind of like age is like the amount of experiences that you have. So really the amount of like the physical age of your body really has very, very little to do with that.
That's what I'm saying. It's so dumb. I hate it. And I feel like back in the day, like when this book came out, it was like, oh, well, he doesn't age. How logical. Like, it's not weird. I don't think people thought about it as hard. I feel like it happened in like quite a bit of media and it was just acceptable. It was like, oh, I'm like a 10,000-year-old demon and it's fine.
It doesn't make any sense. It's deeply disturbing. Just the fact that this could like come from somebody's mind and they would think that it's like, I'll just write like a whole story about this. And like, also, I would like to point out actually that in this chapter, while they keep having this discussion and he's like telling Bella that it's like, oh, they just have to see the object of their affection. And they're talking about the whole thing with the babies and everything. He like keeps looking at her really hard and like squeezing his eyes closed and then looking at her again. And then like looking at her very intensely. So you know what he's doing is like he's like trying to make it happen with Bella because he's like in love with Bella, or so he thinks, but he's like, I haven't imprinted on her, and like, you know, that's weird, and that's why he's like, oh, it will never happen for me. It's just not gonna happen for me because all I ever see is you, blah blah blah. Guys, he's the reason that Jake is so obsessed with her is because he can fucking tell it's coming. It's coming.
It's coming.
I can't go that far ahead yet.
So despite Jacob's ferocious blinking, he says that he believes it will never happen for him because he can only see Bella. And I just want to say how dense are these people. They haven't figured it out yet. That something else is going on here.
Not even a little bit of anybody has figured anything out at any point.
Yeah, with how perceptive Bella is, you'd think that she'd be like, maybe there's more going on here than just like this surface level glancing at someone thing. Okay, so they decide to head to the house and ride motorcycles for the day, a very wholesome activity. And Jacob apologizes for ratting Bella out to Charlie about the motorcycle, and she forgives him.
Yeah, and she says, oh, hopefully Billy doesn't say something to Charlie. And Jacob is like, nah, he wouldn't do that. He doesn't like freak out about things like your dad does. And like, I don't know. I mean, I know Bella's 18. It's like all a moot point because Bella can do whatever she wants. Even I feel weird about being like, Bella shouldn't like be doing that. But I just like Jacob, they all know how Charlie feels about the motorcycles. Jacob even asked her, he asked her like if Charlie would be upset about it, or I think he's like, or the bloodsucker, but he was talking about Edward. And she's like, I think both of them would be upset about it, to be honest.
Then Bella and Jacob start having this conversation about how if Bella was serious about being turned into a vampire, and she confirms that she was, of course.
Oh, yeah. When they're sitting in the garage, like after their bike ride, Jake is like, you know what you told me like at the end of the last book, you know what you told me, that it wasn't any of my business. You weren't like serious about that, right? Of course she was, because like it's Bella's choice.
And Jacob explains to her that if the Cullens break their promise not to change humans, then the treaty between the vampires and the werewolves would be void. And Bella's like, well, we would just leave. And Jacob's like, yeah, well, the treaty isn't bound by location. Like, they can't change anyone ever.
So I'm just like, what are you gonna do, Jake? Like, follow her around for the rest of her and your natural life and just like make sure that's obviously
that would just be forever.
Yeah. At that point, it would just be forever. Because, of course, if they just leave, like, if they go to fucking Europe, then I doubt the Quileute wolf pack is gonna follow them, because Jacob specifically says there's no geographical limit to the treaty. But I just think that's stupid.
But Bella tries to minimize the situation by saying that Jacob broke the treaty already by telling her about the vampires. And Jacob's like, yeah, well, 2 wrongs don't make a right. I also feel like one of those things would be worse than the other. Like, him telling her about the vampires doesn't seem like as serious as like turning someone into a vampire to me.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, but also I think that like it's just very childish and a little shitty of Jake, because he's like, well, I broke the treaty like before I knew about it, so it doesn't even count. And I'm just like, I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah, just feign ignorance. That's how that works. Bella asks Jacob if he could ever forgive her for wanting to change, and Jacob says that once she's turned, his friend won't exist anymore, and there will be no one to forgive.
And she might as well be dead.
Yep. And she's like, well, is this goodbye then? And he's like, well, we still have a few years of being friends. And then Bella reveals that she's planning to turn in just a few weeks. And she's like, I'm going to do a quote again. She says, what's the point in waiting? He's all I want. What else can I do? I meant that as a rhetorical question. Anything else. You'd be better off dead. I'd rather you were.
Yeah, too far. Like, absolutely, like, too far, Jacob. You should never say that to anybody, number one. Especially not in this situation. It's like literally just fucking somebody let her fucking make a choice for herself. Somebody.
Yeah, has anyone in this whole fucking book, like, let Bella do what she wants to do without trying to impose their decision-making on her?
Not a single fucking man in this story has ever once given Bella the choice to do anything, except for actually, I think, I was going to say Edward in the next chapter, I think, gives Bella some choices. And I was like, wow, good job. Like I said earlier, there's some moments that I'm not like just fucking hate him forever.
Yeah, I wanted to say that it's not just the men, it's everybody. Because, like, Rose is trying to get her to change her mind. Like, her mom wants her to move back to Florida. Alice just goes along with whatever Edward wants to do.
Yeah.
As much as I love Alice, like, she is just going along with the whole thing and not standing up for Bella at all. Yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely complicit. I actually, I agree with you. It's literally everybody. Nobody thinks Bella can make a choice for herself. Not a single one of them. Man, I don't know if like that pisses me off extra just because I'm blind, right? So it's like a kind of ableism where like sometimes people think like disabled people can't really make choices for themselves or like do whatever because
your eyes don't work, your brain must not work either.
Exactly. At least that's what people think, right? And so I think maybe I'm like very sensitive to it, so that's why it just fucking pisses me off so much the entire book. Not that it's not like obvious and doesn't like piss you off as well, but I think maybe that's why I'm like hyper sensitive to it.
That makes sense. Yeah, I can see why that would be upsetting because no one's listening to her, no one's taking her opinion into account, and they're just like, no, do what I want you to do. Don't think about it, just listen to me.
Yeah, and I'm just like, Bella has a brain, guys. Bella has a brain, and she's like a fucking... Bella is an able-bodied, thinking human adult. Somebody let her be that.
Bella ends up taking her bike back to the Cullens, where she's surprised to find Alice waiting for her.
Oh, yeah, no, when Jake says that he would rather Bella be dead than that, she gets super fucking pissed and is like, oh, yeah? Well, that's fucking nice, Jake. And, like, stands up, jumps on her bike, and just, like, tears the hell out of there on her bike. And she takes it to the Cullens.
When she's there, Alice is lamenting that she hasn't even had a chance to drive the Porsche yet. And Bella's like, well, I'll stay and play nice if it makes it easier for you. And she's not going to tell Alice why she left or anything.
Yeah, and Alice is just like, thank you, Bella. Would you play nice to make it easier on me so that I can like let my brother completely just boss you around and get you to do whatever and like you lose all your autonomy and the whole thing? Yeah. I mean, I love Alice so much. Alice is like my favorite character in these whole books, always. But she does really, really just go along with whatever Edward says, and it grates on me.
Yeah, me too. That's her flaw. She can have one flaw. I'll forgive her. I still love her.
Me too. I love her too. But yeah, I guess Alice's flaw is that she listens to fucking Bonehead.
Then Bella wakes in the darkness to realize Edward has returned and is holding her.
And moved her to the bed because she had been sleeping on the couch out of protest for Edward buying her a bed.
Didn't even catch that. That's funny.
Yeah, because she'd been on the couch, so like he moves her to the bed.
Oh, that's funny.
He asks her, like, what's wrong with this bed? I think in like a little while, and like a very non-important exchange that they have where he's like, what's wrong with this bed that you object to so much? And she's just like, well, it's unnecessary. I will take it. Like, sell it to me. I'll take it.
Sell it to you.
Like, I want that gorgeous wrought iron, like rose trellis 4-poster. I want it so badly.
It did sound very pretty.
Yeah, it sounded so me, right? Like, except for the gold coverlet, but like, I'm like, I can put like a black coverlet on it and then it will be very me.
Bella expects to feel anger when she sees Edward. Edward says he's not angry about her visiting La Push or skipping school, and he explains that he's decided to trust her judgment and not let his prejudice against werewolves drive a wedge between them. And so she's feeling a bit better.
Hurrah! Edward learns a lesson. Applause. Good job, Edward. See, this is what I mean. It's literally like in this chapter where he like starts being a reasonable person and like not just wanting to control every single thing that Bella like does or is exposed to. And I am here for it. And I actually like, I see it. Because, you know, guys, I don't know if anybody knows this about me, but my little goth heart, I would love a vampire boyfriend, right? And so it's been making me upset how much I, like, have been hating Edward, like, consistently through these books. So I do love a moment where I can sympathize with the vampire boyfriend.
Yeah, this part did catch me off guard in a good way, where I was like, oh, you're reasonable.
And nice!
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think this was the first moment where I was like, oh, maybe Edward doesn't like completely suck. Maybe he will win me over at some point.
One day in the future, possibly.
Agree with Edward for once in my life. And Bella explains to Edward that she doesn't want to go back to La Push because of how upset Jacob got about when he realized she would be turning soon, and Bella expects Edward to be happy about that. But he says if it upsets Bella, then he couldn't possibly be happy about it, which was also nice of him.
Yeah, like Edward really consistently, like through this whole little interaction, I'm like, oh, wow, look, like that's the boyfriend. Like that's why she loves him. Because usually the interactions that we get exposed to of Bella and Edward are like so weird and toxic that I was like, oh, wow, look, they're like so sweet together. And he like loves her. And the fact that he says that specifically, like she says that she thought Edward would be happy that Jacob, you know, did something bad that made her upset because it would mean that Bella didn't want to go see Jacob anymore. And for Edward's immediate response to just be like, it makes you upset. It would never make me happy. Like, I loved that.
I did too. And then Bella brings up Edward's past in Denali and asks about a group of female vampires, and she wants to know if he was interested in any of them or if they were interested in And Edward tries to brush her off, but it gives in when Bella threatens to ask Alice.
Yeah. And it's just so funny. This was like a footnote in Rose's story, was about the only thing that made her feel better about Edward not showing interest in her was that Edward never really showed interest in anyone, even all of these like crazy female vampires from the Alaska tribe in Denali. And for that to be the thing that Bella latched onto in that story, I'm just like, girl.
And Edward says that Tanya showed some interest in him, but he very gentlemanly turned her down. And Edward says he likes Bella when she's jealous, which I thought was a little gross, but whatever. I'm going to look past it because he's been being nice the rest of this chapter. And he reassures her that she is more his type. And he says,
he's like,
you're quite adorable when you're jealous. It's surprisingly enjoyable.
Yeah, and he's like, I like brunettes, don't worry. And he like calls her my Bella and my only love, and like, oh, my heart is safe with you. You're the only one that's ever held it, or like a bunch of nonsense, cutesy, namby-pamby stuff like that.
And he reassures her that you are the only one who has ever touched my heart, and then they fall asleep.
Chapter 9.
Target. Alice drops Bella off in the morning. Charlie greets her and mentions a phone message from Jacob saying he apologized and asking her to call him. Bella refuses because she's still angry about what he said.
Okay, wait. I have just something I have to mention. Is like, Jacob called, and I took down the note. So Bella walks in to where the phone is, and she sees the note that Charlie left, which is literally, Jake called and said that he feels so bad about what he said. Now, Bella, I would give him a break, or like something like that. I forget exactly what it was, but basically Charlie added a note on to the end where he's like, you should forgive him. And I'm just like, fucking stay out of it, Dad. Like, this is not your fight. Like, oh my God, is it absolutely not Charlie's place to fucking tell Bella that she should forgive Jacob? Number one, Charlie doesn't even know what Jacob said, or like in what context, or like what he did that made her upset. It's all because, Charlie's obvious preference for Jacob and that whole thing, which like is still continuing. Honestly, some of the most egregious behavior happens in the next couple of chapters with Charlie and that. But I really didn't like the fact that he editorialized her note from Jacob to call him back.
No, he's still trying way too hard to push for Jacob.
Just absolutely not his fucking place. Even a little bit. Even once. If my dad ever like said some shit to me about my like, because I know Jacob's not her boyfriend, but like Charlie knows at least like that much, that Jacob isn't her boyfriend, and like Bella has a boyfriend. Stay the fuck out of this situation. It has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, like you said, he literally doesn't even know what happened. He just wants Bella to blindly forgive Jacob, and so they can go right off into the sunset.
Which is stupid, because Charlie doesn't even know that Jacob's been the one putting her on a fucking motorcycle.
That's a good point. Bella goes to her room and she notices that it's unusually neat and that some items are missing altogether. And she's just thinking, oh, well, Alice must have cleaned because she had grabbed my stuff for the sleepover.
She talks about later how somebody coming and stealing like a couple of things from her decimates her wardrobe. And she like doesn't have any clothes anymore because somebody stole like 3 things. And I'm like, girl, like get some more clothes. Like, that's crazy.
Well, we talked in the before about how she owned like nothing. She came there with nothing, and I don't think she really is the shopping type.
No, I mean, you're exactly right. We've kind of had several discussions in both Twilight and New Moon that Bella is unmaterialistic to a fault and just literally doesn't own anything. But it was just crazy to have it pointed out, like in this stark a contrast, that like somebody literally coming and taking like 3 or 4 things, including her pillow. Like, she literally says that it decimated her wardrobe.
Then Edward rings the doorbell and Bella lets him in, and he's immediately sensing that another vampire has been in the house.
Yeah, he like runs upstairs. It's like she opens the door and he's like looking all freaked out, and he's like, give me 2 seconds. And so he like runs upstairs like so fast that nobody can see him, like past Charlie, and then comes back down and is like, somebody's been in your room. Like, oh my God. And Bella's like, oh, Victoria? Like, ah. And then he's like, no, it's not Victoria. I don't know who it is. Like, wow, who was it? And then they think maybe it might be somebody from the Volturi, or like they really don't know what's up.
No, and Edward wants Bella to come to their house so they can talk to Alice, but Bella's worried about leaving Charlie, and Edward, Emmett, and Jasper decide to search the area, but the trail has gone cold. And they do end up going to the Cullens, where Edward is very angry at Alice for not foreseeing the visit, and Alice tells him Bella was never in any danger. And she says, you already got me watching the Volturi's decisions, watching for Victoria's return, watching Bella's every step. Do you want to add another? Do I just have to watch Charlie or Bella's room or the house or the whole street too? Edward, if I try to do too much, things are going to start slipping through the cracks.
Yeah, and then Edward's like, it looks like things already are, and they're like kind of starting to argue, and Bella is like, I was really upset that Edward was talking to Alice that way, and I was like, me too, like, leave her alone. She obviously doesn't know. It's kind of weird that she hasn't seen what's going on, but she obviously like can't pay attention to everything all the time, and nobody seems to know who this newcomer is, like this new vampire. Alice doesn't think they're from the Volturi because she's been watching the Volturi. And I guess that they still kind of think that maybe it could be somebody from the Volturi, but Alice doesn't think it is. And somebody brings Carlisle a leaf with the scent on it, and Carlisle doesn't know who it is either.
Yeah, and Bella at this point is just realizing like how vast the vampire world is and wonders how often people are around them and they're just walking around on the street without people even knowing. And Bella also argues that the fact that someone was searching for her is reason enough not to wait any longer to turn her, fearing that her presence puts Charlie in danger. And Edward and the Cullens reassure her that there isn't an immediate risk. And Edward urges her to think of Charlie, and she replies, I am thinking of Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, it's Bella honestly like has a really good point. Like if she's just allowed to be turned, then it does take away all the danger to Charlie. Somebody just
Edward's
needs to let Bella.
that like, oh, well, he's gonna worry about you because you're gonna disappear and all this stuff. So
honestly, like everybody's got a valid point. I just think that they gotta let Bella make the choice.
So after they have that whole argument, Edward takes Bella home, and Charlie mentions that Jacob's been calling again. And Edward ends up spending the night with Bella that night.
Yeah.
Then
Bella makes sure to say that, like, Charlie waits to give her messages until Edward is in the room.
I forgot about that. In the morning, Bella decides to forgive Jacob and calls him while Edward is listening nearby.
She's like, I've decided to let Jacob off the hook. And Edward's just like, I knew you would eventually.
I like that. And Jacob apologizes profusely, and Bella accepts, telling him they have some more important things to worry about. And Edward gestures for the phone because he wants to talk to Jacob, and he wants to discuss this new mysterious vampire scent.
Yeah. Edward, like, this is the moment where I guess Edward has the idea. He's like, what if we teamed up and we, like, all tried to figure out what was going on? I don't think that's exactly what he's thinking, but this is the moment that the Scooby team, like, unites, you know?
And the two plan to cooperate, and they're discussing where the boundaries are and adjusting those and their territories and tracking the intruder. And Jacob tries to convince Edward that the reservation is safer for Bella and Charlie while Edward is away. And Jacob says that he's coming over to get the scent of the vampire.
They're, like, discussing back and forth, Edward and Jacob, about, like, the logistics of, Edward says, I wanted to follow the scent for myself, blah, blah, blah. All right, well, that's fine. And they're just having, like, a back and forth on the phone. And then Jacob turns up and is like, hi, I'm like, or I don't think he turns up yet. I think he's going to turn up in the next chapter, but he's like, I'm coming over. And Edward's leaving. And the negotiations about the territory is they're trying to, like, work the territory boundaries so that the wolves can try tracking the mysterious vampire, because Jasper, Emmett, and Eddie all already tried and it didn't work. So they're like, the wolves can try. And so they're going to rearrange all the barriers and stuff. Only if Sam is amenable to it. Chapter 10.
Scent. Bella is irritated that Edward insists on leaving so Jacob can visit.
This is what I was talking about. Jacob does, like, turn up in her house, but it wasn't until the start of this chapter.
Edward reassures her that this is to keep things easier for everyone and promises he'll stay by to protect her. And Bella continues to insist that Jacob is not dangerous.
I mean, you're right. Like, he's not physically dangerous to Bella. Like, that is true. She's not in physical danger, probably, unless, like, you know, some
He's
crazy
just gonna do psychic damage.
It's more emotional and mental damage that I'm worried about personally.
Yeah. Jacob arrives quickly, so quickly that it startles Bella with how silently and quickly he moves. And she, like, jumps, like, he appears behind her. She's like, ah!
I think she's like washing dishes, so she like spills water everywhere.
And they're bantering while she does the dishes, including Bella teasing him for being shirtless. And Jacob they explained this in the earlier book, but I guess they had to like retell everybody that it's a pain to carry clothes when they transform.
I don't even think that they like talked about it in the last book. I think that maybe, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think maybe Stephanie just thought about it a little bit more, or went on some forums and like saw what the fans were saying or like something, and was like, oh yeah, like they do probably need to carry around their clothes. So she's got this system. No,
they definitely talked about it, because they would like we talked about how they would plant shorts in the woods. Because when they transform, all their clothes rip off.
Yes, I agree, but I think that was just our theory, was that they planted shorts in the woods. I don't think they ever said that that was what they did.
No, but like their clothes rip off, and then they like are wearing clothes again. So obviously they're like carrying clothes around or something.
I mean, yeah, you're right, but I just don't think it was discussed. Like I think they just turned up in shorts in the last book, and we were like, where'd they get those shorts? They must just have shorts planted around the woods. But now,
I see. So now it's switched to him carrying them in his mouth.
Yes,
while he's a wolf.
I think that is like an Eclipse specific detail that we didn't find out until this book, that apparently that's what happens. Is Jacob uses a cord that he has wrapped around his ankle to like tie the pants to himself while he's in wolf form, because the clothes don't transform with him. And he's like, does it offend you that I'm half naked?
I guess like, he figured out this cord system since before, because before the clothes were just ripping off, I'm pretty sure, but then they would always come back with clothes on.
Exactly.
Okay, so he's figured out this whole new way to carry his clothes.
The clothes carrying cord, the CCC, as I will now hereby being referring to it as, yes, is an Eclipse specific detail that we just found out this book.
Okay, that makes sense. I feel like that could be a development though, because before they were like, Billy can't afford to buy another pair of shoes. So he was probably like, you guys really need to figure this shit out, because I'm not buying you any more clothes, and then you're all going to be naked and you won't be able to leave the house. So they were probably like, wait, we have to invent the clothes carrying cord.
We really got to invent that CCC, because like we can't just be all out like large ass russet colored Native American men, dicks swinging in the wind. Oh man, it's so fucking funny.
Jacob checks out Bella's room and tells Bella that her room stinks, and she says that she'll buy air freshener.
Also, the reason that her room stinks has nothing to do with air freshener, guys. It's just a vampire smell.
And then Jacob starts asking her personal questions, like if her and Edward kiss, and if being around a vampire makes her uncomfortable.
And she's like, never. And I think he asked her specifically, like, what's having a vampire boyfriend like? And she's like, it's the best. And like, I'm never afraid of him, and just like all this stuff, because he keeps asking. And then, he says specifically, like, do you kiss him? You can tell he's super weirded out and uncomfy. And he's like, ew, like, I can't believe you let him kiss you. Like, blah, like, I'm
Jacob figuring out what girlfriends and boyfriends do for the first time.
That was just what I was thinking, actually.
Wow, you guys actually kiss? Ew.
Yeah, and I think he says specifically, like, aren't you worried about the fangs? And Bella's like, you know he doesn't have fangs, Jacob. Like, be so for real.
So Jacob's getting a little uncomfortable talking about this, and he accidentally slices his hand deeply with a knife, and Bella starts to panic at the sight of blood, and she's like, I have to take you to the ER. And then mid-freak out, she realizes that his wound is healing already.
Jacob cuts himself really badly. My main thing about this is I think Bella is surprisingly together for somebody who has like such a bad blood phobia, that one singular drop of blood on a slide card in her high school class fully made her lose consciousness and like take a nap on a sidewalk.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and she's just like, oh, the room was a little spinny at the edges, but like I think I can drive you to the ER. I'm just like, this is, I don't know, like this is a lot of growth for Bella. She's apparently like mostly conquered her blood phobia.
Wow, good job, Bella. I did not think about that because I was just so focused on like, Bella, you know and perceive everything, and you somehow forgot that werewolves have these healing powers.
Have like,
But maybe it's because she saw the blood and just like blacked out. Was like, oh my god, it's blood, but didn't
maybe.
pass out. So good job.
Yeah, that's on growth for our bells.
Yeah, good job, Bella. Jacob then asks Bella what it's like to have a werewolf as a best friend. She reassures him that when he's kind, it's wonderful, which clearly means a lot to him, and he hugs her tightly before teasing her about smelling like vampires again.
Yeah, because right before Edward left, he had like breathed in her hair, and then when Jacob goes to smell her hair, he's like, "Oh, you smell terrible!" Like Bella kind of like laughs to herself because she is like, "Oh, that's why Edward was smiling when he left after he did that." Which I think is funny. Like, I love, like, the little antagonisms that they just kind of jab at each other that aren't too serious.
Yeah, I think Stephanie is good at writing their banter. I feel like there's a lot of good character interaction when they're just being, like, teenagers and hanging out.
Yeah, teenagers in, like, a silly love triangle.
Yeah. As Jacob prepares to leave, he invites Bella to a bonfire at La Push. Bella hesitates, knowing how tense things are, and she says she'll ask Edward. Jacob jokes about Edward being her warden, and then slips out the back door. Then Edward returns moments after Jacob leaves. He jokingly asks if Bella stabbed Jacob, noticing the knife on the counter, and then she's like, "Oh, I thought I got it all," and starts washing the knife.
Yeah, he's immediately, like, that's the first thing he said. He's like, "Oh, you stabbed Jacob, huh?" I don't know. I don't know. It was something about the way he said it that I found really charming.
Yeah. See, good character interaction.
Yeah.
He then reveals he picked up her mail, including a heavy envelope from Dartmouth, which Bella is shocked to discover an acceptance letter, and Edward obviously submitted the application.
Yeah. And she's like, "What? Why would you do that? Blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to let you throw away the amount of money on you could buy yourself another sports car with for me to not go to college." And Edward's like, "Well, what if you did? You'd enjoy it, and Charlie would freak out, and your mom would be super happy." Because, I would understand more, I guess, maybe if Edward was just, regular people wealthy and, that amount of money actually meant something.
Yeah, I have an issue with that too. Yeah, because it's not like he's just a regular rich guy. He's got infinite vampire money.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I don't think it would really harm them at all. And then
not even a little, they wouldn't even notice.
Yeah, and since they're alive forever, it's not their timeline is not the same. Even if it made a dent in their wealth, Alice, it's been canonically confirmed that Alice uses her power to play the stocks. So they're gonna live forever. They can just keep investing and wait eternity to make that money back.
Seriously, I think I was just watching this episode of Futurama, I talk about a reference that I didn't think would bring in, but there's this Futurama episode where Fry had 93 cents invested.
Oh,
a bank.
That one.
Yeah, at a bank before he got frozen. And then he's frozen for 1,000 years. That's the whole plot of Futurama, if nobody's ever seen Futurama. But yeah, he wakes up in the year 30 whatever, and
3,000.
Yeah, it's in the year 3000 because it's for 1,000 years from the year 2000. That's how math works. But yeah, and then she goes to check his bank balance because he's like, "Yeah, I had a few cents invested here, so I'll check." And she goes to, and she's like, "Oh, your balance is now $4,800,000,000." I'm just like, yeah, that's how that works. And that was with a 93-cent initial investment, guys. It's appreciation can do wonders for you if you've got enough time to wait.
Yeah, correct. The money literally would not matter in the situation. And Edward's like, "Well, imagine how proud Charlie and Renee would be." But Bella's like, "No, I just want to get through graduation." Edward reassures her that she's safe and has time, but Bella explains her plan to send money to Alaska as an alibi to disappear after graduation. So her plan is just to go to Alaska with Edward.
Yeah, because she figures that Alaska is far enough away that she can make excuses for a while, and then she doesn't really know what she's going to do after she runs out of being able to make excuses. But she figures that if she at least starts out in Alaska, then she's got like at least a couple years of plausible deniability of like just disappearing.
Edward makes a remark about how secrecy becomes easier once everyone you know is dead. And she's very shocked by that. He immediately apologizes, but I was like,
true point. Valid. How would Christian Grey say it? Fair point, well made.
Oh, yeah. Then they change the subject. Bella asks Edward if he knows where Alice moved her things, and Edward quickly becomes alarmed when he realizes that the missing items are saturated with Bella's scent.
He just says these are items that you've worn many times and slept on. Like, that's obviously, and they both immediately have the reaction of like, oh shit, like it wasn't even just that there was a vampire intruder. He was collecting scent markers to either prove that he was there, or what I think, and 100% transparency, guys. I actually fully don't really remember what happens at the end of this book. So I think that the reason that somebody gathered up so many of Bella's things is so that they can have more than one scent marker to give to different, like, people or vampires or whatever it is to hunt her down. I'm not 100% sure that's what it is, but that was immediately what I thought.
Oh, that makes sense. Edward contacts Carlisle at this point, but Carlisle doesn't have any answers for them, really. And then they end up searching the newspaper, and he connects the situation to the murders in Seattle, and he's like, oh, this is the work of multiple vampires, and they're being reckless.
Multiple newborn vampires, specifically.
And he worries that it's going to attract the Volturi, and that they're going to intervene because the vampires are threatening their exposure.
Yeah, so apparently there was another kind of like serial killer-esque situation that happened like a few years ago that the Volturi took care of long before it had gotten to the point that it is now. I think there's like 39 deaths or something at this point. Like, it's pretty extreme. And so he's like, I would really, really rather not have the Volturi come to check that out, because while they're so geographically close to you, Bella, they might remember about checking up on you. And Edward's whole thing is that he's convinced that they've got like plenty of time because vampires don't think about time the same way. But he's like, if they're that close, then they might think about it.
And Edward notes here that Jasper's experience with newborn vampires could be helpful.
And Bella's like, what? Jasper has experience with newborn vampires?
First we are hearing of this. And he briefly wonders if Bella's life would be easier without him. And of course, Bella's just going to dismiss that immediately.
Bella's like, no, never. I wouldn't. There's no point in forever without you. I'm not going to do it. I don't want one day without you. You know, their usual cow-eyed nonsense that they spew at each other.
Cow-eyed nonsense. Edward admits he overheard Jacob inviting Bella to the bonfire at La Push, and instead of forbidding it, he reassures her that he trusts her judgment and the werewolf's protection.
Yes!
And he agrees to let her go with a few precautions, including driving her to the boundary and keeping her in contact by phone.
Listen,
and of course, Charlie gives her permission to.
Yes. Okay, Charlie, I don't care about. Fucking Edward's whole attitude about this, like, I'm gonna trust your judgment. If you want to go to the party, then I'm gonna let you go. I'm even okay with his precautions. Like, I'm 1000% okay with that. With him wanting to drive her there and wanting to give her like a phone to stay in contact, I'm like, that's fine. Like, be safe. Better safe than sorry. But I was so proud of him for letting her make the choice to go. I was just like, look at you letting Bella be her own person and have her own friends. And what growth, Edward?
Yeah, Edward's really been making a turn for the better these last couple chapters.
Strides. He's making such strides.
So Bella is obviously going to go, and she decides to return her bike to Jacob. And they get Bella's bike from Edward's garage, and she notices a high-end motorcycle that Edward has bought. And it makes her old bike look all like old and shabby by comparison.
She literally like thinks to herself that like that's what her and Edward look like next to each other, like a broken down child's basically like bike next to this. Edward's got some kind of silver high powered racing bike monstrosity that's like low to the ground and like looks really cool. Listen, I feel the same way about motorcycles that Charlie does, so monstrosity it is. Edward is like, I wanted to ride with you. I didn't know like if you would want to like keep riding or what, because he says to her that he wasn't 100% sure whether she was gonna like fully forgive Jacob or not, and he says that it seemed like riding the bikes was something that she really enjoyed, so he was gonna do it with her and they could do it together. And Bella makes an observation like, oh man, like I wouldn't even be able to keep up with you on that motorcycle, like on my little rinky dinky what I have. And then Edward's like, but of course I'd keep pace with you. It's all about you, Bella. But as much as it's like kind of a little bit of a silly interaction, I really like that he was trying to engage in an interest of hers with her.
Oh, you're right. I actually didn't pick up on that. I was very focused on like, well, why didn't you just buy like a shittier bike? Like, why do you need to like drive a fast bike slow? You could have just put a slower. But you bring up a good point. He is trying to be nice and like do a thing that she likes for her, and that is very nice of him.
Yeah, okay, so I think we're both correct, though, actually, because I actually didn't, like, quite think about it that way, but you're right, he could have just bought a shittier bike.
Then he wouldn't have to, like, hold back.
Yeah, that's true.
And he also bought her a helmet, and according to him, she looks sexy in it.
Yeah, I fully fucking stan. I love that he bought her the motorcycle helmet and the riding jacket. He's like, I hear road rash really sucks. And listen, guys, as somebody with an ex that got into a very minor motorcycle accident, I can absolutely guarantee to you road rash does suck. It's literally the worst. It's fucking awful. Like his whole like leg shoulder was like hamburger. Like it was just the worst fucking thing that you could possibly thought of. It like scrapes the whole top layer of your skin off, and then it's just you get all like the road grit in it. It's not fun. Not fun in any. I
busted my ass on the road on my inline skates, and I scraped my entire ass, and that was nasty. So I can't imagine going more than like, you know, a few miles an hour and hitting the road.
Yeah.
Like I bruised my entire ass, and like the scrape, like it did look like I scraped off my whole top layer of skin, and I was like, great. My whole ass is just like a scab now. That's disgusting. And like I said, I was on inline skates, so I can only imagine if I was like speeding on a bike and got thrown off of it or something.
Like how much worse it would be. Yeah. So like full freaking applause to Edward. I have been saying since the last book, I was like the first person that was like, why the fuck doesn't Jacob give her a fucking helmet? Like, what is wrong?
Yeah, you were very like, what is going on? I remember that.
Like, yeah, so thank God Bella's got a fucking motorcycle helmet and a jacket. I'm very here for that. And it's cute. I like that Edward calls her sexy, and Bella's does not believe him, and she's just like, you're lying or whatever. And I don't know, maybe he does find that sexy.
Yeah, I'm here for it. I like this new version of Edward where he's actually trying to be nice.
And giving Bella things.
Yeah.
And then, but he does say, he's like, okay, I message received, Bella. This is somehow like a friendship thing that you kind of particularly want to do with Jacob. And I'm going to make myself be okay with that. It's another like growth moment for him that he's going to make himself be okay with that. And he's going to give the bike to Jasper, because Jasper needs a new mode of transportation. And I think that the fancy bike is a way better fit for Jasper anyways.
And then later, Edward drives Bella to La Push and drops her off near the boundary, instructing her to call when she wants to come home. And Edward brings the motorcycle he picked the motorcycle up out of the trunk, and I think she was like surprised that he just like picked it up by himself, which I thought was really funny.
She does say that she was like surprised that her whole bike fit into the back of his Volvo, But she made I think when she was talking about that, she's like, it's probably easier when you can just kind of like plop it in there. Like,
Yeah,
it's not heavy.
Like, pick up, move over, put down. That's it.
Yeah.
Jacob is really excited to see Bella, and Edward, of course, makes a big show of kissing her before leaving.
Yeah, this is like another one of those little things like I like when Edward and Jacob kind of like tease each other through Bella almost. I kind of like that like dynamic between the three of them. Chapter 11.
Legends. Are you ready for another Stephenie Meyer lore dump, TM? You're gonna get one, even if you're not.
This is the most intense Stephenie Meyer lore dump. This whole chapter is a little, I'm not going to say it's like bad. Like it's like all of it makes sense and stuff, but it's just like the way she wrote it, it's like it grates. It's just like it doesn't flow very naturally. And all of this is very important because in this chapter, we're going to get the history of the werewolves, basically, and what's up with them. But it just, like, I don't really like the way she decided to write it. Like, not even so much in that it's, like, a legend being spoken to them by, like, one of the tribe elders. I think that is fine. I just, like, the actual content of the legend. I don't know. I just don't like it that much.
I'm sick of these lore dumps. Like every time she wants to do a backstory, she's like, and now a person sat down to tell someone else a story. It's happened in the previous books. Yeah, it's happened. This is the second time in this book. I think it's going to happen again later. I just don't really. Again, I don't like this as a writing device. I think maybe to do it once if it's done well, but this is just how she presents backstories. It's like, oh, Bella, sit down with me and I will tell you what happened.
I will tell you the story of my people. Quite literally, in this case, we're getting the story of the Quileutes as a people. But I didn't even really exactly like. I knew what you meant, that like she does like the lore dump constantly. But you're right. Every time she wants to like give us some new information, somebody's like, "Hey Bella, sit down and let me tell you a story."
Yeah. It's every time. And it's not even just this book, it's all of them.
It's literally every single one. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, get ready for the Quileute lore dump, guys. Here it goes.
Okay, here it goes. So it's late at night and there's a bonfire at La Push, and Bella's, just hanging out with Jacob and the rest of the pack, which is all the young werewolves and some of the elders and family members.
So in attendance, we do have Leah and Seth Clearwater and their mother. Bella makes the observation that it looks like ever since Harry Clearwater died, that happened in the last book, it looks like his wife, Sue, has taken his place on the council, and her kids are in attendance as well as Will and Embry and like all the wolves. And also, I think it's the girl that Quill imprinted on. Her name is Kim. It is, or maybe it's Jared.
Was it Jared? Yeah.
It might be Jared. Yeah. I was like, it's one of the fringe wolves that's like on the fringes.
The important part is that Bella's like observing their imprinting bond.
Yes. Yeah. She says that Kim looks really plain at first, but then she's like, after watching the way that Jared looked at her, I could no longer see anything plain about her. The way that they interacted, I could see the depths of the imprinting bond. Stephenie basically right now is going out of her way to make us feel better about the imprinting, even though there's no actual way to do that.
What if Stephenie had just written that girl older?
The 2-year-old?
Yeah. What if the nieces were like 20? Would that have changed anything but made it less creepy?
Jared is the same age as fucking Jake. So Jared is literally 16 and a half years old. So what if that niece was just like, I don't know, 14, 15? Like, it would still be weird, but like...
Oh, but then they'd be around the same age. It wouldn't be like literal, because I don't think a 14 and a 16-year-old is like pretty normal. It wouldn't be like...
Yeah. Within an acceptable amount of age gap, even at that age.
Yeah, like I understand there's still a gap, but you can't really compare 14 and 16 and like 16 and 2.
and 2.
It's not the
Literally
same.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally not the same. Not even a little
Not
bit
the same fucking thing. No.
You know, what if Stephanie Meyer had just made everything problematic about this book non-problematic?
Yeah, you know what? I shouldn't ask such silly questions like that. I will continue making it through this chapter. So Jacob explains that the bonfire is a council meeting and a rite of passage for the first-timers who are about to hear their tribe's true history, and it's no longer a legend like they thought, but this is all real now that they're realizing. And Billy begins to tell them the story. Billy recounts how the Quileutes were once spirit warriors who could leave their bodies to protect. The greatest of these chiefs was Taha Aki, a wise and peaceful leader. A jealous warrior named Utlapa betrayed him by stealing Taha Aki's body while his spirit was away, murdering his own body to trap Taha Aki forever in the spirit world. Utlapa ruled cruelly in Taha Aki's stolen form while Taha Aki watched helplessly. In desperation, Taha Aki eventually entered the body of a great wolf, gaining a physical form again. With the help of loyal warriors, the truth was revealed about Utlapa, and when Utlapa tried to kill the elder who discovered him, Taha Aki's rage triggered a transformation. The wolf became a new, powerful human form that combined both wolf and man. Taha Aki destroyed Utlapa and reclaimed leadership.
Yep, that's pretty much how the wolf gene got into the Quileute tribe, basically, is the Taha Aki was like the great forefather, the great-great-great-grandfather of literally every single one of the wolf boys that's now sitting around this fire is the descendant of Taha Aki.
Then spirit walking is what they call it, became forbidden, and the Quileute magic evolved into shape-shifting instead. Taha Aki became the first true werewolf and was able to transform to protect his people, and some of his descendants inherited that power as well.
Yep, those are all the boys that we're hanging out with right now. While we're eating hot dogs. I think a little joke that Jake made before this story got started is he was like, yeah, no, we aren't just all here to eat a week's worth of groceries. We're going to have a council meeting. I forgot to mention that earlier.
Reminded me of that.
I really liked that. I also like the part it's like at the end after all the stories get told where and Jacob's like dropping Bella back off. He's like, yeah, and she's like, oh, I fell asleep. And he's like, yeah, you didn't even stay awake to watch me eat a whole cow.
Yeah, I like the ongoing joke of Jacob eating everything in sight.
Yeah, it reminds me of your boyfriend.
Me too. Maybe that's why it tickles me so much.
Billy Black told that story, the story of the spirit warriors and how the wolf came into the tribe. That was Billy Black speaking. And then next, Quill Atera, old Quill, who's young Quill's grandfather, the Quill that's one of the wolves' grandfather, tells the story next of the sacrifice of the third wife.
After Taha Aki gave up his immortality to live and die with his true wife, disappearances among the neighboring Macaw tribe led his sons, who are now wolves, to hunt a new enemy marked by a sweet burning scent. They discovered human-like creatures who were ice cold and impossibly strong and with red eyes and a thirst for blood. Though the wolves managed to kill this creature by tearing it apart and burning it, they learned it could try to reassemble itself, so its ashes were scattered and guarded.
Yeah, the ashes were scattered to the four winds, which I was like very anime of them. I don't know, just something about that. I could like see it happening in like a really good like anime ending, you know? And then yeah. And then it's like they scattered the ashes to the four winds, and then Billy Black like picks up like a drawstring bag that he's wearing around his neck that is obviously very ancient, and we are supposed to infer contains the ashes of that first cold one that the wolves fought.
The creature had a mate who they call the Cold Woman, who came seeking revenge and massacres, And Yaha Uta, the last surviving wolf, fought her. Taha Aki transformed once more to face her, but he was losing until his third wife stabbed herself using her blood to distract the vampire for a single moment, giving Taha Aki the opening to kill her. And witnessing their mother's death triggered Taha Aki's young son to transform early, and together they destroyed the cold woman.
I just had like a little narrative thing that I noticed where that legend really, really reminds me of the legend of the prince who was promised from Game of Thrones, when Azor Ahai's wife stabs herself like in order to forge the blade with which the Ice Walkers will be defeated. I don't know why, but just when I read that legend of the third wife and her sacrifice, I was like, well, that is pretty much exactly Game of Thrones.
That makes sense. I mean, they both stabbed themselves to defeat somebody cold and icy. So you're right on the money. Afterward, Taha Aki never returned to human form and disappeared into the forest. His sons continued guarding the tribe, passing their knowledge on through generations. Over time, wolves only emerged when vampires were near. Eventually, a peaceful treaty was made with a different sort of cold one, which was the Cullens. Their presence, however, draws others and forces the pack to grow again.
Yeah, so now there's more werewolves than there have like literally ever been at a single time. I think there's like 6 to 8 of them right now. And I think before in this legend telling, it had said that before the max that there ever was 3.
And then the story ends by framing the werewolves' role as a burden and a sacrifice, but the younger boys like Quill and Seth are openly being like, no, it's awesome.
Quill's like, it's so cool, man!
And Bella was bothered by the fact that the third wife's name was never mentioned. She's just the third wife the whole time.
Yeah, well, that is just kind of goes back to how history never preserves the women's names, because they're not the ones that are doing the shit, supposedly. And this is why history is pretty much written by men and sucks until recently.
Yeah. Bella falls asleep beside Jacob and wakes up in his car. Jacob wanted to play nice with Edward because he thinks if he's nice, then he'll be able to see Bella more often.
Which is true. And they're learning, finally.
They're working together. And then that night, Bella falls asleep next to Edward, and she has a disturbing dream of vampires and werewolves fighting, with herself holding a bloody silver knife.
Yeah, see, this is, again, what I mean. Like, Bella literally just has a dream about whatever the last story she got told was.
Yeah, and that's not helpful. It's like, we already know that the vampires and werewolves don't like each other, and I just read the story, so I don't need to hear about the knife.
Yeah, it's yeah, just I agree. I really don't like this device that she uses. It's like narratively.
If someone else like watching this has more insight and you're like, no, the dream was really important because of this thing, I would love for you to tell me why. I'm open to it, but I do not see it currently.
Please, honestly, at any point, if anyone disagrees with any of our takes, please engage with us about it. Obviously, respectfully, but we'd love to hear from anybody about why they agree or disagree with us.
That's literally why we're here, is to talk about Twilight ad nauseum, and it's not just with each other. We want to talk about it with everybody. So
forever and ever.
The next morning, Bella notices Edward had been reading Wuthering Heights, and Edward says being around her has made him able to sympathize with human emotions, and then she opens the book to a passage about drinking blood.
Yeah, it's like a passage where Heathcliff basically is saying that if you couldn't possibly understand the way that I feel about it, because Heathcliff is like, I can't get into like my 50 bulletin point dissertation about Heathcliff and why he kind of sucks as a character, but like, guys, anybody read Wuthering Heights, you'll figure it out. But it's this thing that Edward does very well, actually, because the most important thing to Edward is that Bella is happy. So even like letting her hang out with Jacob, even if Jacob hated him or whatever, like he just wants to make Bella happy. And that's kind of how like Heathcliff feels about Catherine in like a weird way. They have this like very strange relationship that's, they're not like together, but they're both like fucking obsessed with each other in a very like similar to Edward and Bella way. But Edward and Bella are actually like together and aren't as shitty of humans as Heathcliff and Catherine. Well, I guess Edward isn't. And just, guys, I said what I meant. Chapter 12.
Time. Alice announces, under protest from Edward, that she's throwing Bella a graduation party and had to warn her because a surprise would have gone badly.
Yeah, she's like, I foresaw that if I tried to surprise you, it would go very badly.
And Bella is stunned to realize that graduation is only a week away, and the whole idea of her having to leave Charlie and Renee and Jacob and her humanity and everything is just that suddenly freaks her out a little bit since it's so close.
I don't know. I think she's been kind of suppressing the realization because she kept being like this whole time. She's like, oh, there's so much time. I have time. Where there's time. Well, there's weeks, but there's not. That is how time works. I, too, am frequently like, holy hell, it is
time
just
marches on.
just zipping by, isn't it? But, yeah, it's getting really close. I think graduation is literally 7 days from the day of today where they are, which is June 4th.
And at home, Edward realizes that she's spiraling. Bella's panicking, but is worried about Victoria and the Volturi, and of course, that Edward won't like her anymore. And Edward doesn't want her to be changed out of fear. He wants Bella to have a real choice, which is interesting. He worries he's been selfish by wanting to be with her forever.
I know. He's like, I want you to have the choice. He says that multiple times in this chapter. And I'm like, well, why won't you let her make it then? But I guess Edward's whole thing is he's like, well, there's no choosing it now is stupid. You can choose it later, but I just let her. It's her choice, so it doesn't matter when she chooses it. But they're having like a back and forth about just like Bella hadn't realized that it's so close and what she's gonna do and what everything is gonna feel like.
Yeah, and Edward confesses that he'll miss her warmth and heartbeat and says if he could become human for her, he would. But no matter what she becomes, she'll still be his Bella, just a little more durable.
Which is good. That's what he says. He's like, you don't think that I wouldn't like it if I didn't have to worry about literally breaking you every time I look at you? Like, it's going to be awesome when I don't, like, constantly have to worry about that.
And Edward presses Bella for the truth about why she resists marrying him.
This part was funny. I was trying not to jump ahead too far to like this part because Bella is like just like, Edward, it's so embarrassing. Like, you're gonna think I'm so silly. It's just like, it's embarrassing why I like don't want to get married. Which I'm just like, I don't know if embarrassing is the right word, but
I didn't think it was embarrassing. I guess it's like a very human thing to worry about. Maybe that's why it's embarrassing for her. But she doesn't want to be the cliche small town girl who got married right out of high school because to her it feels immature. But I don't know. I get what she's saying, but yeah, I think that that's more of like a human concern, not a vampire concern.
Yeah, exactly. Where like I actually fully support Bella. I fully support Bella because I think that it doesn't matter. She actually says something in a few minutes where it's like, since we're in my time, like in my world, shouldn't we do it my way? Which is that marriage doesn't really matter. Like forever with you and marriage, that's not like mutually exclusive or inclusive to Bella. It just is. And she doesn't want to get married right away because she's like, we have all the time in the world. I'm fully 100% behind her with that, but I do also kind of see it as a bit like Bella's 100% right, because the thing that Edward is going to say, it's like, you might not be that girl, Bella, because Bella says, like, I'm not that girl that gets married right out of high school. Like, I'm smarter than that. It would be embarrassing for me to do that. And then Edward's response to that is that he has always been that boy. And like back in his time, he says that he's like, I didn't actually really care about girls back then. Like, I really just wanted to go to war because, like, everybody was being like, oh, the war is so great. Like, you guys should go to war. And that's what Edward was trying to do at the time. But he's like, if I had found you back then, I would have immediately wanted you for eternity, even when that meant something different than it does now.
Yeah, and he is worried that she's more excited about immortality than being with him, and she literally bursts out laughing when he says that.
Yeah. She's like, don't be stupid. She's like, I don't want one day without you. Because it's like, if she was more interested in mortality, which I guess, like, I could see, but, like, there would literally be no point to her being turned into a vampire at all, because she'd just be, like, alone if it wasn't that she was, like, in love with Edward.
Yeah, maybe it's because we're in Bella's head, but that was very silly of Edward to think that.
Oh, yeah. Silly Eddie.
And Edward ultimately says, like, okay, well, if you want me to be the one to turn you, we're getting married first. And then Bella jokingly hums the wedding march.
Dum, dum, da, dum. And she says that, and she does it jokingly, and she said she wanted it to be the wedding march, but it sounded more like a dirge. And listen, I agree, Bella, but you know, I don't have somebody like hounding me for matrimony and all this nonsense.
I'd run.
Ooh, me too. This would be when I'm just like, ooh, that was like a red flag 6 flags ago. I'm 6 flags ago.
Okay. The next morning, Bella thinks about how she and Edward discussed buying concert tickets for Alice earlier.
She asked Edward, because Alice, at the beginning of the chapter, when she tells Bella about the party, she's like, oh, and Bella, thank you for the gift. It was so thoughtful. And Bella's like, what? Question mark. And so Edward does take pity on her, and he's like, yeah, it looked like you were getting us concert tickets. And she's like, oh yeah, I forgot that I even had that idea.
I have a quote for Bella that I thought was really funny. She said, I needed the phone number to get the stupid tickets. It didn't seem like much of a gift now that the surprise was all gone. Of course, trying to surprise Alice wasn't the brightest plan to begin with.
Yeah, that's kind of an exercise in futility, I would say.
So she looks for the number to call about tickets in the newspaper, and just holy 2007, but a headline catches her eye that says, Seattle terrorized by slayings. And the article details dozens of recent murders and disappearances, 39 in just 3 months, which you mentioned earlier.
Yes. I think that she had been reading the newspaper before. It hadn't reached 39 is in this chapter. I think there was only like 12 deaths in the chapter before. I can't recall exactly, but regardless, people be dying.
And she's just reading about how there's no clear pattern in the victims. It's men and women of all ages, different backgrounds, but they all were taken at night. And then their bodies were burned beyond recognition, bones crushed with immense force, and every crime scene is eerily spotless, and there's no evidence aside from the fact that someone is dead.
Yeah, it does not sound good. Like, I'm a big true crime girly, and that does not sound like a good start to a true crime case.
Then Edward appears behind her and admits he already knew that things were getting worse. And when Bella asks what Alice sees, Edward reveals Alice can't see anything. Every time they consider going to Seattle to investigate, she should be able to see an outcome, but can't. It's like a blind spot.
Edward thinks that maybe it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy thing. She's looking for it, but they haven't made the decision to go yet. So he thinks that until they make the decision to go, maybe she won't see what's going on, but they just keep like circling around that. It's like the self-fulfilling prophecy keeps happening. At least that's the theory on why Alice doesn't have any type of visions about what's going on.
And Alice is starting to doubt herself and worried that her gift is failing, but Edward's like, I don't think that's possible because vampire abilities usually go stronger over time.
Yeah, he brings up Jane and Caius, like from the Volturi, as an example of like the powers are supposed to grow over time.
And then Edward and Bella skip school so they can talk to Jasper. And they're at the Cullen house with Carlisle, Esme, and Jasper watching the murders being covered on the news. And Edward insists they can't let this continue because if the Volturi decide to intervene, it will put the Cullens in a dangerous position with not much warning because they're just running in there. And Carlisle hesitates since they've never taken it upon themselves to police other vampires.
Yeah, Carlisle's like, but is it really our place to say? And I'm just like, oh, Carlisle, stop being such a freaking, like, saint. Just, I don't know. Like, I mean, you know, I'm like, he was with the Volturi before, and he left because he didn't, I guess, like bossing all the other vampires around, so I guess he doesn't feel like that's his place. But I'm just like, obviously something hinky is going on with some newborn vampires. Y'all can tell what's up, so probably y'all should deal with it if you don't want the big bad vampire police to come.
And I'm not sure why Jasper needed to use his empathetic ability to realize that Bella is confused right now. Worst power ever. But he's reminding Emmett that Bella doesn't have the luxury to just sit around. And then he turns to Bella and asks how much she knows about his past. Edward admits he has deliberately kept that story from her, but thinks it's the time for her to hear it. So Jasper rolls up his sleeve and shows her his wrist, and Bella notices a raised crescent scar, which is identical to the bite mark she carried from James. Then he reveals more of his arm, and his whole arm is cut
further.
Yeah, like he rolled it up to like his wrist, and then rolls it up all the way. And there's dozens of similar like crescent-shaped scars all across his skin in these crisscross patterns. And Bella realizes that they're bite marks from other vampires.
So he's literally just covered, like his entire skin is just completely covered. She calls it like a feathery pattern of all the overlapping crescent marks. Like they're so dense that it creates this like feathery pattern all over every inch of Jasper's skin.
That sounds horrifying.
Yeah, it does. Chapter 13.
Newborn. Jasper tells Bella that vampire venom is the only thing that leaves marks on their skin. Oh,
Jasper is covered in that weird feathery looking pattern, I think was kind of what Stephanie/Bella like kind of describes it as, where it's like a million billion like overlapping crescent scars, like the same scar that Bella has on her hand from getting bit by James. All the way back in the first book, guys.
Yeah, and Jasper's explaining that in the American South, vampires don't live in clans like some of the other ones we've seen do. Vampires fight over territory, specifically densely populated human areas where feeding is less likely to draw attention. And the Volturi are the only thing that keeps them from being exposed.
Yeah, basically, like, he's like, in the South, all the vampires fight, like, all the time. And it's just a constant battle all the time, constantly, over population centers. Because if you think about it, like, the more humans there are in a place, then I guess like vampires figured out, they're so smart, guys, that like the more humans there are in a place, the easier it would be for them to get away with feeding and not like getting caught suddenly. So wow, that's just like nobody would have ever thought of it before until this one vampire named Benito was like, I'm gonna rule over all the vampires by creating an army of newborn vampires to like attack all the other vampires. That's pretty much how the newborn wars started. Like the vampires decided that they wanted to fight over population centers, and that was the best idea that one of them, this one named Benito, came up with. Was we're just gonna like make all these newborns who are crazy. The newborns are crazy and really, really strong and violent. We're gonna like so that they can rule certain areas. I think they're talking about mostly like right now they're talking about Mexico City.
Stephanie Meyer lore dump number 3. Here we go.
Yeah, pretty much. We're in the middle of a Jasper lore dump. He's trying to explain to Bella how he came to be. So he kind of starts out that like the vampires are really violent and kind of talking about the vampires in the South are always fighting each other. And then he kind of transitions into him and his history. And what I was wondering if you wrote down Jasper's last name, because I don't remember what it was.
But it was Whitlock.
It's not Hale. Whitlock. That's what it is. Jasper Whitlock. Thank you. Please and thank you for writing that down. I am almost positive that I read somewhere, like this was a long time ago that I read this little tidbit of Twilight information, but I'm fairly positive that Stephenie Meyer got the name Jasper Whitlock off of like an actual registry of Confederate soldiers. Like, so Jasper Whitlock, I'm pretty sure, was like really and quite actually a Confederate soldier.
I think you talked about that in our Twilight graphic novel podcast.
I think I did, because I think I had just learned about it when we were doing the Twilight graphic novel podcast. Yeah, Jasper Whitlock. I think, doesn't he said that he was only like 16 when he enlisted, but he was tall enough to make them think that he was old, and he was actually old enough to join the army, which, I mean, I'm fairly certain. I guess I don't know this for a fact, like what the age limitations were in the literal Civil War, but I'm pretty sure that even back then you had to be 18 to join the army.
Oh, I think he was 17. He was 17, but I don't know how picky they were being or how like stringent their process was to check people's ages.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not doing like background checks in the year of our Lord, like
1861.
See, thank you, because I was like, what year was the Civil War? I don't even remember. Yeah, so 1861, not really famous for like their ability to do background checks back then, but yeah, Jasper definitely like mentions that he lied about it, and he was tall enough to get away with it. So I think that you still did have to be 18, but he was underage when he enlisted in the Confederate Army. And
this is such a weird backstory. Wait, okay, before we get too into that, I want to mention the lore that all of the vampire clans were killing people in really large numbers, and the Volturi did have to intervene at one point because they were just like going nuts. And ever since then, this newborn army thing has become a recurring tactic. Coming back to Jasper's backstory, I do want to mention that he just kind of casually says he joined the Confederate Army, and it's not really addressed at all.
I have thoughts about that as well, actually.
Please tell me your thoughts.
Still, to this day, I'm like, what a fucking choice, Stephenie. What a choice. Of all the, like, the settlers of America that you could pull from at that moment, I
think even if she had done something like, he felt like he had to for some sort of reason because he couldn't,
like his family,
he needed money and he had no options and he was poor, and like the army could at least like feed and house him. I don't know, I feel like it's obviously not going to sound great no matter what, but
no matter what she did, it was never going to sound great. But I agree, she could have given him some kind of like an out or an excuse for it to,
but they literally don't address it. Like, it is not addressed. He just mentions it and not a single character is like, wait, what?
Wait, what? You were in the Confederacy?
Well, I guess that makes sense that all the Cullens know they're not going to address it, but Bella just lets it go. She's just like, oh yeah, newborn vampires, whatever.
Bella just woo-saws right past the fact that Jasper was on the fucking, like, the Confederacy guys, like the bad guys, the ones for slavery. That's who Jasper was fighting for.
And it's also not addressed. Really, it's not addressed in the present that he like regrets his actions or anything. Like, he's literally just not addressed. I feel like maybe that could be some character development where he was like, yeah, I was like that, because obviously people were like that. But like, it's literally just there and nothing is done with it. And I feel like maybe it could have been a good opportunity to be like, oh, I really made some bad choices by doing that, and I learned from my mistakes.
Yes, precisely. I said, even if just in passing, just in the most briefest and most non-consequential passing statement, Jasper was like, I have learned a lot in the rest of my life, or I regret my actions, or, just like, I wasn't really doing the right thing back then. I don't know what Jasper's current feelings about that are. I'm sure he's fine. It's just literally never talked about one time for even once. So I really don't know. But I feel like that is a missed opportunity to show like a little bit of growth, or even just like, I just feel like the fact that it's not mentioned at all is bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that they literally just drop the Confederate soldier bit and then just move on right past it. And I want to use that to lead into the next point, because something about the you're already anticipating. You're like, bitch, I know what you're about to say.
Yeah.
So there's one night where he's escorting civilians to safety, and he encountered 3 beautiful women, Maria, Nettie, and Lucy. And Maria, who is clearly like the leader of this little gaggle of vampire ladies, sense something compelling about him, like his natural charisma, which ends up being part of his like vampire powers later. But Stephanie...
Yeah, she says that she's like drawn to him in a weird way.
But Stephanie writes here that like she, even though she was Mexican, like her skin was really pale or something like that, and I was like, you literally did not have to fucking do that. And I had forgotten that they threw like that bit of lore in the trash for the movies, which they should have, but I think it's in the illustrated guide where it's mentioned that vampires like don't have any pigment in their skin at all, like regardless of their original race, and that just sort of like punched me in the face. I was like, whoa, what the fuck did I just read when I read that?
Yep. Yeah, it is canonically true that vampirism, the vampire transformation destroys your melanin. If you have melanated skin, even at all, like if it's like even somebody who's like, you know, Native American, kind of like, you know, that really beautiful sort of like russety red brown beautiful skin, or like an olive, whatever kind of skin color you have, the vampire transformation makes your skin, destroys all your melanin, makes your skin like pure white stone, pretty much. And that is just, I will never get over the amount of a freaking choice that was. Like, I can't stand it. Like, that's just on a lot of different levels. It makes me really, I don't understand why. Like, what is the point? What is the point of like your vampire transformation powers just makes everybody white? I don't like it, and it's gross, and it makes me feel really uncomfortable. And I just, like, I honestly, like, it makes me speechless to a certain extent, because I don't even know, like, how somebody could, even back in, like, the mid-2000s, how somebody could write that as, like, an actual plot point and not see something wrong there.
Yeah, like, I want to take people of color and just get rid of their pigment in their skin. There's no more melanin. I don't know. It just feels so weird and unnecessary. And
she quite literally whitewashes every single character that she cares about, because the only characters that Stephanie really truly actually cares about are the fucking vampires. Like, she's obsessed. So she talks to Edward in her head like he's a real person.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Yeah, like, just the different levels of Stephanie's psychosis. It's like, yeah, you forget about like how bad it gets. But for her to, like, quite literally have it written into her actual plot that when you turn into a vampire / a character that she cares about is going to be around for a while and she's going to write about, you turn white.
It's just not necessary.
Gross,
like,
guys.
There's so much unnecessary shit in this book. Like, a couple chapters ago, I was like, what if we didn't imprint on literal toddlers? And you were like, what if Stephanie just didn't write problematic shit? And I was like, you're right. Why am I asking questions like that? I feel like that applies here. It's like, what if she just didn't write shit that was unnecessarily racist? What if, you know?
What if? That is just a really good point. You're right. Because, it's just Stephanie. And I don't know what it is. I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, Stephanie's like a racist piece of crap person. Like, I don't know that about her. She's probably fine. Like, I truly don't know.
It's probably the
All I
internalized
do know
racism.
about her, I think it must be. And it's probably also like a internalized misogyny, like her thing where she's like, the only thing that a woman can do to make her life fulfilled is like have a baby, is probably like her internalized misogyny. And all of that probably spins back around to her Mormonism.
Yeah, probably.
But, you know, the whitewashing, like the quite literal, actual, factual whitewashing of her characters has me hot. And we have to move on because I can scream about this forever. Like, I'll continue. Would you like me to like go on for another 15 minutes about this?
We could make an additional like hour-long podcast just about this. So like maybe we'll do that one day. But for now, let's try to, I guess, get through the rest of the book.
We'll just move on to the next bullet point. But yeah, so that was the Mexican vampire Maria, who was in charge of the little group of 3 female vampires that Jasper ran into. They're gonna turn Jasper. And I think at this point, Jasper just kind of like speeds ahead in the story anyways. He's like a few days later.
Yeah, he just starts explaining how Maria was building this army to reclaim whatever territory she wanted and transformed him along with other people. And Jasper was exceptionally skilled because of his empathy ability, and it made him good at coordinating the newborn vampires and training them. And she promoted him to lead the army because he was so effective at training the new vampires.
Jasper is just like that's the best soldier of all the soldiers all the time. Edward's gonna say something about that too, like in a couple of chapters where he's like, Jasper just considers everything from a military point of view. It's not that he's callous. It's just that he considers all the options. And I'm just like,
I think he was in the military for literally decades, like an inhuman amount of decades.
Well, I think he was, I don't know, because if he was 17 when he joined the army and then he got turned like a couple of years later when he was like on he was on his way back from a military mission, then he was probably only in the army for like a couple of years.
But then he was in whatever Maria's army. So yeah, he wasn't in the Confederate army, but then he was a part of that army. I think they say something vague like, as long as Carlisle has known Edward is as long as he was in the army or something like that.
Yeah. He did say, actually, yeah, you're right. Because he says that he ends up staying with Maria and the newborn army, like with that group of vampires. He ends up staying for as long as Carlisle's been with Esme. I think.
Esme. Okay, it was one of them. I was like, it was some sort of vague thing where they compared it to like, oh, okay, we know they've known each other a long time, so he was there a long time, basically.
Yeah, because I think it goes like Carlisle makes Edward first and then Esme. So it's like slightly less time than he's been with them. That doesn't matter, I don't think.
Okay. But. Yeah, no, it doesn't. I was just basically trying to say like it was some sort of vague long amount of time. So Maria's whole plan with this army was she wanted to take cities across Texas and northern Mexico. And when the newborns pass their first year, they start to lose their heightened strength, and Maria had them killed, basically. And Jasper carried out many of the executions himself. And over time, because of that, that's how he became covered in all of those bite scars.
Which I do kind of love, like picturing Jasper like covered in like a million feathery bite scars. I don't know. Jasper is a complicated character for me because I'm not a fan of the Confederate Army, just, in general. Yeah, there's going to be like a few instances coming up in these chapters that kind of are a little bit of show and tell of Alice and Jasper's relationship, which I love. I absolutely love the two of them together, actually. I think they're really cute. But I'm gonna like just stand by my complaint that I've made before that we just do not get enough of the other members of the Cullen family like interacting with each other ever. Like we get just a few little tiny moments of Jasper and Alice together, and that's it.
Yeah, that's true. That would be a good book for Stephanie to write, like a little short story collection of them just doing stuff.
How Alice saved Jasper from being a racist piece of shit.
There we go. That's a good plot line. And then we'll be able to move on from that finally, maybe, except that will never happen. So
no, I will never move on. Like I'm truly sorry. I literally will never move on from the vampirism destroys melanin thing. I can't.
No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't. That's a ridiculous thing to put in a book. That's a ridiculous thought to have in your head. The fact that she wrote it down and sent it to a publisher, and then multiple people looked at it and said, yeah, looks good. And then they sent it out into the world. Great. Yeah, that's not reasonable.
And then she made millions and bajillions of dollars, and now she does nothing, and she never gives us new content, and all she's doing is rolling around in piles of her money and listening to freaking K-pop demon hunters. I'm okay.
Oh my god.
I'm okay.
I'm just laughing at the absurdity of it all. Don't mind me. Okay, so like we just mentioned, Jasper was doing this for decades, but eventually he formed a friendship with a newborn named Peter. And when it came time to eliminate another batch of aging newborns, Peter fell in love with one of them named Charlotte, and he decided to save her. And Jasper let them go, which he said surprised even himself.
Yeah, Maria was pretty pissed about it. Because Jasper's also been talking in this, how he's kind of losing the edge a little bit. Like, he's not super into the fighting all the time. He doesn't really know anything else yet, so he doesn't really know why he's feeling weird. But he is just sort of like, over time, finding all of the constant fighting and newborn nonsense, like, really taxing.
This part, just that last sentence, I'm sure it was like at least 2 or 3 sentences in the book, but just that would be a really good short story, because obviously a lot must have happened from the time, like his mindset of like from joining the Confederate Army to becoming a vampire, where he's just doing this, and then one day he's like, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. That'd be a good story. He formed a bond so strong with this random person that we've known for one sentence that he's like changing his entire life and going against everything he's known basically for this person.
Yeah.
That would be a good story.
I would be so here for it if Stephanie Meyer did want to like expand on Jasper's story and give him like more of a sympathetic like background, like something I could grab onto, because like I'm so here for a redemption arc. Like, you know, if it was like Jasper, oh, I joined the Confederacy, like you said, my family lived in the South, like I didn't know any better, it was just the thing to do, you know. But then through his experiences, like both with that and then further on into like this vampire army, it would be a really good story, I think, to kind of like for Jasper to come to the realization that he doesn't want to do that anymore. Like, not only is he not a racist piece of shit, so like good thing he got out of the Confederate Army, but also, you know, he doesn't like the violence all the time. It's not fulfilling to him anymore. And kind of his development in that vein until I think it gets to the point where he runs away basically from Maria is the next thing that happens. And he travels around alone for like a long time until he eventually, does it say where he meets Alice?
Philadelphia.
I don't know why I wanted to say Cincinnati, but it's like one of those big cities. But yeah, but eventually he's just drifting around. He ends up in Philadelphia and he walks into a cafe.
It's because of Peter though. Like, he comes back and he's like, this isn't the only way to live. You can coexist peacefully with the humans.
I forgot that Peter tries to like convince him to be they never fully say that Peter is trying to get Jasper to be like a vegetarian, but that very much seems to be what they're implying, that it's not the only way to live. He can coexist and he doesn't have to like fight all the time.
And he was also worried at this point that Maria was going to turn on him because he's like too good at his job.
Yes, Jasper too good at his job. I mean, valid fear, I guess, because Maria's crazy. So, yeah. But that's when he walks into this cafe in Philadelphia when he's trying to kind of like escape from all of this, and he finds Alice, and Alice just like is sitting at the counter, and she just like, he walks in and she hops down and walks up to him and is like, hi, you've kept me waiting a long time. And like, she extends her hand to him, and he takes her hand without even knowing like who she is or what is going on, because she just like turned up and is like, hey, you've kept me waiting a long time. He's like, who are you? But he took her hand, and he said that it was the first time that he had felt hope.
Oh, well, that part's nice.
I know. And that's what Bella, that's exactly what Bella says.
Maybe, you know what? I feel like I understand how Bella got there. I guess I did have to stop and scream about all the other parts before that. But maybe if I was just being info dumped on and vampires were actually real and I was in shock, maybe at the end I would be like, well, at least part of it was happy.
Like, that's a nice story. Yeah, like the ending is nice. Yeah, because pretty much, yeah, Jasper wraps up the story with like saying how he took Alice's hand and it was the first time he'd felt hope. And Bella literally is just like, that's such a nice story. And they just like look at her like, what? What are you talking about? Like, we just told you like about all these vampire wars and like how the newborns like super powerful and they were like killing each other all the time. And that's why Jasper's covered in scars. That's a nice story to you. But it's pretty much exactly that Bella's just like, yeah, no, like the last part was nice.
And then back in the present, they believe that Seattle has this army of newborn vampires forming, and if the Cullens don't stop them quickly, then the Volturi are going to try to intervene, and they don't want that. They're debating who might be behind it, and Edward says maybe it could be the Volturi because Aro knows about all their powers, because whoever's doing it must know about Alice's powers because they're able to constantly subvert her visions.
They kind of like are figuring out in this conversation that it's not that Alice just like hasn't been having the visions. It's that somebody very specifically like knows how her powers work and isn't making a decision on what to do in order to keep what they're doing obfuscated from her.
Yeah, so they're speculating that it must be someone who knows what Alice can do. So that's how they got there. And they decide that they need to ask for help and end up asking Tanya's group. And Carlisle calls, and Carlisle is visibly shaken, which is very unusual for him. Bella makes note of that. And
yeah,
Irina refuses to help because she's grieving Laurent. And
I guess she's been boinking Laurent, guys.
Yep.
It's kind of wondering about that because, like, the timeline of that, Laurent must have only been there for, like, I don't know, a couple of weeks. Like, it can't have been that long. So I guess Irina must have really gotten attached to him in that time.
Well, you know how the timeline is in this book.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just like, because the timeline is so insane that, like, because he had to have gone, he went between the end of the last book and the part in New Moon when he came back and was in the clearing and got by the wolves. So that was only like maybe a couple of months. Like it wasn't very long.
So she refuses, and the Cullens realize that they might have to face this battle on their own. Unless...
Chapter 14.
Declaration. The next Wednesday, Bella is shocked when Alice insists on doing the graduation party with everything else going on. And Alice argues that this is Bella's first high school graduation and the only chance she will get to celebrate as a human.
Yeah, Alice is like, you can't just skip all the human things. But I do actually kind of agree with Bella. I'm just like, this seems like a bad idea for what's happening.
And then meanwhile, Carlisle's reaching out to other vampire groups, even some who aren't quote-unquote vegetarians. And Jasper is planning to spend a week training everyone to fight newborns. And the idea of losing any member of the Cullen family is making Bella nauseous. And Alice says, you look kind of green, Bella, when she's thinking about it.
Also, Jasper is going to reach out to Peter and Charlotte, who we just heard about in the last chapter. It's like they're trying to find any backup now at this point. They don't even need to be vegetarians. They're just like, we need help. Somebody, come on. Bella is freaked out because she's like, why would we bring them into town? And then Alice is just like, well, we literally need the help.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. And Bella takes the opportunity to once again ask if they should change her now so she can help, but Alice argues there's not enough time to make her helpful.
I have thoughts about that. And Alice says very specifically here, they don't have enough time to change her and for her to be helpful because they think that she's going to like basically be a crazy newborn when she's made and she's not going to be able to control herself or anything like that. I just want to point that out here, that they very much are telling Bella, like, she's gonna be crazy. She's not gonna be able to control herself. She's gonna be off her rocker. She's gonna be violent. She's gonna try and hurt people. And they keep really trying to impress that into her. And we'll see about that in the next book. That's all I wanted to say.
I can't wait. Except I can't. I could only take so much at one time. And then Bella learns that Renee won't be attending graduation after all because Phil broke his leg, and Bella is secretly relieved because now her mom won't be anywhere near the danger.
Yeah. She's like, oh God, if Renee was here, I would freak out. Like, I do actually agree with her with Renee just shouldn't be in Forks right now. I think it's a bad idea.
No, not a good time.
No.
And Edward says that they're going to start hunting more aggressively to maximize their strength. And though they would never compromise their morals, he does explain that human blood makes vampires stronger.
Yeah, like the most strong. And that's also, he explains here that that's why newborn vampires are so strong. It's because their body kind of like slowly uses up the human blood that's left in their tissues. Guys, I'm not saying that this is scientifically based, but this is what's happening. So apparently the human blood
has been proven by science.
This is science, guys. No, this is not science. I don't think that like the blood would just kind of like linger around in your tissues like that. Like, I think that that's not exactly the way that blood works. But I am not a vampire anatomist, so I guess I do not know. Essentially, Edward says that newborn vampires are so crazy powerful because they have human blood still left in their tissues and their body like kind of only slowly uses it up. So the crazy strength that newborns have usually lasts about a year. And then they kind of transition into like, I mean, I guess they were already full vampires, but they're not like as crazy overpowered because they don't have human blood left to use up in their bodies.
If anyone...
Can you see the confused look on my face?
If anyone out there is like, if this is your special interest, is the anatomy of and biology of vampires, like through writings, through history, we would like to interview you. Please come on to our podcast.
I mean, I don't think that the Twilight vampires are really like connected to a lot of other vampire anatomy and lore in that way. Like, I don't think it like transfers over.
Yeah, but if it's like
Stephanie.
Yeah, but if it's like the history of how people do things through the years, then this would be part of it.
No, absolutely it'd be part of it. But I don't think Stephanie based her vampire powers on much except for her freaking headcanon. Like, Stephanie had some ideas and Stephanie was like, this is what I'm doing, and just didn't really, like, she takes a lot of things from a lot of like other vampire authors, such as like, you know, her vampires remind me kind of are the closest to Anne Rice vampires, but also not, because they're stupider. That's just my opinion, but I do agree with you. Please, if you have more info on this, I would really enjoy like some references to read. So send them over.
So as Edward is talking about the blood making vampires stronger, Ella is disturbed by the realization that part of her might be willing to sacrifice a stranger to protect Edward. And they also discuss Bella herself as a newborn could be stronger than Edward, even Emmett. And Edward says, do me a favor and challenge him to an arm wrestling match. It would be a good experience for him.
I love that part, actually. I really do. If you're building your lore this way, then I think that is just really funny, because Emmett would not like Bella beating him in an arm wrestling contest. I can already tell you that.
And Edward is going to be off hunting the next day, and Bella mentions going to see Jacob and ends up calling him to make plans, and she feels like this is a better alternative than being, quote unquote, babysat. And when they make the...
Do you? Do you really, Bella?
And when they make the Bella exchange, Edward and Jacob have another mind fight.
The Bella exchange.
Yeah.
But I love that even Bella points out, she's like, I really hate this like nonsense where I have to get dropped off and exchanged like a child in a divorced couple's like fight, where like you have to drop me off at a parking lot and I have to get in mom's car, and now I have to go to dad's house, and like they are constantly like bickering back and forth about it. This is the part where Edward is like he reacts like to Jacob's thoughts, and she's like, do you have to listen to his thoughts? And he said, it'd be hard for you to not listen if somebody was shouting at you, wouldn't it? And Bella's like, I never thought about it that way.
And then when Bella gets to the push, Sam doesn't trust the Cullens and has who is it, Jacob, doing double shifts and patrolling and watching for vampires, supposedly for Bella's protection.
So that's why he's so tired, because when she gets in the car with him, he's like, man, I'm like so tired, like yawning, and just can't really keep his eyes open. And Bella's like, what? Why are you so tired, Jake? And Jake's like, oh, I only got 2 hours of sleep last night and 4 the night before that, because Sam's got us running double shifts and everything's crazy. And Bella is just like, oh, all right, well, let's just go hang out at your house then, because you're tired and I don't want you to be tired. I don't know. She's always so concerned about everybody else.
And Jacob says, hey, it's the least I can do. I offered eternal servitude. Remember, I'm your slave for life. And Bella's like, I don't want a slave.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Jacob's like, what do you want, Bella? And I'm just like, Bella, this is where you should be fucking running from this man's house.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, Jake's got some kind of ulterior motives going on with this hangout session, but like, okay, all right.
While Jacob is asleep, Bella reflects on Edward, how she wants him to be the one to change her, and how she wants his venom to flow through her, and that will mean that she belongs to him. And I just think this whole part is getting like weirdly BDSM-y.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, L. James had to get her freaking ideas from somewhere.
You are correct.
I am.
I did not think about that.
I mean, there's so many little moments throughout these books where you can see really clearly like the Christian and Anna of it all. And if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, I don't know how anybody wouldn't know what I'm talking about, but for anybody who doesn't, I am talking about 50 Shades of Grey, which quite famously, and once again, I don't know how anybody wouldn't know this, but 50 Shades of Grey started out on the internet as a Twilight fan fiction, which means that Christian Grey equals Edward Cullen and Anastasia Steele equals Bella Swan.
Yep. I see how L. James got there now.
Yep.
And then after Jacob feels bad, he's all like, oh, I wasted so much time that we could have been spending together. And then he just like, I need to make something really clear. I'm in love with you. Choose me instead of Edward. Because he's like, I don't want there to be any confusion about where we stand. And I feel like he's already done this a couple of times.
This is the most direct version for sure, but Jake has already tried to do this a couple of times. But he's like, I just wanted to make it clear, and I think you should choose me and not him. I just can't. This is after she wakes him up, when he's like squishing her like on the couch. He like wakes up and he's like, oh, I've wasted all this time. I gotta like walk around or else I'm gonna fall back asleep. The chapter ends right after he wakes up, and then they go outside, and then but the immediate first thing he says is like, I can't believe I wasted all that time, and I want to tell you something. Chapter 15.
Wager. Jacob is insisting to Bella that she still has quote-unquote options, and he says that he will keep fighting until her heart stops beating, which Bella points out is only a few days away, so he will not have to fight very long.
Oh my God. Literally, like, my blood is boiling this whole part. For Jacob number one, like, how clear has Bella been? And I know that we've been like, oh, well, Bella, like, if she's, like, letting him, like, you know, she let him hold her hand, like, in, like,
But she's been clear
an
since
earlier
then. She was leading him on at first, and then she did stop at some point. Like, by this point, she's made it clear that she doesn't like him.
No, I mean, precisely. Like, but while Bella has, like, you know, done some actions that were not the best as far as, like, really making it clear to Jacob, at this point, by this point in this book, we are now, like, halfway through the third book, guys. It should be really freaking obvious to that man that I'm quite sorry, but she does not like you like that. Like, she, for some reason, is really obsessed with being your best friend. But honestly, guys, if, like, my guy best friend was acting the way that Jacob has been acting towards Bella, like, starting here pretty specifically, but kind of going through these next couple of chapters, like, if my guy best friend was acting like this, he would not be my guy best friend anymore.
No.
Like, if he was before, he wouldn't be anymore. And I'd also be like, if you care about me, like you say that you do, like, if you're my friend, like you say that you are, you would not be putting me in this situation because you know what I think. She doesn't freaking like him like that. She says it right here. She's just like, Jacob, I don't like you like that. I love Edward. My life would not be meaningful without him. He's the only one for me. It's the only thing that matters to me is just Edward. And it's like, yes, I like you as, like, a friend. But this is also sort of like where I get a little bit frustrated also with Bella, because in this situation, the way this is all going down and the way that Jacob is, like, at her like this, I'm sorry, like, even if she does, like, really care about him as a friend, she should just needs to be like, no, sorry, you have the wrong idea. I don't like you like that. I'm sorry if you ever thought that I, like, could or would, or for any reason, like, that I gave you to lead you on, but sorry, no, we're not fucking friends anymore, Jake. Like, because you can't get it through your head that I'm making a decision that's not you.
Yeah, she probably at this point should have taken a break from him, but I guess he hasn't done anything unforgivable yet, except for the very next thing he's gonna do, which is when he suddenly kisses her forcefully and without consent, and she fights him, and then at some point she goes limp and waits for it to be over.
He, like, yeah, he kisses her, and she's like, she's trying to push him off and all this stuff. He's just literally ignoring her, standing there like a fucking rock with his lips pressed to hers. And then she finally kind of figures out, it's been like a minute or whatever, and she's like, he opens his mouth, and I felt his warm breath, like, invade my mouth. I'm just like, I know, it, like, makes me want to throw up too. And, like, and then she finally kind of figures out that, like, the only thing that she can do, so she just stops moving, goes 100% limp, opens her eyes, just stands there like a fucking rock. And, like, Jacob, like, pulls away, like, softly, and presses 3 more kisses to her lips. And then she fucking hauls back and decks him in the face. And I'm like, thank you, Bella. Oh my God. I mean, she breaks her hand. She immediately breaks her hand. Her knuckles just go, and she's like, oh, my hand is broken, like, hopping up and down. But I was like, fucking thank you, though, for doing that, because fuck Jacob. Oh my God. Like, this just literally turned from this guy is just, like, slightly whatever to, like, no, he physically assaulted her. Yeah.
This part gave me depression. Honestly, like, I for some reason did not expect this. This is a spoiler I didn't know about. And it made me really sad. And I had to, like, get up and, like, do a lap because I was, like, that upset about it.
I'm really sorry. Yeah, because it's hard. It's such a character assassination of Jacob Black. Like, as a character, you at no point up until like literally this chapter ever get the feeling from him that he would ever assault her like that.
No,
Like,
I think Stephanie literally at this point like was getting, this is my headcanon. I don't know what Stephanie was thinking. I didn't research it or anything. But I get the feeling from this that she was sick of people shipping Jacob and Bella and was like, well, I'm going to make Jacob do something that's not forgivable and make it very clear that Bella is going to be with Edward. And like, you're not allowed to have your headcanon of who you want her to be with. Like, my headcanon, like, it's my book and I wrote it this way. And I want you to think that Bella and Edward need to be together, because Edward's been like getting better.
Edward is the most specialist.
He's been getting better the last few chapters, and now Jacob's getting
It's very
shittier.
true.
So that is what I think is going on. Is at this point she's just like, no, they're gonna be together, and stop thinking otherwise.
I mean, I think that you might have something there, like where she's just like, this truly, like, that's the point of this chapter is Jacob Black character assassination, and the point of Edward being a little bit more reasonable recently and letting Bella make her own choices about being friends with Jacob, even though apparently she shouldn't have.
Edward was right all along, and she should have just been a subservient woman and listened to him.
Yeah, because, like, Jacob wants more from her than she's willing to give and is willing to literally physically assault her to get what he wants. I can't stand it. I'm like, I really don't think that New Moon Jacob or Twilight Jacob would have done this.
No, it comes out of nowhere. I mean, I guess he did now, but yeah, before I would not have expected that from his character. He didn't come off that way. It feels like Stephanie, like, shoehorning in something to make him unlikable on purpose.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I think that it's just because he's been insistent, you know, he's like been like, Bella, he has been kind of giving Bella the option to pick him over Edward. He obviously thinks that he's a better match for her. But for him to do anything more than just use his words to express that is unconscionable and a complete 180 from where his character was before.
Yeah, I completely agree. And then it's only gonna get worse, because on the drive home, Jacob...
Will it get worse?
On the drive home, Jacob insists that she kissed him back and keeps pushing the idea that she could be happy with him instead of Edward, and firmly Bella rejects him again, which I don't know what part about the fist in the face. Like, I know he's a werewolf and didn't feel it, but it's like, okay, clearly the action of her punching you should make the neurons in your brain connect and be like, maybe she didn't like that.
Yeah, seriously. I think the next chapter, the chapter after, actually, because he turns up at the party that Alice is throwing. He turns up at the party because Bella did extend an invitation to him when they were watching TV. She said that Alice was throwing a graduation party and that he was invited if he wanted to come, but that was before he professed his love to her, kissed her, and then she punched him in the face. But at the party, she's like, why are you here? And he says that he was invited, and she says, I don't know if my right hook wasn't clear enough, but that was an un-invitation, Jake.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Bella is like, how are you not getting the message at this point? Like, he's just become completely willfully ignorant of what Bella wants, which is probably the point.
Yeah. Which is what Edward was doing fucking this entire last two books, and now it's Jake doing it. So, like, I think you're right. Stephanie flip-flopped it on us.
Yeah. And then by the time they reach her house, Bella's like, why the fuck did you take me to my house? There's no doctors here, and I'm not going to the hospital. And then
I actually really liked that part actually, because she's like, why would you take me here? And Jake's like, this is your house, Bella. And she's like she could tell that was the thing that hurt his feelings, the fact that she was like, why would you take me here? And then he's like, this is your house. And she's like, well, I guess you can't take me to Edward's house, can you? And then he's like, but you live here, Bella. He says that. And she's like, but there's no doctor here, is there? I'm like, a good point, actually, Bella.
And it's only gonna get worse. So
Will actually get worse. Somehow, guys. Bella fucking walks inside her house and it gets worse.
And Charlie is like, what happened? Because they're both like in a frenzy. And Jacob, like very blatantly and kind of proudly, is like, Bella punched me. And Charlie's like, why? And Jacob's like, because I kissed her. And Charlie's like, good job, Jacob.
Fuck you, Charlie.
I literally want to throw up. Like, I have been such a Charlie sympathizer. Like, I've been like, poor Charlie. Like, these people are just like leaving him in the dark the whole time. You know, he's just doing his best out here in this book. This whole book, especially this chapter. They have also completely destroyed Charlie's character at this point.
It's egregious.
It's really egregious.
Absolutely egregious.
I was like, what the fuck is happening?
I mean, like, I get it. Yeah, whatever. Fucking Charlie likes Jacob more, but
this is extreme. The first thing he finds out is that his daughter punched this guy. He finds that out before the kiss.
Broken.
So he knows. Like, it's not like Charlie is like, oh, you kissed? Like, good job. And then Bella's like, oh, and by the way, my hand's fucking broken. Then he's like, shit, like, never mind. Like, he literally finds out the events in the order that should make him angry.
Yes. The first thing he finds out is that Bella broke her hand punching Jacob in the face because he kissed her. And for him to fucking say good job, like, I do actually think that Charlie, like, gets like half a point back in my book. In like later on they'll be having a conversation where he's like, man, I didn't really like do right by you, Bella. Like, I didn't teach you how to throw a punch. And she's just like, I thought you were on Jake's side. And he says that it doesn't matter whose side he's on. If she is kissed by someone and doesn't want to be, she should be able to defend herself. So he does say that with
Except
his
for
words.
Immediately after he says, well, he's young, give him a break.
Yes, yeah. It's like he has the idea of like knowing how he should be reacting to this situation, but he doesn't, because he just wants Bella to be with fucking Jacob
I guess
instead of Edward.
There are people like this in the world. I guess Charlie's one of them, but it made me very sad. I did not like it.
It made me sad too. I don't like it. And even the fact that like, I mean, we're gonna get into it a little bit more because basically Jacob full on tells Charlie that Bella broke her hand punching him in the face because he kissed her against her will. Bella is currently, while Jacob and Charlie are having that little exchange, Bella is in the kitchen putting ice on her hand and calling Edward.
I am about to quote lots of things. I pasted a lot here. I obviously had a lot of thoughts. Okay. So like you said, Bella calls Edward to come get her, and he's like, what happened? And Bella says, he kissed me, I growled. All I heard on the other end of the line was the sound of an engine accelerating.
I do actually kind of love defensive Edward. Yeah. Like coming, I actually really, really stand this whole part. I love the way that Edward interacts with Jacob. Like, he's not super threatening about it either. He's just like, no, I'ma fuck you up. Yeah. I'm not gonna do it in front of her because it's gonna upset her. Even if she doesn't think it's gonna upset her, it'll upset her in the morning. But you just know, Jacob, that I'ma fuck you up next time.
Yeah, and Jacob just like says he's gonna stay at the house, and Charlie literally goes, your funeral. So Charlie knows. Yeah. He's like, good job, Jacob, but also like, you kind of fucked up.
He's like, oh fuck, Edward's coming, you should probably leave. And Jacob is like, no, I'm gonna wait here. I'm gonna wait here until Pasty Face shows up.
Yep. And Edward examines her hand and he says,
old Pasty Face himself.
He says, I think you're right about the break. I'm proud of you. You must have put some force behind this. And then he turned back to Jacob. But if you ever bring her back damaged again, and I don't care whose fault it is, I don't care if she merely trips or if a meteor falls out of the sky and hits her in the head. If you return her to me in less than perfect condition that I left her in, you will be running with 3 legs. Do you understand that, mongrel?
Mongrel.
That to me felt very like Inuyasha. Like I could picture an Inuyasha character calling someone a mongrel. Like Koga being like, "Oh, Inuyasha, you mongrel."
You mongrel. Or my husbando, Lord Shishomru, just being like, mongrel.
Oh, you filthy half-demon mongrel.
I think he actively does call Inuyasha a mongrel, and it brings me joy when it happens, because I love it when Shishomru gets all like dark and like kind of scary sounding. Oh, it just does stuff for me. But Edward's currently doing those same things for me, actually, while he's here threatening Jacob.
I guess it's working, Stephanie. We like Edward more now. Congratulations.
Well done, Stephanie, because honestly, Edward fucking pisses me off. He like usually just pisses me off every second that he's on the page. But these last couple of chapters, I've been enjoying him. So well done, Stephanie, for that. But Charlie is like watching them out the window because they're like standing outside of Bella's house, like with Jacob and Edward like confronting each other. Like they're both like standing there staring at each other, and Bella's like off to the side, and Charlie's like looking through the curtain like trying to make sure nothing happens, because I think he thinks that Edward's gonna fuck up Jacob. Charlie doesn't know what's going on with these boys. Charlie has no fucking clue, which is really why he needs to not have an opinion about which one of them Bella is kissing.
Edward ends up taking Bella to Carlisle, finally. And
finally, someone's gonna look at her hand.
And when they get there, Emmett grins and he says, "Fall down again, Bella." And she glares at him and is like, "No, Emmett, I punched a werewolf in the face."
I love that. I really do. When they get there, it's like Emmett and Rose are there working on one of Emmett's cars, and like Rose is under the car, and Bella says that she could tell it was Rose by her perfect jean-clad legs, even from under the car. I'm just like, yes, Rose is the most prettiful, we all know.
And then Rosalie is like just watching Bella lose her temper and accidentally reveals that Emmett and Jasper have a bet going on how many people Bella will kill as her first year as a newborn because of her temper. But I don't think that I know she doesn't know this yet, but this isn't like unjustified, like Bella losing her temper. Like Bella has every right to be as angry as she can be right now.
Yes. I think Bella should be angrier. Actually.
Yeah, actually, she's being too reasonable. She should punch some more people.
Yeah, honestly, she should punch all those stupid fucking werewolves in the face. Because, like, I literally just can't. I think that, like, also during this, like, Bella says that, like, you know, she groans in response to, like, her thinking about, like, the bet that Jasper and Emmett have on her and how many people she's gonna kill in her first, like, time when she's a newborn. And she, like, says that she groans, and Edward thinks it's because of her hand, but it's actually, like, not at all because of her hand. And then Carlisle looks at her hand, and she barely hurt it. She just kind of, like, fractured one of the knuckles. It's fine, guys. She just has to wear a brace.
Yeah, he said if she promises to wear it, she can get away with wearing a brace. And Bella's thinking back to Jasper's stories and worries about her turning into one of those vampires and killing innocent people, but I've never even really observed Bella as having like this crazy temper.
This is what I was saying. This is a pin. Like, this just needs a giant pin.
Okay, it'll
like
come
this
back. But they know about it already. Why haven't we seen it yet? If it's this big of a deal.
Well, they think they know. They think they know.
Oh, and like maybe Alice knows. Like they probably know more than we know.
Maybe. But it's like everybody just assumes, because that's what happens to every newborn. They're like, you're going to go crazy. You're going to lose your mind. You're going to be violent. You're not going to be able to be around humans. It's all going to be bad. You're going to have no self-control. And they just keep saying it, and they keep drilling it into her head, and that like Jasper and Emmett have this bet on, and they're making Bella worry about it a ton. And it just needs a pin. Like, it'll come back in the next book. But you're right. Bella doesn't have a temper. I think the only reason they think she's going to be crazy and violent is just because all newborns are crazy and violent.
Okay, that makes sense. But she's comforted by the fact that knowing Edward would do anything to help her stay good, even go to Antarctica and hunt penguins for her.
Yes, that's true.
And
I personally would like to write like a little mini-fic about Edward and Bella's adventures in Antarctica.
I would love that. One of my favorite animes is about a group of girls who go on like a science school expedition to Antarctica, and it is very wholesome.
That sounds really cute. What's that?
It's called A Place Further Than the Universe. I have not watched it in a long time, but I remember it's like a slice of life, but I think I cried at the end. It was very, very nice and relaxing.
Oh, that sounds cute and wholesome.
Maybe we should watch it and then write fan fiction about Edward and Bella going to Antarctica.
About Edward and Bella going to Antarctica, interacting with these anime girls from Antarctica.
Not necessarily interacting with them, but just to get inspiration.
I think that let's add it to the watch list.
Yeah, there we go. And this is the first time that Bella is worried that there's like a part of being human that she's not ready to lose.
Chapter 16.
Epic. Bella is panicking because she has nothing to wear to graduation. The specific red blouse that she was having in mind to wear was stolen by her intruder, and she's about 2 seconds from graduating in sweatpants.
This is what I was talking about before. I think I mentioned it like a couple chapters ago, and she discovered the red shirt was missing, but she has nothing. I'm just like, you literally only
She lives out of a backpack.
She must. How long has she been in Forks now? But like, you have one nice shirt, like just one singular nice shirt. Like, I mean, I know that Bella's unmaterialistic, but I kind of feel like that's pushing it.
Yeah, Alice buys her clothes all the time. Like, she should have something else by now.
She should have anything else. Yeah, and I mean, like you said, she has access to Alice. Alice should have like 16 closets for Bella by now.
She probably is on her way there, and she comes in dramatically through the window because she's Alice, and tosses over this like very carefully chosen outfit, and
yep.
She's grumbling how frustrating it is to be missing her visions. And she's like, oh, I'm so normal. And Bella's like, wow, how tragic for you that you are normal.
I kind of love like this little interaction between them. I love that Mommy Alice showed up with clothes, like rescuing Bella from her like woeful lack of literally any type of clothing. And also she is just like so cute as ever, and yeah, it just must be so hard for her to not be able to see the future and just be a regular pleb like the rest of us.
Then suddenly Bella realizes the vampire who broke into her room and stole her clothes is the same one creating the newborn army in Seattle, and I was like, wait, did we not know that already?
Yeah, Bella is the one that knows that connection. Just now she makes that connection. And I think it happens later in this chapter that Edward's gonna tell Bella, like, wow, you're incredibly perceptive today. Like, wow, Bella, like, you know, like we talked about, like, Bella's power is definitely, like, she just knows more than everybody else all the time because she's the most perceptive, except for when she, like, is very specifically not picking up on stuff. But, like, it's shocking to me that we have Carlisle, who's gone to God only fucking knows how many years of medical school. Like Edward that's graduated from Ivy League schools like over and over again. Like every single one of them. Yet Bella is the one that figures it out.
I think it's this whole chapter. I'm just like, because I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but they keep revealing it over and over to the different family members. And I'm like, how is everybody shocked? Like, I kind of thought we knew this already, yet we're dedicating an entire chapter to revealing it to everyone. I was not shocked. I was like, what?
No, I think that I said it like chapters and chapters ago. I don't remember exactly which chapter it was in, but I was like, I think that the reason that they stole multiple of Bella's clothes is because they're gonna give it to multiple vampires to hunt her down. And I was like, I don't really like 100%. I swear to you guys, like I really didn't remember the full plot of this book because it had been literal years since I read it, since I was like a teenager. at least. And it was very, very easy to figure out.
Yeah, even aside from you saying that, it's like, okay, that's the main plot of the book. That's the main thing that's happening is the newborn vampire army. Like, is there an entirely separate side plot that involves like this other vampire who just happened to come in and take Bella's stuff? Because that's not where my brain was going. I don't think Stephanie really writes that way. So
No.
I was like, oh, that's probably connected. That's probably where this is going. So everyone is very shocked.
I don't know how. Like, Alice is literally like, wow, that makes sense, Bella. Oh my gosh. And then they both have to plot how they're going to keep it from Edward, like at the graduation ceremony.
Oh my God.
Because Edward is going to be there at the graduation ceremony and he can read minds. So he'll just be able to read it in Alice's mind since she knows now. So they're... Alice is just like, I can confuse him. I'll like obfuscate my thoughts so he won't be able to know what I'm saying, and I just gotta like stay away from him, basically.
But they figure out that the intruder's testing Alice's blind spots and trying to see if they could get in and out unseen. And obviously we know that they're tracking Bella at this point.
Exactly, yeah. I don't know how they didn't figure that out last chapter when Edward pretty much said something very similar to his whole family when they were talking. But I guess not. I guess literally nobody realized what was going on with the plot until freaking smarty pants Bella over here is the one that has to figure it out.
Apparently not. Bella's relieved that no one's targeting the Cullens as a whole, and Alice notes that coming for Bella means that they're all going to be involved regardless.
Yeah,
and then
she's like, you can't avoid it. Bella is just like so freaking upset that everybody's gonna fight on her behalf, and it really, really bothers her. And I'm just like, Bella, why can't you just let people like you?
maybe this is her like growth moment. Like, she's really uncomfortable with people doing literally anything for her, and now people have to do the literal most for her, and she has to accept it.
Well, I don't know. We'll get there. Maybe she will have like a growth moment about it, but I don't think she has a growth moment about it. I think she's just like, oh no, the Cullens are all going to fight on my behalf. No, the werewolves are all going to fight on my behalf. Like, everybody's going to get hurt. Everybody I love. I'm just like, everybody you love is a supernatural badass, Bella. Like, calm down.
But that's really bothering her, so she's just gets dressed in a daze, and they go to graduation, and Edward rides with her and Charlie to the ceremony in the police cruiser, and Edward's in the back seat, and Charlie keeps giving him amused glances.
Yeah, and Bella's just like, thinks that Charlie's probably imagining just like Edward being back there for some other reason and just enjoying it. And I don't know. I literally, like, we talked about like how I cannot fucking, like, Charlie is making every single bad decision in this book. Like, we both have been such Charlie stans, and then we just kind of hate him now. But I do kind of like, I don't enjoy it, but I kind of find his antagonism towards Edward funny.
It is,
you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, it's amusing for sure. Once they get there, Jessica's suddenly acting all overly sentimental, and she's got her rose-colored glasses like cemented onto her face, and it's just like, oh my god, Bella, like, let's keep in touch. So apparently she forgives Bella now.
Like, now, yeah, I thought that was really funny too, because Jessica's like, oh my god, Bella, do you remember the first day that you came to school and we were immediately friends, and we've been friends ever since? And oh my gosh, I hope that we're able to keep in touch. I'm gonna miss you so much next year, Bella. Oh my god. Like, and Jessica's just basically like losing it, having a real hard time with the end of high school. And
can't relate.
Me neither. I was like, oh, I can't wait to get fucking out of here and never have to speak to any of you ever again.
Yep, exactly.
Except for like the 5 people from high school that I do still keep in contact with that are still my best friends.
Same, actually. Well, when we make friends, we hold on real tight.
Both of us, yeah. I mean, me and you have been friends since 5th grade. We've been friends since before high school.
Yeah.
Just a little bit about us and our friendship, guys. But anyways, moving on. Yeah, Jessica's real upset. She's real upsetty spaghetti about the end of high school.
And they look around, and Alice appears to be missing at this point. And then the ceremony starts, and, you know, they're calling names, handing out the diplomas,
Oh, yeah,
and
'cause
Alice
Alice is,
reappears just in time to graduate.
Yeah, because she's avoiding Edward. She's just completely avoiding Edward. She's just like, dance around. I'm not like around you, blah, 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 run away. And she just like basically, goes, grabs her diploma because Edward and Alice have to stand next to each other because they both have the last name Cullen. So,
yes,
that's the reason that Alice is avoiding Edward. Shows up just in time to get her diploma and then dances away. And then they continue on down the whole line of all the graduating kids. And Jessica gets her diploma. Bella gets her diploma. They hand it to her non-broken hand. Bella makes sure to mention. And then they're all like standing there. And Bella is like kind of not really paying attention to what's going on because she's just trying to like, you know, kind of like watch Edward and Alice and see like everything that's happening. And then I think she hears Jacob and Billy are there and they're like screaming, hooting and hollering as she walks across the stage. And then she misses the hat toss completely. She's like, everybody tosses their hat. I wasn't paying attention, so I just dropped mine on the floor.
I also thought it was funny that she was looking at Alice and Edward. It was like only the two of them could carry off the hideous yellow and still look the way they did.
I know, I'm just like, Bella, calm down. Yellow is a terrible color, though. I will say that.
I like yellow.
Okay, well,
I'm imagining I don't like graduation robe yellow. It does
I just feel like it's too much yellow. Like,
It's too
unless it's that
loud.
really pretty, like, goldeny yellow, like, maybe then, but I just kind of think that yellow for something that large and, like, oversized like that can't be attractive.
I feel like it would be very hard to make a graduation robe look good, which I guess is the point. Alice and Edward are just so beautiful.
They even look good in hideous mustard yellow graduation robes. Yep.
And then Jessica comes back and she cries and hugs Bella. And she's like, this is when she's like, promise to keep in touch with me. And Bella just is like, whatever. And like dodges her question.
She's like, I'm so happy to have known you, Jessica, because she's literally like, I can't promise to stay in touch though, girl. Like, you're not going to want to know me next year.
Bella's looking around and Alice is gone again. And Bella asks Edward how Alice is keeping him from reading her mind, which was just a stupid thing to ask because I'm like, y'all are doing all this effort for literally nothing in 1 second. But Edward says she was translating the battle hymn of the Republic into Arabic, actually. When she finished that, she moved on to Korean Sign Language.
I actually loved that. I really hoped that you were going to mention like exactly what she was translating in her head. I chortled. I thought it was
I
cute.
did too. I was also like, how many languages does Alice know? Like, Korean Sign Language is a pretty obscure language for people to learn who are native English speakers.
Arabic also seems obscure. I mean, not as obscure, but like...
Oh, I feel like many people speak Arabic, but not that many people speak Korean Sign Language. There's something about Korean Sign Language. I was like, oh, that's like a really obscure one. Maybe because I'm not like good at sign language, but I've taken ASL classes and I've also like learned some Japanese. So out of curiosity, I was like, I want to learn more about like deaf culture in Japan. And if you Google it, there's fucking nothing. Like there's practically nothing.
Really?
Like, as an English speaker, you are not allowed to learn about Japanese Sign Language. I have not looked in many years. Maybe there's more about it now. And I've tried asking, like, in communities, like, is there information about this? And people just yelled at me and were like, you should really just focus on learning Japanese before you look into sign language. I'm like, I'm not trying to become fluent in Japanese Sign Language. I just care about people with disabilities. So
yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'm assuming you just wanted to know if there was, like, you know, deaf culture or like a specific, because ASL, there are kind of like different dialects almost. Dialects isn't exactly the right word to use, but I don't know what would be more descriptive. But regionally, there's lots of slightly different versions of sign language.
It also just be
like
interesting
even in
to
America,
compare between like American deaf culture versus like Japanese deaf culture or any other one really. But anyway, that's why I was like, oh, Korean Sign Language. How did she learn that? Because I want to know where she's finding these obscure resources for things.
She probably like actually went to Korea.
She probably did. She's had lots of time.
She could at least like, I feel like she could study her visions, sort of, in a way that would make it easier for her.
Yes. So how many languages does Alice know? Is it ever confirmed?
That is not information that I know. So I don't know. We really, honestly, GU, we must order our copy of the illustrated guide.
We should. It doesn't. I asked Google and it doesn't know what I'm talking about. Alice from Twilight. Me to a Tumblr post. How delightful.
Oh God, our people, they know.
Okay, it's from a blog called Ask Esme Cullen. Anonymous asked, how many languages can you and Carlisle speak? Does the list include and dead languages? If so, which ones? Thanks for being awesome. And the answer is, Carlisle's grasp of Latin is particularly strong when it comes to dead languages. I know Latin as well, but he's the expert in it. I've previously answered the language question. We speak many languages, and some we grasp better than others. I speak numerous European languages. I am less versed in African and Middle Eastern languages. I speak Mandarin, Chinese, Japanese, Hindi, Korean, Russian, but that's the limit of my Asian languages. I also know American Sign Language. The ones I use most are Spanish and Portuguese. So this person's like role-playing as Esme, and that's what they think Esme knows.
Okay. All right. I mean, I could kind of get
Alice
behind...
knows probably at least that many languages.
Like, at least. Yeah.
Plus Arabic and Korean Sign Language, apparently.
You know? They have all the time in the world to learn these things, but I think that Alice is probably busy at night.
What are you referencing?
With Jasper. Boulder smashing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like canonically, guys, and we'll get there probably more in Breaking Dawn when we're gonna like get into this a little bit more, but canonically, guys, all the vampires that are coupled up basically just like smash all night long, every night. Supposedly that's why Edward is like more well-versed in musical instruments and like studying than a lot of the other ones, is because he's been fucking single, so he doesn't have anything to do at night. But the rest of them just fuck constantly.
This random person on Reddit 3 years ago says that Edward has graduate degrees in multiple languages according to the Twilight Illustrated Guide.
Yes, that is true. That is true. Edward has had 100 fucking years to do whatever studying he wanted to do.
So all of Alice's translating was literally for nothing because Bella just reveals her theory to Edward, so that was literally fucking useless.
Yeah, I don't know really why, and she says that I don't know why she chooses now, like right this very second. Like, I'm like, at least wait until you guys are, I don't know, outside of the graduation hall or in the car.
Bella specifically says that she should have waited until they weren't around anything breakable like windows or cars or school buildings.
Or just like all of her graduating class or like her father or like anything. But yeah, Bella decided that she has to tell Edward like right now. So she tells him that her and Alice just figured out that everything is related, and like, oh my gosh, like, wow, Edward didn't figure it out before. Isn't this where he says that she's especially perceptive tonight?
No, I think that's at the party.
It might be at the party,
but I think I wrote
it
down. Yeah, it's coming up.
Yeah, but yeah, so Bella and Edward are just sort of like having a really like whispered, tense conversation. Then Charlie comes up and is like, oh my gosh, congratulations, Bella, you're not a kid anymore. It's the entrance into the real world for you. Like, oh my gosh, I love you so much, kiddo. The whole thing. And he's like, you want to go out to dinner? Where do you want to go? You want to go to the lodge? And Bella's just like, I guess.
Bella does not want to go to the lodge.
No, Bella doesn't really
just
like
let's
the
get
lodge.
this over with.
Yeah, the lodge is Charlie's favorite restaurant.
Apparently it's the only like halfway nice place in town.
The only slightly nice place.
Yeah.
And I think when they're there, she's like, I spent the next like amount of time staring at an elk head on the wall.
And Charlie notices the tension between them, but Bella's just like, it's fine, Dad.
Oh, yeah, her and Edward. Yeah, so then Bella agrees. Bella's like, okay, all right, I guess we can go to the lodge. Whatever makes you happy, Charlie. She, like, pretends to eat a hamburger, and she's, like, stuffing pieces of it into her napkin when Charlie's not looking. Girl, eat something. I don't know. I was just like, it's a burger. It's not that hard.
She's only going to be able to enjoy food for a couple more days, so I think she should eat it.
You know? Good point. That is a good point. Yeah, Bella, don't waste your food. You're not going to be able to eat food for that much longer. So, yeah, they finish up. I guess Bella says pretty much everybody from graduation is at the lodge, like, as exemplifying that it's literally the only nice place in town. So pretty much everybody's there, and she wants to leave. Her dad asks her if she's in a rush, and she says that she wants to go help Alice set up for the party.
Oh, and on the drive to the house, this is when Charlie attempts to redeem himself by being like, I should have taught you how to throw a punch, and that she should aim for the gut next time. And then he's like, well, don't be too hard on him because he's young. So I guess Charlie made an attempt. I give him one of those you tried stickers that are like all lopsided and the text is off-centered.
Yeah, like you tried. I give him literally half a point, like less than half a point for this. Because, like, yes, he did tell her that it doesn't matter what he thinks. Like, if she's being kissed and doesn't want to be kissed, then she should always punch the person that's doing it and aim for the gut next time. He does say all that, but he still, like, told Jacob, good job.
And I think
sorry,
it would have been
Charlie,
better.
you don't get redemption from that.
No, and it would have made it better even if he had just said, like, I thought Jacob was a good guy. I was caught up in the moment. I'm sorry, and just, like, left it at that. But the fact that at the end he tries to be like, oh, but, like, don't be too hard on him. Like, no, you should be harder on him, actually.
Yeah, no, you should absolutely be harder on him because he absolutely fucking did that 100% against your daughter's fucking wishes. He put his hands and his fucking mouth on your daughter when she didn't fucking want it. So he needs to honestly go to jail, Charlie. Aren't you supposed to be a sheriff?
This is another one of those things I could just talk about for like an hour.
Or like, yeah, same.
So they arrive at the house and there are thousands of twinkling lights lining the driveway, and Bella just goes, Alice.
I thought that was really cute because even Charlie's like, wow, she really doesn't do anything by halves, does she? Like, no, she doesn't. When Alice is being good, like, Alice is the best. I love her. Yeah, she wrapped trees like every 20 feet or so, like down the whole drive to their house. And it's like a long, winding drive. But every like 20 feet or so, there are trees wrapped in sparkly fairy lights. And it's very cute. Chapter 17.
Alliance. Inside, the Cullen house has been totally transformed by Alice into what is basically a nightclub. There's like super loud music and red and purple lighting everywhere. There's food, I think
there's not really anybody there yet, but it's really cute actually because when Bella and Edward come in, Alice is over by the music and she's like, Edward, I need your help. What should we do? Should we give them familiar and comforting, or should we educate their taste in music? And Edward says that she should probably keep it familiar and comforting because, you know, we also find out that this is the first time that anybody from the high school has ever been inside the Cullens house. So Bella's kind of unsure if anybody's going to show up, but Edward and Alice both assure her that no, everybody's coming because they really want to see what this house is like.
She's also hoping they get lost. It's not just that she's not sure. It's that she's like, God, please don't come.
Yeah. She wants them to get lost, but she's disappointed because Alice put lights on the trees. So it's just like, they're gonna find it. Also notices that Alice is in like a super cute, like red leather pants with like a halter top. And it sounds like a really cute outfit. And Bella says that she feels underdressed. And Edward says, you're perfect. And then Alice is like, you'll do. And I just really like that Alice is so salty about Bella's fashion.
And then before the guests arrive, Edward drags Bella to Jasper and Carlisle to discuss Bella's recent realization about the newborn vampires, who everyone is just shocked. I don't know why we have to have 3 reveals about this when it was obvious it was happening already.
I know. I was literally like, I was having the same thing. I was like, why are we getting like literally 3 reveals for this one very small fact that was obvious from the start of the book?
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, they should have just like revealed it once, and then like later, like they should have been discussing like what's happening next, and then mentioned like after Bella filled everyone in on her realization or whatever. But anyway, I will move on from that. I think that is the last time it is revealed for now.
Woo-saw.
Yeah. And Bella's listening to them talk about what to do, and she's just getting scared because they're talking about how they're outnumbered and they haven't really found any help at this point.
Yeah, they haven't found anybody. They've been calling and looking for friends, and they haven't gotten a call back from anybody except for Tanya's family, who pretty much told them that they're on their own because apparently she was in love with Laurent, which I still am a bit miffed by, but whatever.
And then guests start arriving and everyone's there, including Jessica, Mike, Angela, Ben, Eric, and also nearly the entire senior class.
Yeah. Everybody's like, everybody came. And Bella definitely says that even though the party was on like the invitations, it was a party for Alice, Edward, and her. She says that she's definitely the most popular one of the main people on the invitation, and she doesn't really know whether that's because like the lights are kind of doing a little bit of something weird with the Cullens' skin, where they look like just slightly unnatural in all the like flashing strobe party lights, and she thinks that maybe people feel like a bit weird about that. But the party's a success otherwise. She said that everybody's really going for the food too, which is good because they couldn't have tried that beforehand. So I'm glad they got a good caterer.
And then Bella's mid-conversation with Jessica when Edward suddenly drops her hand and is like, wait here. And she sees Alice's face from, I think, across the room. And she looks like she's just seen a disaster. And Bella's like, what did you see? And
shit.
Alice doesn't answer and just locks eyes with Edward, and then he disappears into the shadows, is what the book said.
Yeah.
It was like he disappeared into the shadows of whatever, but I was like, he literally just vanished into the shadows. Okay.
Yeah. And then Bella's just kind of like freaking out. She's left a little bit like not alone. She's still like standing over there with Jessica, but she realizes that Alice has seen something. Something's going on, and like everybody's reacting, like all of the Cullens are reacting. So Bella just like is looking everywhere for Alice or any of the Cullens, trying to figure out what's going on. And then the doorbell rings.
And Alice is pissed, and then she realizes that it's Jacob.
Alice is like, who invited the werewolves? Bella's like, oh, that might have been me. Sorry, but I thought I uninvited him. And then Alice just like, well, you can go deal with it then. And so Bella is like, no, like, tell me what happened. Like, she's still trying to find out what happened. And then I think, like, Jacob and his friends let themselves in.
And Alice rushes off to find Carlisle, and Jacob has Quill and Embry with him. And they're clearly uncomfortable and feel like they're walking into a haunted crypt.
Yeah, but Jacob, like, you know, sees Bella and tries to get her attention. He's like, hey, Bella, like, and she's just like, what the hell are you doing here, Jake? And he says, like, oh, you invited me, you know, and this is the part where she says, I love this part. I'm like, thank you, Bella, for fucking once standing up for yourself. But this is the part where she says, unless my right hook was misinterpreted, I thought that was a pretty clear uninvitation.
And then he's like, oh, but I brought you a handmade gift. And Bella ends up accepting a silver bracelet with a carved wooden wolf charm that Jacob made himself. And she is genuinely touched and is like, oh, will you put it on? And he's like, oh,
I have
wear it.
A problem with this. I have a problem with this.
I mean,
Guys.
how could you not? She's like, I brought you a gift. And she's like, okay, I'll
And
forgive
she's
you.
like, oh, it's fine. Everything that you kissing me against my will didn't mean anything. Like, none of that matters. You made me a tiny wolf charm that I'm gonna wear. And, like, Jake, it's so pretty. I love it. Oh, my God. I'm just like, oh, my fucking God, Bella. Shut up. Don't forgive him. Like, you just him. What about punching him?
I need to point out for anyone who's trying to be like, oh, but Jacob is being nice. If you're thinking that, I want to point out that this is not a gift for Bella. This is a gift for Jacob to force Bella to think about him. Like, this is a selfish action by Jacob. It's not like Jacob's thinking of Bella and is like, I want to make you happy. He's like,
I want to give you something that you would want.
Yeah, he's like, I want you to not stop thinking about me, so I'm gonna get you something that will do the thing that I want,
which is remind you of me. I like, honestly, Bella, when he gave you that, you should have fucking punched him in the face again. Aim lower this time. Listen to your father. Punch him in the gut. Punch him south of the gut. Like, ooh, just right in that big old wolf dick.
Yeah, punch him in the balls and poke him in the eyes. Yeah, that'll do it.
With both of your thumbs, just like
yeah, kick him in the dick, and then when he keels over, take your thumbs and just
that's exactly what you should do. It wouldn't hurt him at all either, so you don't have to worry about that. But that might get your message across. Anyways, Bella doesn't do any of that. She decides that oh, it's such a nice gift that he gave her, and she's gonna wear it forever, Jake. Oh my God, the wolfie is so cute. It's just like a little puppy on a chain. I can't, honestly, this made me so mad. I was seething.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I guess Jacob's forgiven now. Okay,
Oh, because he made you a shitty fucking bracelet with a 50 fucking cent store-bought chain with some gosh dang bullcrap that he whittled himself. Like, no, Jacob, you don't get to be forgiven for sexually assaulting her with that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna forget about that just because, she does change her mind in like 5 seconds though. She's like, oh, remember when I punched you? Well, I guess I'll accept your gift, like 1 sentence later. But Jacob eventually realizes that she's distracted and is like, oh, something serious is happening. And Bella tries to dodge his question. And then she says that she needs to talk to Alice. And Jacob's like, oh, she must have had a vision.
She saw something. The psychic, does he call her a leech in this moment? He's like, the psychic saw something. I don't think he calls her the psychic leech right now. But that is my favorite description of Alice. He's like, she saw something and we want to know, like, let us in on the secret. You know, he immediately starts using the plural version. So she knows that he's talking about him and all his wolfie buddies.
Bella admits to him that something's going on and Jacob signals for Quill and Embry to join them, and Alice appears and she's visibly stressed. And Jacob blocks Alice and Bella from leaving until she explains what she's seen, and then Jasper appears and he's glowering at Jacob.
This is the part that I love. Like, just these little tiny moments we get of, like, Jasper, like, just being fucking ready to defend Alice just immediately. I'm very here for.
And then finally, Alice reveals the newborn vampire army has decided to come to Forks, and one of them is carrying Bella's red shirt, meaning they're tracking her scent. Bella is horrified, realizing her friends and family are in danger because of her. She offers to run and meet the newborns to draw herself away, but Alice is like, that's not going to stop them. Bella has a lot of ideas that they're just like, no, girl, like, what are you talking about?
Bella, fucking simmer down. Like, let us fucking try and figure this out a little bit. Nothing you do is going to help in this situation, which is true. Literally nothing she's going to do in this situation is going to help at all. Because if she goes to meet them and somebody splits off, they're going to still come to Forks looking for her. So it's dangerous no matter what she does.
And Alice says that there's 21 vampires right now, but their numbers have been going down. And Jacob very confidently
Jacob is asking her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he's confidently like, oh, it's not even going to be a fight. And Jasper admits they were already planning to meet up with the werewolves to have a strategic meeting.
Or they were planning on meeting by themselves. And if the werewolves want to join, they can come. Because they were going to have a strategic meeting regardless. But this is where Jake kind of is like, oh, well, like, we'll join in. And then Alice is like, everything disappeared, which is really, really annoying. But I guess I'll take it in this situation because that means that the werewolves just got involved. So she can no longer see what's going on because the werewolves are going to fight with them.
They agree on that, and the wolves leave to inform Sam, and Bella calls after Jacob, and she's begging him not to do this, and he just grins and tells her she's giving him a better gift than he gave her, and Bella watches him run after his friends into the woods.
It's Bella is so upset that Jacob and his friends could put themselves in danger trying to protect her. Girl, those boys turn into 10-foot freaking wolves, like giant, massive wolves. I'm just like, you gotta stop worrying about all these supernatural, like, weirdos that you're surrounding yourself with. They can look after themselves. Chapter 18.
Instruction. Bella feels like the graduation party felt endless, but the Cullens are feeling more relaxed after Jacob's decision to help fight. But Bella is overwhelmed with guilt because the Cullens and Jacob's gaggle of werewolves are all risking themselves for her.
Get over yourself.
And Bella insists on going to the strategy meeting, but Edward is worried about taking her since he's not confident they'll be able to cooperate. Bella threatens to call Jacob if he won't take her. And I noticed that whenever Edward won't let her do something, she's like, well, I'm going to call so-and-so. Like earlier, she was like, well, I'm going to call Alice. And now she's like, well, I'm going to call Jacob.
Yeah, it's because Edward is such a fucking drama queen and everybody knows it.
Yeah. Why is Edward so scared of phone calls? It's okay, Edward.
Well, I think it's more just like if somebody else gets involved, then he doesn't get to call the shots anymore.
And she ends up getting home and Charlie was sleeping on the couch. She gets him to bed.
I have something to say about this. I'm sorry. This is like just such the smallest little thing, but I just noticed that in this part, they say that she goes to wake Charlie up off the couch and the couch is too small for him. And he's like sleeping uncomfortably on the couch that's too small. I'm like, didn't you and Alice just spend the night down here in the last book? But your couch is now apparently too small to sleep on?
But one of them
like, why didn't y'all just stay in the bedroom?
One of them slept in a chair.
You are right about one of them sleeping in a chair, and I guess maybe they're just so much smaller than Charlie that the other one can fit on the couch. But I'm still mad about them having that sleepover in the living room because I'm like, who has a sleepover in the living room? Anyways,
funny.
That is so incredibly not the point of what's going on right now. I'm just like, I personally, when it was saying like how much too small the couch was for Charlie, I was like, but I thought that y'all were always sleeping in the living room.
See, that's why I put that in here. I was like, I have a feeling Nicole will have something to say about this.
That's all.
Then Edward's trying to calm Bella down. I think they're upstairs in her room. And he's like, oh, the fight's going to be easy. And, he's explaining that the newborns won't expect the werewolves, so that's going to throw them off.
Which is true. I mean, like getting the werewolves involved is super good for them in this situation.
And later, Edward carries her to the clearing where they played vampire baseball. And Bella is remembering...
The same clearing. I love that. I had another thought while I was reading, is that they just never have new locations.
I did not think about that.
Like, it's never like a new different place that we've never been to before, like unless we're like in fucking Italy or something, I'm like, there's no locations in this book.
And Bella's remembering Victoria because she's remembering back to the vampire baseball game, and she's theorizing that Victoria may have learned enough about vampire abilities, maybe through Laurent or the Denali coven, to plan out everything and let the newborns attack Forks while she just stays out of it.
Oh my god, guys, Victoria's all three of the bad things that happen already are related. Oh my god, who could have ever thought? When would a bad thing ever fucking happen in Forks if it's not to do with Bella? I guess never, ever once would that happen, because anything bad that happens all comes back to Victoria trying to get Bella. Victoria, it's all Victoria. It's Victoria all the way down. It's like, how it's turtles all the way down. It's Victoria all the way down.
Yeah, I'm just imagining the movie where she very dramatically walks away at the end. I'm like, yeah, we knew she was coming back.
Yep, that's Bryce Dallas Howard for you.
So Edward's considering her theory, and he's unsettled, but agrees it's possible. And he says, "You're very perceptive today. It's impressive."
Yeah.
And she's always perceptive. Always. This isn't like the one time she's been perceptive. She's been perceptive since book 1.
Bella is the most perceptive. Bella is just perception. Like, I think maybe the reason that Edward can't read her mind is that she's perception personified. Yeah, she understands the workings and machinations of the universe in a way that nobody else possibly could. I just can't. Like, why would Bella be the one to figure it out? You know, and I think that Edward says about Jasper, I think I mentioned already that, you know, Jasper like thinks in very like strategic military ways. And I think it's in this chapter that Edward says that. And, you know, we have like military mastermind Jasper. Like, how many fucking times has he gone to medical school? Carlisle. Like, how many fucking colleges has he graduated from? Edward? How much future can she see Alice? Like every single member of the Cullens is like, really should have figured this out already.
Yeah, they really should have. Like, I understand needing to do some sort of reveal to the audience, but maybe they should have done that when they already had a conversation where they were planning and then started calling people. We didn't need to do 3 reveals about it later when I was like, I kind of feel like y'all already knew that.
We figured it out like the first chapter. I mean, like I said, I was like, as soon as like it was like, oh, multiple items are missing, I'm just like, oh shit, they're giving those to multiple vampires to track her. Like, it wasn't hard to figure out. Like, I think like, you know, we as the people reading already knew, but I do agree with you. It's frustrating just how many times the big reveal. Bella, you're so smart. I would have never figured that out. It didn't even cross my mind.
Didn't even cross my mind. I did not even consider this as a possibility. Meanwhile, I'm not over 3 reveals yet, but we're gonna move on.
Yeah. Yep.
So, standing in the clearing, Bella's feeling like Victoria could be watching her, and Edward reassures her, like, you're never gonna be touched, and he feels a burning desire to kill Victoria himself.
I love this fucking part, man, really, like, screams. They're trying to do, like, a lot of, like, Wuthering Heights parallels in this book, I think. This is, like, a big fucking Heathcliff moment where Edward's like, if only she were here for me to be able to rip her, and if I could fulfill my revenge right now, like looking into the darkness of the trees and stuff. And I'm just like, fucking calm down, Heathcliff. Just chill, simmer.
Are you gonna watch the new one?
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of excited about it.
I kind of want to watch it too. I haven't read the book though.
From what I'm seeing, it's like it's kind of what we're saying. Almost, where everybody's like, oh, this big tragic love story. From what I've been seeing about the movie, I think it's gonna be like, it's gonna really lean into like the horror aspects of it, which is pretty much what we're fucking talking about. Like with this, why Edward's like, oh, fucking Heathcliff and Kathy are both the worst and they're shitty, awful people, and it's not actually a love story, and that whole thing. That's all like very like contextually read into Wuthering Heights, and I think that for once they're gonna actually like make that the story instead of actually trying to make it a romance movie.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've seen people saying that it's not good, it's not like the book, but I haven't read it, so I won't know that.
I think that the problem is that people weren't like deep reading the book, and they want it to be a romance. And so if you just surface read Wuthering Heights and you're like, the romance, you don't really get it.
Interesting.
And I think that that's what's happening with this movie. Like, everybody's like, oh, it's not supposed to be a romance.
So they approach the rest of the Cullens in the clearing, and Bella notices Alice looks uneasy and everyone else is looking more confident. And Edward explains that's because since the werewolves are coming, Alice can't see the future clearly, and that's making her uncomfortable.
Yeah, she doesn't like operating blind, as it were. Like, she can't see the future because she's very used to just kind of knowing what's up.
And then Edward warns the rest of the family that the wolves have been holding out on them, And when they arrive, they realize that the pack has grown. Instead of 6 wolves, there are now 10.
They very, very carefully did that too, because there's like a moment in the first chapter where Bella and Jake are hanging out, where he goes to like say the number of wolves and he like stops himself and then he like says 6. Like, so this has been going on kind of in the background of everything that's been happening in this book so far. Is there's something going on with the wolves, with the Quileutes.
Mm-hmm. And they discuss how the now 20 newborn vampires will arrive in 4 days. And they're saying, oh, if we can each take 10, it should be easy. And Edward is translating for Sam, who is speaking for the pack. And I genuinely did not think about the fact that, like, because they're wolves, they can't talk. I was like, they're like supernatural wolves, though. They can probably, like, I don't know, project their thoughts or something. It didn't occur to me that Edward was going to have to, like, do this.
No, yeah, and I like the part where Edward like kind of changes his voice almost so that Bella kind of can tell who he's talking for, even when he's like translating the wolves' thoughts. I thought that was kind of cool. And I also thought it was funny because they're splitting up the number of vampires for each like group, and Sam and the wolves are like, we're willing to take more than our share if necessary.
Yeah, they want to kill. They're ready.
They're just like, give us all the vampires, guys. I won't kill all of them.
And then Jasper begins explaining fighting techniques and to attack from the sides and never head on. And to demonstrate, he spars with Emmett, who charges at him aggressively, and Jasper easily outmaneuvers him.
Yeah, Jasper says that Emmett's kind of the best kind of approximation of a newborn attack, just because Jasper relies really heavily on his strength, like his brute strength. So he just kind of will attack head on, and that's kind of what they're saying about the newborns is they will have no finesse, no training, no like knowledge of how to fight. They're just going to use like brute strength and speed, pretty much.
And then Jasper calls Alice forward to show Bella why she doesn't need to worry about her. And Alice closes her eyes.
Love this. Love this.
I do too. This was my favorite one. And she's effortlessly evading him. And Bella's thinking that it looks like they're dancing. And at the end, she perches on Jasper's back and like puts her lips to his neck and says, gotcha.
Gotcha. I know, it was like so cute. Like, yeah, Bella's like, I couldn't even like at first Bella can't even see her moving because she's just moving like a smidge out of the way every time Jasper's about to grab her. And she just dances, keeps right out of his handhold, and then yeah, she hops up on his back. She's like, gotcha. Gives him like a little kiss, and I just like, I don't know, I think it's so cute.
I did too. That was another Inuyasha moment, like the jumping and like perching on the back.
Oh yeah, yeah, which I thought was cute. And then Edward decides that it's his turn, so he goes to spar with Jasper, and Alice comes over, and she's just like, pretty cool, huh?
And Jasper and Edward's matches were evenly balanced, and they end up agreeing to call it a draw.
Yeah, it's just like reading his mind the whole time. It's very funny. The wolves are all a little bit freaked out by Alice, like just a smidge of freaked out by Alice.
I love that.
Yeah, Edward, I think at one point like says to Bella, it's good for them to learn some respect.
And while they're sparring, Bella's struggling to follow their movements, and she hasn't slept in almost 24 hours at this point. And Alice warns Bella that she knows she's considering something reckless and that sacrificing herself wouldn't stop the fight anyway. And again, I feel like this is the third time that's happened. We get it.
Yeah.
And Jasper invites the wolves to return the next night to continue observing, and Sam agrees.
I think Sam agrees that they'll be back the next night. And then he also says that in order for them to not get confused in the fight, each of the wolves wants to smell, like specifically each of the Cullens in turn, so that they know like which one is which by smell. Which I thought was very smart of them to do, number one. And then, like, Bella's watching them all, like, kind of go down the line and sniff each of them. And then she kind of, like, she's looking at all the different wolves. She's like, there's a gray one and a sandy-colored one and Sam is the big black one, and she's just looking at all of them. And she sees that there's one that's kind of reddish brown. And he is like looking very calm. Like all the other wolves look like really like this is weirding them out and it's making them nervous and they don't like the smells of the vampires and stuff. But one of them looks like really nonchalant and calm. And then she's like looking at him, and he looks at her with familiar dark eyes, is what it says. And then she's like, Jake? Mm-hmm. And then he like does a wolfy grin at her and like sticks his tongue out, walks over to her and is like, you know, being like, hi, look at me. I'm a big fluffy dog. Look at me, you know? And Bella like goes to touch his face and he like leans his head into her hand and like, doesn't he like licks her face too?
He licks her entire face.
Yeah, I hate that.
I would hate that too.
I love dogs. Cannot stand it when they lick the face though.
Yeah, have you seen the meme of Kristen Stewart petting Taylor Lautner's head on set and he's like in this full body gray like Zentai suit almost? No. And it's like for, oh my god, so it's for like positioning. It's like they edited in a wolf, but for like the shot, it's him in like this full body gray suit and she's like reaching out her hand and he just has his head down. I'll put it on screen here if you haven't seen it, but it's just her like petting like the actual human Taylor Lautner on the head in this like gimp suit. And it's so fucking funny. And what I haven't seen that movie yet, but I read this and I was like, that's when that happens. Like, I know for a fact that that's when that happens.
Definitely when that happens. It's so funny. I've never fucking seen that. I think I only watched half of, I don't know, I never saw Eclipse. I only watched half of New Moon ever, and I never saw Eclipse. So I don't, like, we're gonna have to watch these movies.
Yeah, and it's not like in the movie, obviously. It's like a behind the scenes thing, but he has his head like bowed down so she can like pat the top of his head. It's such like a cursed image.
That's so funny. I love that though. Oh my god, that's really great. No, I was completely unaware that existed, so thank you for describing that.
Good. I'm glad I brought it up. So while Kristen Stewart pets Taylor Lautner's gimp suit head, Edward is notably looking very disappointed because he was hoping that Bella would be in terror, not giggling.
Yeah, there was like a few, happened a little bit earlier in this chapter where I think Bella was a bit nervous about seeing the wolves, and you could kind of tell that Edward was like, oh, that's an idea. Like he thought that she was going to be scared of them. But then, he's real sorely disappointed that she seems fine with Jacob, like in wolf form.
And then Jacob leaves briefly and comes back in human form so he can talk strategy directly with them and mainly work to hide Bella.
Yeah, because Edward and him were kind of like talking in their heads, but Jacob couldn't like respond well because he was in wolf form. So yeah, he like runs off into the woods. He has pants tied to his leg, by the way. He does in fact have pants tied to his leg. And then he comes back out of the woods in just that pair of pants. And so then he's like talking strategy with Edward about what to do with Bella during the actual fight.
Yep. And they say that they can't leave her in Forks and La Push might not work either because her scent has been everywhere there. And then Jacob has an idea. Since he thinks the vampires are stinky, maybe they can use his scent to mask hers. And they decide to test it and have Jacob carry Bella, which she's not happy about at all.
She doesn't really get it, like, at first. Like, and then Edward kind of reads his mind and is like, that could actually work. Like, yeah, let's, like, try that. And then Bella's like, what? And then Edward's like, you're gonna have to let him carry. So Jacob like grabs her and is holding on her, and Bella's like thinking to herself, did he have to hold me so tightly or hold me so like up against his chest? I thought that we could do this in a much more civilized way. And he just like basically like walks like a little path around like in the woods and like comes back. And Jasper and Edward are like, yeah, no, that actually really worked like really well. Like unless I stuck my nose right up in this scent trail, I wouldn't be able to smell you. And no vampire is going to do that because these dogs smell awful. is basically what they say.
Yeah. And they end up deciding that Bella will make a false trail leading the newborns exactly where the Cullens want them. And so then the newborns will just recklessly follow that straight into an ambush. And then Jacob's going to then carry her somewhere else.
It's not a bad plan, to be honest.
And Jasper briefly mentions how effective it would be if Bella were physically present as bait, but Edward is like, no, we're not doing that.
We're not doing. This is the part too where because Jasper's like, oh, it was just an errant thought, just a consideration, you know? And Jacob like looks all offended that he would even like suggest that. And this is the part where Edward says, Jasper thinks more along like military terms of strategy. It's definitely just him trying to strategize. It's not him being callous.
I don't think Bella would be offended. She suggested it herself like 3 or 4 times already.
No, Bella, of course, wouldn't be offended. I think he's saying that to Jacob because Jacob was offended.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. But, yeah, no, Bella definitely wouldn't be offended because Bella's like, please put me in danger.
Bella's
I want to be in danger.
I am desperate to be in danger.
Even though all of y'all, like, basically can't be killed, I definitely need to be the one to go.
And they do briefly mention that Seth Clearwater is going to stay with Bella in wolf form so he can communicate with the pack while all of that's happening.
Yeah, he's basically got the cell phone job because, like, as long as Seth Clearwater is hanging out where Bella is and, like, where they want everybody to be safe, then he'll be able to communicate with the pack. But Seth is only, like, I don't know, like, what, like 12 or 13 at this point? So he's way too young to be in the battle.
I know, baby Seth is a werewolf already.
I know!
I'm going to close us off by reading the last bit of the chapter. To think it's come to this, though, trusting werewolves, fighting with vampires instead of against them. Jacob mirrored Edward's tone of disgust. Well, you still get to fight some of them, Edward said. Jacob smiled. That's the reason we're here.
I really like the antagonism. I do genuinely like the antagonism between Edward and Jacob, even though I can't stand like half the shit that Jacob's done in this book. I think we've said it before. I really like when they rip each other. Chapter 19.
Selfish. Edward carries Bella home after the long night and she sleeps straight through the entire day. And when she wakes up, she knows she's still wearing Jacob's wolf charm from the party. And Edward says to her once she's awake that if Jacob can give her a charm to represent him, then he should get to do that too. And he points out I will quote him, inequality because everyone can give Bella gifts except for him. And she insists that you've given me you.
And that's more than enough. Yeah, no, I know. This is like very just classic. Bella is a minimalist. Bella does not care about items. Bella's Saint Bella. You know, the only thing that she cares about is that Edward has given her his love. And that's the only thing that matters. But I thought it was kind of funny, actually, because when he like goes to look at the charm bracelet, she kind of has like a moment of being a little freaked out that he's gonna like crush the wolf that Jacob carved for her. This is like Saint Edward in this book. I've realized that like Stephanie Meyer is trying very hard throughout this book to make us like Edward becomes the reasonable one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he even says to her, like, the way you regard me is ludicrous. Like even Edward knows that she's being too much in this moment. He's like, no, I should be able to do things for you.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like Edward should be the top of the list of people that should be able to do things for Bella, because I really don't get like her refusal to take anything from him at all. I'm like, Curly, he's your boyfriend. He's supposed to do that. But whatever. That, I guess, just is Bella for you. But yeah, he gives her a really pretty charm, and he says that it was his mother's, and it's a hand-me-down, and she said that giving her hand-me-downs was, like, acceptable.
And then Alice calls and says something to Edward, and Edward asks Bella if there's anything she would like to tell him, and Bella says that she agrees with Jasper about his idea where she uses herself as bait.
Yeah, she's like, I think that, like, I should be there because my smell will, like, lure them in. This is a quote specifically from Bella. She says that she wants to be there to do what little she can do. And I actually, for once, like, agree with Edward in this case, which is that
it's like these are all supernatural, ultra mega strong beings, and you're like a noodle by comparison to them.
you're like not even just like a regular human. You're like a vastly prone to injury and like accident human. You're the only thing that you could do in this situation is, I mean, basically like third wife yourself, which is obviously what Bella wants to do. That's her like secret plan, is that she heard like the third wife story. I think that Edward's going to mention in a moment that she was like saying something about the third wife in her sleep, but that's like the story that she heard Billy tell back on the cliff at the reservation, like during the bonfire. And of course, that's the one that Bella identifies the most with. I just feel like she frustrates me a lot just as a
She
as a
does.
main
And I
character.
feel like, again, this is a recurring theme with this book. I feel like we had this discussion already. And they're having it
Yes.
again. Like
Yes.
like Alice had to call Edward and be like, "Oh, Bella's planning to do this," but they already discussed. And Bella was like, "Let me do it," and they were like, "No." So I'm like, "Why are we talking about this again? We just talked about it."
Yeah, everything does kind of just circle around and spiral the drain in this book in a way that is, it's very much like you said, things like just come back and back and back up.
This book could
Until-
have been 25% shorter.
I agree with you, actually. This one, it does feel like it has that feeling that a lot of the Twilight books have, where you read the whole thing and you like consume all the plot, and then you're like, what actually happened? Almost literally nothing actually happened.
I feel like they were scared to edit her by this point. Maybe she was so
Oh, you know,
like maybe she was doing so well with her books at this point. Okay, because I could see like when you're writing, like you bringing up things multiple times because you've written so much and you know you want to bring the thing up. So then you probably have to go back and like edit it though and be like, oh, okay, when is the best time of these 3 times I brought it up to leave it in and then cull the other 2? But I feel like that kind of didn't happen with this book. So maybe it was at the point where she was like making so much money that she was like, no, I'm smarter than you. Let me make the decision.
that's a really, really good theory, actually. And I would not be surprised if that was actually the case, because that's very much a problem with Stephenie Meyer. And I mean, we'll read Breaking Dawn, so we'll kind of see how we feel about that one having that same problem. But I know for a fact that Midnight Sun is like a fucking masochistic trial to get through. Like it's impossibly annoying to read.
Yeah,
And-
Midnight Sun is a fucking nightmare.
We're gonna go back far. Even my sister who like doesn't have a podcast where she, you know, has to post content about these books, but even my sister who loves to read tried to read Midnight Sun and was like, Nicole, I couldn't do it. Like I literally couldn't do it. I was like, yeah, that's sounds about correct.
Reverse to that, I have a friend who I told we tried to read it and we're like, oh my god, it was so bad. Like we couldn't even finish it because it was just so long-winded and insane. She was like, oh really? I liked it. I didn't have a problem with it. And I was like, what?
What? That actually is crazy. That's the first like report of that I've heard.
Yeah.
Actually, because
I've had to
most
ask-
people are like, it's so painful. Like it's like dragging nails across your skin to read this book.
I guess it's for somebody. Maybe it's just not for us.
I guess. I mean, I guess if you really like want to be in Edward's crazy pants fucking head just constantly, it would make sense. And I've heard that, you know, some people like and we haven't read these actually. They're like on the list of books that we need to read, but there's like that whole side series to 50 Shades of Grey that's like all 3 books, but from Christian's point of view.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I have heard that some people like those more. I don't get it personally, but I know that is an opinion that some people have.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see because I'm sure we'll read them at some point.
They're on the list. Like we're definitely reading. I actually already own them. So
Oh, well, there's really no reason for us not to read them then.
exactly.
So, in order to distract Bella from doing something incredibly stupid. Edward decides to distract her by telling her that he got a look into the pack's minds yesterday and that it's better than a soap opera. And Edward wants to spill the tea basically about Leah Clearwater.
Oh my God. Actually, this part just cracked me up so much because it's Edward being such a nosy bitch. He's like, ooh, they were so interesting. It was better than TV. It was better than anything to have everybody's mind as a singularity, but then also different minds. And he was telling Bella that, because Bella didn't know actually yet that one of the wolves, because a whole bunch more wolves turned up in the meadow last night than Bella thought was in the pack. And so Bella was like, there's more of them. And Edward identifies the extra wolves, one of them being Leah Clearwater. Leah the girl Clearwater is now a wolf, and it probably really sucks for her because she's in Sam's head. And we found out a couple chapters ago about the whole crazy shit that happened with Sam and Emily and Leah, and how Sam and Emily imprinted on each other and they're the most in love now, but Sam was actually dating Leah when that happened. So now Leah's all fucked up. And there's some extra tea too, because Edward was yeah, it's really hard for the wolves. Everybody tries to just get along and kind of go with the flow because, they've got a lot going on with everybody being in each other's heads like that. And so he says that it's really hard for them when one of them is malicious, on purpose, which Leah is, because she's fucked up about the whole situation, with the Sam of it all. And also we find out that aside to all of that, there's also some juicy tea because they really weren't supposed to necessarily be wolves, I guess. And it turns out that her mother was from a different reservation. So she wasn't even a direct descendant of the wolf pack on her mother's side. So it had to have come from her father's side, which Harry Clearwater apparently was not. So there's only 3 options for Leah and Seth's father now, which are fucking Billy Black, Quill Atera, Quill's father, and
Joshua Yulee.
Joshua Yulee, yeah, it was one of the Yulees. I couldn't remember his first name. Thank you. But yeah, so there's just all this drama over on the Quileute Reservation that we're only just getting a little side glance into. But I'm oh my God, that sounds so much tea, and I want to know more about what that's all about. And apparently, Stephanie Meyer has said that she has thought about and maybe planned some of a book based on Leah, a Leah-centric book. Girl, I want to read that.
Will it ever get written? We can only hope.
Well, yeah, we really can only hope, because I actually would be really curious to know, because apparently there is so much drama going on the reservation that we're not really privy to, because all Bella cares about is these stupid vampires. Okay, I'm done screaming. I just oh my God, I lost my shit when Edward was talking about that.
But Bella doesn't let herself get derailed from this. She's telling Edward that she can't survive him leaving again and that she's already gone crazy once, referencing her new moon trauma. And she's I'm not gonna endure that again. And she even thinks to herself that she knows she's manipulating him, but she doesn't care if it works, which, interesting, because she did that in the first book with Jacob.
Honestly, Bella is playing a little bit dirty here. She knows, exactly what she's doing. And the fact that this chapter title is Selfish, I think, is referencing Bella thinking that she's, the worst person ever, because she doesn't want Edward to go and be in the fight. And that's the big thing. She's trying to get him to convince him to stay home. And so she pulls out the you left me in the last book and I almost died. That's why why all this fucking nonsense is happening with goddamn Jacob Black to start with. Yeah, so she just basically pulls out the weepy Bella voice, and Edward gives in immediately. He's you're the most important thing. You're the one that, because she gives him two options. She's like, either I can come with you to the fight and be there in the fight with you, or you can stay with me away and out of the fight. And those are your two options. Edward compromises with her. Like, they have a whole discussion about how this is like a compromise for them. And he says that you're not forcing me to make this decision, Bella. You gave me your two options and I'm picking the one that I could live with. And that's what compromise is about. And so they're working on their skills for compromise. And
good job, guys.
Yeah.
Or he calls Alice back and says he's going to talk to Jasper about setting out the fight. And even though Edward wants to be there for his family, Bella made it clear what she wants. And she wants him with her more than she wants him to prove that he's brave, which I don't feel like he was doing that. But okay.
So it all kind of like works out that Bella ends up making Edward stay with her for the fight. Definitely because of what ends up happening when the fight happens. But I think that her logic in this is like super backwards. And I know why they did it this way in order to make the confrontation happen. That's going to happen in a couple chapters. Like, it has to happen this way. Like, Edward has to be with Bella or else she's dead. Because Edward wasn't trying to, it's what you said, because Edward wasn't trying to just, prove that he's brave and protect her or whatever. No, he was going to fight with his family, which he should do. He should fight with his family rather than just protecting Bella. But it had to happen this way because of how the fight ends up getting written.
Yeah, exactly. So we have to accept that this is what's happening, but I guess you're right that it was a good way to show them being able to compromise and growing with each other. So at least we have that.
Yeah, and I think that it's because they're going to have like another compromise here in the next chapter. And Bella comes at the question that she's going to bring up with I want to practice our compromising skills that we were working on the other day. And I think we did a really good compromise. So let's compromise on this other thing.
And then suddenly Edward asks Bella who the third wife is because apparently she was mumbling about it in her sleep, and she brushes it off as one of the Quileute legends from the bonfire.
And Edward doesn't obviously has no real idea or concept of what that is referring to because he doesn't know the legends. And so she kind of brushes him off. At this point, I think he finds out later from Jacob what that means.
I think so. And then before he can ask more, Alice appears in the doorway, and she's annoyed that Edward's going to miss all the fun of the fight because of his agreement with Bella.
She literally turns up in the door and she's just like, "You're going to miss all the fun." It's the first thing she says.
Edward leaves to sort things out with the others, and Alice and Bella are left alone. And Alice isn't actually upset about the danger. She's just annoyed that Edward's going to be grumpy about missing the fight. But
he turns into such a drama queen when he doesn't get his way.
But she agrees that it's worth it to keep Bella sane. Bella starts asking how Alice would feel if it were Jasper, and she says that's different.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of not. But, I will say that this is the beginning of a small amount of annoyance that I have with Alice.
Yeah, Alice has been a little bit annoying the whole book. She's had good moments, but she's also had annoying moments.
Yeah, she's not really winning any points in this book, to be honest. I mean, she's still my favorite one of the Cullens, bar none. She's by far the best, but she's not winning any popularity points in this book at all.
No, definitely not. And then later in front of Charlie, she invents a story about the Cullens going backpacking for the weekend and dramatically pretends she's been abandoned so she can stay with Bella. And Charlie immediately offers Alice to stay there. Then Alice kicks Bella under the table twice. And Bella says that Alice probably doesn't want to sleep on the floor, so she should go to the Cullens. And obviously Charlie is fine with Bella and Alice hanging. So
he's immediately like, yeah, well, why doesn't Bella come join you at your house? Which he would absolutely never do if Edward was involved in this. Charlie loves Alice.
And then later Edward comes back and reveals that Alice is not going to kidnap Bella. He is right now. So since he's sitting out the fight, he'll be taking Bella somewhere hidden and safe himself. And Bella does not object to being alone with Edward, obviously.
Of course not. she's like, why didn't Alice tell my dad that you were leaving like immediately so I could, you know, be alone with you immediately, I guess.
Yeah, she should have been like, oh, they already left, but it's fine.
Whatever. It happens like the next morning is everything is happening and converging around like the next day, which I'm pretty sure is a Saturday.
And then that night, they go back to the clearing for training, and the Cullens practice fighting formations under Jasper's direction, and the three wolves that are there, Jacob, Emery, and Quill, are there observing. And Jacob comes over in wolf form, clearly worried about Bella, and Edward translates with edits that Jacob thinks Bella's worry is stupid, and he calls the wolves stupid right back for risking themselves.
Oh, yeah. I thought that part was actually pretty great because Jacob kind of like is in wolf form and he kind of is indicating that he wants to like say something to Bella. And Edward's just like, oh, he is like, why? Why do you think that that's stupid or whatever? And then like Jacob gets all annoyed and then Edward... He thinks that my translation skills leave something to be desired. What he actually said was, that's really stupid. Why would you think that? But Edward edited it because he thought that was rude. And I agree with Edward that was rude.
He's vocalizing it.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, Jacob wants his color to be added because, well, anything that Edward does in Jacob's eyes is, you know, to Bella's detriment.
And then when Edward joins the training, Bella refuses to watch, and Jacob sits with her, and he curls up beside her, and she leans against him, and she realizes that in wolf form, Jacob feels like the old version of their friendship. And why? Because he can't open his big dumb mouth?
Yes. I literally think that's it. And that's what Bella says too, like in the next chapter when she's talking to Jacob. But I actually still don't like this at all. I don't know though, because maybe if like my best friend that I was mad at like could transform into a giant dog and then I was like hanging out with him as a giant dog, like maybe it like wouldn't really come into my mind to like still be mad at him, and I would do the same thing. I would just be like, wow, a pupper, and like lay on his back and pet his fur like
wow, isn't this great? You're a dog and you can't say anything to me.
You literally can't say anything. Yeah. My anger with Jacob is just boiling at this point. Like it's just raging within my soul. So I think that even in this situation, I'd still be mad. But as I have no friends that can transform into giant dogs, I don't know actually how I'd react. So Bella might be fine.
And that she was like good friends with him, so I can see that it's hard for her to accept that maybe he sucks now.
That he sucks now.
It has only been a couple of days. Like, despite the frustration of her accepting a gift from still being kind of nice to him, it has only been like a couple of days since the whole thing happened. So
you're right.
Yeah, so she's probably struggling with the fact that like, oh, a couple of days ago, I thought this person was my best friend, so it's not always
and then
like
he
that
like
easy
assaulted
to just...
me and I broke my hand on his face, but like, you know, it's still probably hard.
Yeah, because she does care about him. Like if you really care about someone, even as a friend, like you can't just turn those feelings off. So it's probably hard for her to like adjust, especially in a short time frame, because the pacing of this book is all over the place. Because sometimes I think about like, yeah, why isn't she doing it? Like, why isn't she just cutting him off? Or like in the last book, I was like, why isn't she just like telling Jacob that she doesn't like him? But then at one point we stopped to slow down and think about it. We were like, oh, it's only been like a week or two. Yeah. Maybe that it would be pretty presumptuous to go up to someone you've been hanging out with for like 1 or 2 weeks and be like, just so you know, I don't like you. I don't think that that'd be that realistic. So anyway, I guess, yeah, I feel just like sad about the whole thing.
No, I agree with you. And I guess I didn't really think about that either, because you're right. It's like the pacing of this book is just so insane that like sometimes stuff happens and then I'm like, I feel like it's been a long time since it's happened because just so much inane, boring Bella thoughts have like come in between that I'm like, oh yeah, it's like been ages. But like, no, I think you're right. I think it was like 3 or 4 days ago that she punched him. If that. Maybe it was like 2.
Yeah, so if she thought he was her best friend before that, I can see that she's got this longing for like, oh, I want things to go back to normal. I want to just, forget that happened and pretend that we can still be best friends or whatever.
Yeah. And she
Bella.
definitely does differentiate, like, in her mind. And it's going to come up that she very specifically has different thoughts. Like, she differentiates Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, as she'll call it later. Like, the Jacob that annoys the crap out of her and sexually assaults her, and her best friend. Chapter 20.
Compromise. So Bella is tying up all of her loose ends. She gives away the concert tickets. She makes sure Charlie's going to be away fishing with Billy. And she knows the youngest wolves will guard La Push. And she attempts to comfort herself by remembering that in 48 hours, this will all be over.
That's true. We're getting down to the wire now here, guys.
And Edward asks for one night where they forget the danger and just focus on each other. And
oh, yeah, because they show up there because this is the sleepover she's supposed to be having with Alice, but is actually with Edward. And they're driving to Edward's house, right? And Edward lets Bella drive for once. She's like, I was very shocked that Edward didn't insist on driving.
And she says that she's finally certain about becoming a vampire, but she's realized there's one more human experience she refuses to give up before she changes.
Ho, ho, ho. I was just going to say, yeah, she's just thinking about that the whole start of this chapter. The time where in Bella's head, she's just like, oh, yeah, there's one thing I want to ask for. There's one human experience I'm not willing to give up. I have to like play my cards right to ask Edward for this, like very specially so that he knows he doesn't like tell me no. She's just thinking about it the entire time.
Yeah, she's thinking real hard about it. And at his house, he carries her inside and kisses her with less restraint than usual. And then this is when he gives her the crystal heart charm that belonged to his mother.
I thought before he didn't actually give it to her. I'm sorry. That was my bad. I got a little lost and I conflated the two things. He was just asking her before if giving her hand-me-downs was okay. And then this is the hand-me-down that he gives her because it belonged to his mother. He says also that he's given Esme and Alice and Rosalie all some baubles. He says that he inherited several baubles from his mother, and he's given them to all his female family members. So there's really no big deal to be made of this at all, Bella, and she should just shush.
Yeah, he's really like, it's fine. Trying to make her feel better about it.
Really not a big deal at all. Like, he says that several times.
And then Bella decides she wants to start negotiating with him. And Edward thinks it's about turning her, but she replies, we're not discussing my renovations right now.
I was really hoping that you would like mark down exactly that line, because I was like, when I got there, I was like, renovations, Bella. Like, I don't know. It just struck me really funny that was how she was referring to it. Yeah, but she says that she wants to see if they can compromise. She has something that she wants to talk to Edward about, and she wants to compromise like they did the other day. It was good practice, and so she says, let's revisit compromise.
And she says there's one more human experience she refuses to give up, and she begins unbuttoning his shirt, and he just panics instantly because he's like, I'm gonna kill you by accident.
This part really sent me, because she starts out where she's like, oh, there's one more human experience, like I want to do blah, blah, blah. She's just telling him, and he's not getting it. Like, he just doesn't get it. And Bella can't say the word sex out loud because she'll burst into flames or something. Like, it's just past even the idea of saying that out loud. Just cannot happen. So Bella just basically turns red, turns into a tomato, and then she's like, okay, all right, maybe I can get him to understand. So she climbs up on him basically and starts like making out really aggressively with his face and trying to unbutton his shirt. And then it's like I forget what the exact quote is, but it was like, Edward stopped suddenly, like it clicked all of the sudden what I wanted. And he's just like, be reasonable, Bella.
And he demonstrates his strength by crushing a part of the iron bed frame into dust in his hand.
He literally grabs one of the fucking roses and breaks it off and like smushes it into his hand. And Bella says that it's like when he opens his hand, the black wrought iron is in like the exact shape of the inside of his palm.
And Bella's like, well, you wouldn't hurt me because you don't want to. And she's feeling rejected when he refuses, but Edward's horrified at the idea that he's hurt her feelings, and he assures her that he wants her very much. He just doesn't want to accidentally.
I like really could not. It was so funny, this whole thing. And then the part where she's all like, gets all like dejected, and he's just like, have I hurt your feelings? And then he's just like, oh, that's absolutely not what I wanted to do. You know that I want you like the most. I just like, I don't want to hurt you.
Since Edward's original condition for turning her was marriage, he starts adding extra things like paying for Dartmouth and more time before she changes.
Well, okay. The funniest thing to me is that he's got this fucking planned out. Like, he's been fucking thinking about this. And I mean, of course he has, because what else does he have to think about, obviously? But she is asking, like, if his conditions have changed. And he says, no, not really exactly. But once you're my wife, then what's mine is yours. And then there will be no problem with me paying for Dartmouth. And also, we can talk about getting you a faster car.
And then Bella starts countering with her own demands. She wants intimacy before she becomes a vampire, and argues that once she changes, she wouldn't physically be the same. So she's worried her desires are going to center all on like this newborn vampire frenzy, I just want blood thing, and not on him.
The bloodlust, yeah. She says Tim is that you and your entire family keep telling me that once I am changed, the only thing that I'm going to be interested in is blood. And if I am going to be able to drink Charlie's blood or Renee's or even Angela's or Jacob's, then I'm not going to be me. And I want you. Like, she wants him in the biblical sense. She's like, basically like, can we bang? Like, let's bang. I asked you in the first book, you brushed me off, and now I'm gonna marry you. Are you gonna bang me or what? I want to be banged before I'm a vampire. That's like Bella's whole thing. You know, I can't blame her.
Yeah, they've been saying this whole time, like, oh, you need to have all your human experiences, so...
Yeah, this is a big one. And also, you know, I was like, just doing some really deep thinking about this last night, and I... Just go with me. Travel with me down this road for a minute, please. The whole thing, right? Okay, so when you get turned into a vampire, you are frozen at that exact moment in time and you cannot change, right? So if Bella did get bitten and turned into a vampire as a virgin, would she, like, her hymen become the type of indestructible vampire flesh that their regular, like, her have a marble hymen? Basically. So like at that point, could she even like, I'm like, would it even work? Because
I don't
like,
know. Could
technically
Edward's like marble dick penetrate a marble hymen?
Yeah, this is what I really must know. Because I was just like thinking about it. I'm like, well, if they're frozen at the exact moment of their change, and she was a virgin when she got changed, then she would be a virgin forever. Perpetually, because their bodies can't change. So even if like Edward's marble penis could penetrate her marble hymen in this hypothetical down this road scenario that we're in, wouldn't it just grow back every time?
I guess maybe it depends on if her hymen is still intact, because your hymen can rip for all kinds of reasons, right? Like, well, if Bella's true. Like a tampon user, for example, or if she's, I don't know, ridden a horse, like what?
The thing about horseback riding that I've always heard is that it doesn't necessarily actually rip it. It's just because you're like moving and using those muscles in that area so much to like stay on your horse and post, depending on if you're doing English riding or Western riding. That's not really important, but I've heard it's not so much exactly that it breaks it, it's just that it stretches it out so much that it kind of disappears.
Interesting.
for horseback riding, like specifically. But listen, guys, I'm not a gynecologist and I'm not a doctor and I don't actually know. Take everything I just said with all the salt in the ocean. But I was just thinking really hard about like, what if Bella couldn't convince Edward to fuck her before the change? Like, what if?
Yeah, I don't know. I think his marble dick could penetrate her marble hymen. But yeah, I think it would grow back because they have their like vampire healing powers.
That's what I think. Like, that's exactly what I think would have happened in this
awful,
like alternate.
actually.
Yes, I like that. Literally sounds like the worst thing ever, and I don't want any part of it. I was thinking about this too much last night. I was like in a deep thought spiral about Bella's virginity / like if she got changed into a vampire and her marble would, and then her hymen would then be made of marble.
Well, hymens can also like, they don't form evenly. Like some people just kind of naturally have it more open than other people.
Yeah.
I think Bella needs to go to a gynecologist before we can fully realize this theory.
Listen, which specialties is Carlisle in? Because he has had hundreds of years of medicine. He could be like a very fine gynecologist, but that would be a little bit awkward, I'm sure, for Bella to go and ask him. But he's the only one. But they really should have a consult before this, I think.
My boyfriend, he was like, oh, where are you in the book? It was the point where like Edward was like, oh, well, you want me to turn you, and then like Carlisle might turn her, who is her dad. And he doesn't understand how the turning works. So he was like, oh, Bella's gonna fuck Edward's dad.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Kind of in a way onto something, because that is the way that Bella kind of sees this whole thing, and that's why she wants Edward to turn her.
Yeah. Yeah, she sees it as very like intimate. She said that she wants his venom to flow through her veins a couple chapters ago.
To be the last thing that she knows is his kiss before she starts being in pain and stuff. Like, that's why she wants Edward to do it. So I really think, once again, your boyfriend knows more than he thinks he knows about this book series.
With all of this talk about doing it, Edward says that they can try after they're married. So like, she's still human, but they have to get married first. And he refuses to risk it before then, and he wants assurance that she's not gonna run straight to Carlisle for the transformation the next morning. And Edward admits that he's broken a lot of rules in his life, but this is one he wants to keep unbroken.
I kind of can't, because she literally makes fun of him. She's like, it's not my virtue you're worried about, it's your virtue you're worried about. And he's like, well, and yours too. Like, I want to protect you, but what the fuck ever. I don't really care about that. Bella doesn't care about that. Nobody cares about that except for Edward. Say Edward can't. It really bothers him. The idea of having sex with her before they're married really bothers him. This is all on him.
Yeah, he should just tell her, like, I don't want to do it before then. I'm not comfortable with it, because, it does kind of seem like he's trying to push it on her, which I think it's completely within his right to want to wait. But he is like, oh, no, it's for you. But I think if he was just honest and was like, I'm uncomfortable, I think Bella would understand, because making him upset is the worst thing she could possibly do.
In the world for her. Yeah. Yeah, but I just, it's really funny to me the way that he's just like, oh, I'm trying to protect your virtue, silly, beautiful, crazy girl. But it's definitely like it's him that he's like, I'm so old fashioned. Like, I can't even imagine like any of this. It's just, I don't know. It tickles me to think about Edward thinking about it that much.
At this moment, Bella realizes he's also strategically used this to speed up their wedding date. And despite her dread of gossip and her parents' reaction, she does end up agreeing, and Edward softens the idea by suggesting that they can go to a drive-through chapel in Vegas and she can wear old jeans.
Hold on to that, Bella. I wish you would have held on to it a bit more.
Then he reveals that he already has a ring which belonged to his mother, and it's antique gold with an oval cluster of diamonds. And Bella looks at it and then reluctantly tries it on.
It's another hand-me-down. Don't worry, Bella. Okay, so this is a little bit of a side tangent, but so my queen, my Twilight queen, Sarah Elizabeth, on Instagram and on YouTube, she's all over the place. Sarah Elizabeth Talks, great Twilight content, but she had a short that she did where I think she got a comment where somebody was talking about how Edward must have went to his mother's grave and dug up her body to retrieve this ring, because why wouldn't it have been buried with his mother? And then I don't know. It's just something about the idea of because Carlisle probably definitely went to help him and was holding the light, but Edward just digging up his mom to get the ring. And I don't know why. It's just so fucking funny to me to imagine. I just had to share just a little bit with all of you that is definitely, we must know that it is a canon event that Edward definitely went and dug up his mom to get that ring for Bella.
This is one of the bad things that he was mentioning that he did.
Yeah.
And then Bella says, "How did this happen?" I grumbled. "I thought I was holding my own tonight for once. Now all of a sudden, you're engaged." He finished. "Ew, please don't say that out loud."
Man, I'm this is the one thing, and she caves to everything, throughout the series. But I will say, Bella's reluctance to get married and her feelings about it are the most relatable thing about Bella to me, because I have realized mostly upon this read through, upon other read throughs as well, but I actually don't really like Bella very much, just in general. 99% of the time she annoys the actual living crap out of me. But this is the most relatable opinion that Bella has, is her reluctance to get married, her idea that it's kind of gauche to be literally graduating seniors and be oh, we're getting married this summer. That is terribly gauche, Bella. I completely agree with you. But I just wish that she held on to any of these standards a little bit tighter.
Yeah, some passage of time could have helped in this book. I've said this in one of our previous podcasts, but even just a few weeks past, like at the beginning of a chapter or something, I think would do some good.
Yeah, you're right, because it would just give her more time to be making these decisions, and it would make more sense for her to cave on everything she wanted immediately.
Yeah, well, she can't say no to Edward.
Yeah, she can't say no to Edward.
And then finally, Edward kneels, and Bella says, "Oh no!" and he formally proposes.
Yeah, that was my reaction too, Bella. As I was like, "Oh no, it's happening!" But Edward is like, "Now, Bella, I want to do this correctly, and don't ruin it for me. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Don't ruin this for me. Just let me do it." And he gets down on one knee and pulls out the ring and is like, "Isabella Swan, will you marry me? I will love you forever." I don't know, said some gushy shit, and then Bella thinks to herself that she could either rib him some more or also say some gushy romantic shit that she's it would really surprise Edward if I did that. But she doesn't. She just says yes. And now they're engaged officially. Chapter 21.
Trails. Bella wakes the next day, trying to convince herself the marriage is no big deal. Though she returned the engagement ring, she is feeling strange about the whole thing.
Yeah. Did you say her hand still feels heavy even though it's gone?
Yeah. When the Cullens return home, Alice confronts Bella about her plan to elope and is deeply hurt that she wasn't included. She pleads with Bella to let her plan a traditional wedding instead, and Alice's persistence begins to wear her down, but Edward promises that she can still go to Vegas.
This is the part where Alice really loses some points. Just no points are gained for Alice in this entire book. There's a few negative points in this specific chapter because she is manipulating Bella within an inch of her fucking life. Oh my God. I kind of love it on one hand because I love Alice, but I don't like what she's asking Bella to do, which is very much against what Bella wants. But Alice, she's so funny because she's just Edward, can I talk to Bella? And he's like, you're about to make my life so much harder than it needs to be, Alice. Like, you stay away. Don't even start this nonsense. And Alice is like, this is girl talk. Go away. You know, and then she's like, Bella, don't you love me? I thought that you loved me, but you obviously don't care about me at all, because how could you do this to me?
This is very on brand for Alice, though, because Bella didn't want a party for her birthday, and Bella didn't want to do the graduation party, but Alice is throwing a party.
Like, Alice just does what Alice wants to do. And I will agree that it's a little bit on brand as far as that goes. And I do appreciate that Edward tries to stop her. I just think that everybody needs to leave Bella alone and let her, like, have opinions.
Yeah, that's true. And I initially thought it was cute when Bella was like, I don't want to do a birthday party. And they did a party, like, with the family, because that's more of like a small thing. But Alice is getting very heavy-handed with her pushiness.
Yes, that's the thing. Because I agree with you. I also, like, I thought the birthday party was a good compromise, like middle ground. Like, it wasn't like a party, but they still, you know, got to celebrate Bella. And even though Bella hates that, that's what should happen on a birthday, you know? But I just think that this is too much. This is like, and it's not only, she's like, let me do your wedding, Bella. And it's not only this, but Alice wants to plan it and plan her dress. Like, Alice just wants to do everything. And she, like, kind of says at one point too, she's like, you know, Edward would be much happier if you did it the traditional way, even though he would never tell you that. Well, like, Alice, you just said it. He would never say that because he wants to make Bella happy. This is about Bella, not about you. Sorry.
I thought that was obvious already anyway. Like, clearly Edward wants to do it the traditional way. He's made that obvious already.
He was born in 1901.
Edward prepares for their camping trip, in quotation marks. He gets their sleeping bag, tent, camping food, etc.
Okay, Alice at this point says too, she's like, I can't really see exactly what's going on because they've now involved the wolves in all of the planning and everything, and there's going to be a wolf there at the campsite where Edward and Bella are going to be. So she can't see exactly what's going to happen, but she does say, she's like, I think it's going to be really cold, like unseasonably cold, and you should probably make sure to be prepared for that. Yeah, but Alice, she knows something's up. She's like, something weird is happening with all this. And I would also like to say, though, that if they didn't involve the wolves in this plan, it'd be harder to deal with the newborns. But, like, this whole thing with Edward and Bella wouldn't happen at all because Alice would be able to see it. Just a small little tiny little plot hole. Just that one's just like a little ankle breaker, you know?
And then Bella and Edward go to the clearing to meet Jacob, and Bella cuts her hand on the way and smears the blood on a rock and says, Jasper will love this.
Yeah, because they're laying her scent trail.
And then Edward calmly treats her injury and reveals that he has overcome his extreme reaction to her blood.
Yeah, he's like, since I spent 24 hours thinking that you were dead, my entire being shies away from anything that could, like, bring that amount of pain back into my life. And this is what I mean, where it's like, well, then you have kind of overcome it a little bit, and a little bit of your reasoning for how you can't bang her because you'll immediately kill her is not as firm as Edward wants to say, which is I think maybe why Edward says that, like, he'll try.
And Bella meets Jacob in human form to carry her to the campsite, while Edward takes a different route as part of their plan. Once Edward leaves, Jacob becomes more relaxed, but their conversation turns tense when Jacob pushes her to admit that she might have feelings for him too, suggesting she's lying to herself.
Yeah, their conversation immediately becomes aggravating, is more what you should have said. Like, their conversation immediately becomes infuriating, and then you immediately want to punch Jacob Black in his stupid, big, fucking wolfy face. Yeah. He's like, you just, like, won't pay attention to yourself, and you love me too, and you love me more than you even know, and blah, 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 and I hate him. Like, let's kill Jacob Black, guys. I'm on board.
Let's all get together and beat him up.
Yeah. He deserves it.
And he also says it's possible to love more than one person, but Bella firmly rejects that again and reminds him she only loves Edward.
Yes, can somebody, one person, someone, listen to the words coming out of this woman's mouth?
And Bella notes that the werewolves are particularly prone to deluding themselves. And Jake is like,
funny.
Does that make Edward a better kisser? And Bella says that she views their encounter as an assault. So she literally tells him to his face, you assaulted me, so shut the fuck up, Jacob.
Yeah. It's like, sorry, I don't view what we did as a kiss. That was you fucking assaulting me, you asshole.
Yeah.
Jacob is like, that's not nice. Or he's like unfair or something. He tries to be like, ouch. Something aggravating. And I'm just like, she's literally like fucking saying it to your fucking face. There's no ambiguity anymore. And I really, these next couple of chapters, I was just a little fun fact about like my process is sometimes I listen to audiobooks in the shower. And so I was listening to these chapters like in the shower while I was like washing my hair or something. And like this conversation with Jacob, the whole next chapter, like the whole thing, I'm just like standing in my shower, like screaming, like my voice just echoing off the walls, just like, ah!
I join you very soon. I'm not quite there yet. I think that's why my notes are still coherent, but you'll see.
Yeah,
when I start to completely lose my marbles.
That's kind of the thing. Yeah, I think it's like it's just I become an incoherent screaming mess of just like rage.
Bella confesses that she convinced Edward not to fight in the coming battle, admitting she feels like a coward for keeping him out of the fight for fear of losing him. And Jacob is surprised but insists it doesn't mean Edward loves her more than he does. So he's somehow making everything about him.
This is some bullshit.
And Bella learns that Jacob was originally meant to be the alpha leader of the werewolf pack because of his lineage, but he refused the role and responsibility. And Bella asks, so how does that work? How did Stand Up end up as the alpha and you as the beta? Which I just thought was funny because that's such a meme these days.
Yeah. I also thought it was funny that Bella was like calling him the beta, but it obviously didn't have the same connotation that it does today in the year of our Lord 2026 when Omegaverse is like a thing that exists.
Yeah, exactly. And then a violent snowstorm begins to reach Edward's campsite, and he anxiously greets Bella, relieved she's safe. And Jacob warns the storm will be severe, then heads into the woods to transform and reconnect with his pack, leaving Bella and Edward together to shelter as the storm closes in.
Chapter 22.
Fire and Ice. As the snowstorm rages outside the tent, Bella grows dangerously cold despite her layers and sleeping bag. Edward is unable to warm her because of his icy body and is frantic with worry. And Jacob, because of his werewolf body heat, comes into the tent, and Jacob climbs into the sleeping bag with Bella with Edward's permission.
I literally hate this part, guys. Like, oh, this is the part where I'm just like screaming incoherently at my shower wall. But yeah, it's kind of insane because Bella and Edward are kind of having a back and forth about, because Edward's like, oh, maybe we should run because the temperature keeps dropping. And Bella's like, no, if it's this cold in here, then I definitely don't want to go out into the actual blizzard, which makes sense. But he tells Jacob's in his wolf form, whining and stuff outside the tent. And Edward's like, that's dumb. You should go fetch a space heater, dog, basically, which is when Jacob uses that line as the perfect time to duck inside the tent in the smallest like opening that he can so he doesn't let any more cold air in. And he's just like, go fetch a space heater. I'm not a Saint Bernard, but I basically am a space heater. I'm running at a toasty 108.7 these days.
The bastardization of Jacob's character continues too, as he suggests that they take their clothes off so she can warm up faster. And Edward tells him to stop fantasizing about her. Oh, and Jacob also says that he could warm up her lips.
Jacob says a lot of fucking dumb shit in this moment. Because Edward basically is like, you have no idea how much I wish that I could be helping her the way that you're able to help her right now because you're warm. And like, I would give anything to be in your shoes. And Jacob is just an ass the entire time. It's like, well, I could warm up your lips and like you'd warm up faster if you took off your clothes, Bella. And Edward is like, I will kill you. And he's just like, that's just basic science, bloodsucker. Like, I'm just like, Jacob, stop enjoying this so much. If you have to act as a fucking like crazy ass human space heater in this moment, literally stop enjoying it. And he won't because he's Jacob. And like, this is the Dr. Jekyll that Bella was talking about. It's the annoying fucking fuckwad version of Jacob that assaulted her, like not her best friend, Jacob. That's there right now.
And they discuss what would happen if Bella chose differently, and Bella's drifting in and out of sleep at this point, so she does not hear the whole thing. But
she's warm, though.
She's warm. And Jacob insists that Bella would have gotten over Edward if he had just been gone 6 more months, and Edward says that he would let her go if that's what she truly wanted. But it's not.
He says to Jacob, he's like, from the instant I entered her life and developed these feelings for her, I knew that there were only 4 options. The first option is just that, like, I go away and I leave her to move on. And that's essentially what he did in the last book. You know, that's the whole reason that Jacob even is in her life now and everything. And option 2 is that he lives with her as a human. He stays with her throughout her whole human life, but that wouldn't work for Bella. He says it's her choice. That was no good for her because that would mean basically that she was in a relationship with someone who could never meet her where she was. Somebody that couldn't be human with her or live experiences with her or have anything like that. So Bella vetoed that option. Third option was that
it was Bella leaving him leaving again, or like Bella staying human.
Yeah, but then, and so that the only option left for them at this point is option 4, which is for him to turn her. That's option 4. And he's like, nothing else has worked. My priority is Bella and Bella's happiness. This is what Bella wants, you know? So he is kind of admitting that's the deal, you know? And he's like, I want more time. I want to wait to change her. I don't want it to be immediate. I want that too. But she's very stubborn and she doesn't want to get older. And that's her choice. And she's allowed to make that choice, you know? And he says, as long as she wants me, I will be here. That's kind of it. He's like, we tried everything else. It didn't work. You were there for New Moon, Jacob. It didn't go well for her or I. And this is where we are. This is the only option because she being so close to vampires is just going to put her in danger. If she's going to be in Edward's world, then she has to be indestructible, basically. She has to be able to be safe. And Jacob is just like, well, I like option 1. And it's like, well, we just told you why that wasn't an option, Jacob. So shut up.
And he's also taunting him by being like, oh, well, Bella's in love with me too. She just doesn't realize it.
I can't stand him and his stupid ass. He's like, she's in love with me too. I'm like, yeah, I think that we're going to find out that has something to do with her physiology that Bella's actually not in control over. So shut up, Jacob.
And Jacob is also arguing that Bella could live a full human life with him. And Edward is like, yeah, that might be better for her in certain ways. Like, he's not trying to deny that, but that doesn't change the fact that Bella wants to be with Edward.
Yeah. And I really hate this book, guys, because I agree with Edward. Edward, I'm the most sympathetic to. Edward is the one that, and I love vampires. I'm not like, you know, oh, whatever, vampires, but like Edward just as a character, I've explained in our other videos and many times for many reasons why Edward as a character annoys the fucking shit out of me, and I don't like him very much. But in this book, in Eclipse, like, it's become a complete role reversal. Edward is the reasonable one who's like making decisions based on what Bella actually wants, whereas Jacob is a fucking selfish prick who just manipulates her into all sorts of bullshit. The manipulation hasn't even started yet. Like, and it just gets really bad. And I hate agreeing with fucking tyrant-in-chief Edward, who's like, I don't like.
And then Edward ends up telling Jacob that Bella wants to be in the clearing tomorrow and that the story of the third wife and Jasper had given her the idea.
Yeah, and this is when Edward finally kind of realizes what that's about, because Bella kind of avoided telling him what that meant earlier, the third wife. But then when he brings it up to Jacob, he reads Jacob's mind, and so he immediately knows the whole legend. He's like, great, like, of course. I really wish your dad hadn't fucking told her that, Jacob. Like, what do you think Bella, in that story, who do you think Bella identifies the most with? And Jacob's just like, yeah, like the third wife. That makes sense. Bella's like a self-sacrificing noble queen. So of course she's like, how can I take everybody's problems onto myself and kill myself so that like my friends can win? Of course, that's the one that Bella identifies with. So yeah, Edward's right. Honestly, like I wish Billy had kind of shut up about that.
Edward and Jacob end up deciding to call a truce until first light, and Edward hums Bella's lullaby to drown out Jacob's thoughts.
Has to drown out those fantasies somehow, because Jacob's fantasies are very, very loud. Chapter 23.
Monster. Bella wakes up in the tent feeling overheated for sleeping next to Jacob, and Edward frees her from Jacob's tight grip and accidentally dumps Jacob onto the floor.
And then Jacob like jumps up and they start snarling at each other. They're like, and then Bella has to like get between them and be like, don't fight, holding both of them back.
And then Jacob prepares to leave to rejoin Sam and the rest of the werewolves for the fight. And Bella is suddenly struck by the realization that Jacob could die in the battle and begs him to stay, but he refuses and leaves. And I'm just like, at this point, I'm like, Bella, you can't just not have every single person you like not go.
Yeah, basically. But also, I would like to say that, okay, so when Edward learned that Bella was so worried about him and that she would be so freaked out the entire fight and like all this stuff, it's exactly what Jacob said. Like, Edward made the decision to stay with Bella because it would make her more comfortable, but Jacob just basically like bowls over her and is like, oh, well, like, I know you better, so it doesn't matter that like you would be worried about me, because once I came back you'd be fine. When he's leaving the tent, literally in this moment, she like says that thing where she's like, oh, please stay, and he's like, no, I'm not going to stay. And he zips the tent closed and is like, give it a rest, Bella. And I'm just like, stop. You obviously don't give like a crap about her emotions or how she's actually feeling. Like, yes, I know you think she's crazy, but in this crazy world where, oh, you love her the most and blah, 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 Edward obviously cares more about her feelings because he's actually putting her feelings ahead of his own. He wants to be in the fight too, but Bella wants him to stay safe with her. So he's putting her needs ahead of his, unlike Jacob.
Yeah, that's true. And then after he goes, Bella and Edward wait anxiously for the fight to begin. And as a distraction, Bella asks Edward about the best nights of his life. And Edward tells her all of them happened after he met her, especially the night she agreed to marry him.
This part is kind of funny because, yeah, he's like, oh, yeah, like that one. That was really good. Like a couple of nights ago when you agreed to marry me. And she says something about it as well. And then he like just kind of breaks in. He's like, are you warm enough? And she's like, why? That seems random. And then it's like an ear-splitting howl of pain and crushed anguish breaks through the forest and they can hear it. And Bella immediately realizes that Jacob hadn't actually left the area. So he just overheard her and Edward talking about their engagement and impending like marriage plans. And he is the most hurt. And she's hurting him all the time. Every time she turns around, she just hurts him more.
Edward had also mentioned, though, that she was saying, like, Jacob, my Jacob, in her sleep. And she was then distinguishing between the Jacob she likes and the Jacob that annoys the hell out of her.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about in the last chapter. Like, Bella has a very clear differentiation between the Jacob that's her best friend that she calls my Jacob, which is apparently what she said in her sleep. And then Edward's like, your Jacob really liked that a lot. And she's like, I'm so sorry. Like, it wasn't anything like that. It's just how I differentiate in my mind between Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which makes sense.
And once Bella realizes that Jacob is literally right outside, she's like, Edward, you knew he was right outside. And Edward's like, well, I never agreed to fight fair.
I like that, actually. I stand behind Edward's actions in this moment. I'm like, yeah, honestly, dude, Jacob deserved that and more. Jacob deserved so much more than that, to be real. So yeah, you should definitely like tell him in the most petty and fucked up way you can that, like, yeah, she just agreed to marry you, so fuck you, dog.
And Bella blames herself for hurting him, and she rushes out into the cold to find him.
She's so upset.
Yeah, and then Edward ends up going to bring Jacob back, and I'm like, he was leaving anyway, and Edward was supposed to stay, and now he's leaving, and everyone's leaving and going at the inappropriate times, and this is when I started to get angry. This is when I started to not be able to take anymore.
Yeah, no, everything is just getting stupid. Bella's like pacing in the clearing, and she's just like, oh my god, like I've hurt him so much, Edward, like go and find him so that I can talk to him some more. And then she is like thinking to herself how she has to just like make a clean break of it finally. And I'm just like, why even try, Bella? Like just let it go. Like it's fine.
Yeah,
talk
she's
to everybody.
She's literally like, Edward, go get Jacob to bring him back here so I can tell him things he just heard me say and I told him last night, and then I will send him away, which is what he's doing right now, is going away. So like, what is literally the point of this whole fucking thing?
It's just to make us mad. It's just to make us mad. Get Jacob fucking back here where he's already upset because he heard that. So like Jacob's emotionally all fucked up. So every bit of emotional manipulation and bullshit that he's about to spew at Bella is justified somehow. And it's stupid. It's like the thing where Edward is here with her now when he should be waiting to fight the newborns with his family. It's things that are done specifically so that the plot can work out in this way that we just kind of have to be like, this doesn't really make a bunch of sense. We just gotta woo-saw on through it.
Yeah. So Edward does bring back Jacob and leaves them alone to talk so they can have a moment together. And Bella apologizes and tells Jacob that she'll stay away from him, even though she just dragged him back here. So she's doing the opposite of that. And then
I know. I was like, why? She's literally like, you brought this man back to be like, I'll move, I'll go away, and you'll never see me again.
Like, except for right now, when I dragged you back here to see me. And Jacob rejects the apology and reveals that he had plans to throw himself recklessly into the upcoming battle, implying that he might not survive. And horrified, Bella begs him not to go. And she's like, well, I'll stay if you do. And I know I said this already, but you can't just keep every person that you care about not in this fight, or lots of people, including you, are probably going to die.
The whole town, there's like an army of newborn vampires descending on forks. Like, unless all of your vampire friends and werewolf friends are going to fight them, then every single human you know and love is going to die.
Yeah, and you're probably going to die, because that's the whole reason they're even coming.
Yeah.
And Jacob says he'll only reconsider if Bella proves she truly wants him to come back, and she's desperate to stop him from sacrificing herself. So Bella asks him to kiss her, and he rejects her at first because he thinks she's not serious. And okay, so this is when I start to go insane, because I literally wrote in my notes, they kiss passively. And then I was like, oh, that's a line from the My Immortal fan fiction, is when they kiss passively. And then I had to go find it, because like literally earlier the day Nicole and I both read this, we found the video of Tom Felton reading My Immortal, so it was kind of like in my brain. So
my eyes were limpid pools of tears.
So I pasted the sentence from My Immortal here between Bobby and Draco. And I would like to read it for you.
Please share with the class.
Okay. We started Frenching passively, and we took off each other's clothes enthusiastically. He felt me up before I took off my top. Then I took off my black leather bra, and he took off my pants. We went on the bed and started making out naked, and then he put his boy's thingy in mine, and we had sex. So I knew that I was losing my mind once I typed they kiss passively. No. And I meant it. They did kiss passively. But more specifically, Bella is kissing him passively at first.
Yes, no, Jacob's really trying, and Bella's the one that's passive. I will say thank you for just that little injection of my immortal into this, because that just that just brought me back up to 98%. Yeah, that's pretty much where I am too. And also I'm in the middle of like a book based on a Draco and Hermione fan fiction right now, and I'm not going to get sidetracked because that's literally not what we're talking about, but oh my God. Okay, that's it. That's the only thing I'm saying. This whole thing is some fucking rank bullshit. It really is. They're just, I mean, obviously for so many reasons, but the thing that Jacob is immediately, well, like, maybe I'll just go and throw myself into the fight, like, whatever. It says in the text, like, when you're reading it, that he's looking at her like he knows what she's gonna do. Like, he's got, like, a superior look on his face and stuff. So it's like, he absolutely was never going to do that. He was only saying it to manipulate Bella. And that is some, like, deeply fucked up shit. And that is not your best friend. Fuck this man. Literally forever. Like, this should be the end. Like, this conversation should be the absolute fucking end of Bella and Jacob's friendship.
Yep, and Jacob says, "Are you sure you want me to come back, or did you really want me to die?" And then she grabs his hair in anger, and I literally blacked out at this point, so... and then Jacob mistakenly takes that for passion, and then they start to kiss passionately, and I almost hurled.
And then, like, Bella realizes somewhere it's unlocked in her soul that, no, actually, I started kissing him back, and I wasn't really entirely sure why, but then I realized that, like, I do love Jacob, just not enough, or in the same way that I love Edward, but I do love Jacob. So she, like, actually starts, like, kissing him and, like, engaging her mouth in this kiss, and I'm just like, Bella, no, I agree with you. Blacking out happens. Like, my like, consciousness starts to dim around the edges, and I'm just like, the fuck is going on? Like, you've just yanked the last fucking 2.5 books out from under fucking me saying that. That's not true. And I mean, I think we're gonna find out. And it's all gonna come full circle around, like, in the later chapters of this, and then also in Breaking Dawn, when we have, like, little Miss Receptacle Refrigerator showing up. That I think that what is going on in this moment is something to do with Retina being a part of Bella, and her latent imprintedness on Jacob that hasn't happened because she's not born is there, because it's technically, like, inside of Bella, but, like, we don't know any of that yet. So it's basically just an insane turn of events that has just occurred.
Yeah, and Bella's even imagining her life with him at this point, like, complete with children and all.
She's like, an entirely different timeline opened up behind my eyelids, and I could see 2 little black-haired children running into the woods, and the years passing and meaning something as they passed, with Jacob by my side. And I'm just like, my God, Bella, you've just spent the last 2.5 books telling us that you did not like this man as much as you liked Edward. What are you doing?
I feel like this was in the era where this was a socially acceptable plot line to not realize that you like the person, and women just don't know what they want, and they need to realize how they feel, and this would actually, like, somehow cancel out the fact that Jacob assaulted her because she really wanted it all along and just didn't realize it until this moment.
I mean, I think you're right that it was sort of like the time that
Yeah, and I
like,
know that
the
that's not
era.
like what's going to happen in the story necessarily, but I think that that's like why people at this point were still shipping Jacob and Bella. Also, I'm sure that they make him more digestible in the movies, but that's my theory.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, because what is not a digestible about Taylor Lautner? Really close to nothing. He's very digestible.
That's true. Yeah, it helps when you can like see him being handsome and he's, I don't know, it felt like they did this in the first movie, and I have only seen the first movie, I think, but they did it with Bella too, where since you can't hear like her inner subconscious where she's thinking like, I'm gonna flirt with Jacob so he tells me what I want, it just like naturally looks like they're flirting. So I imagine they'll probably like shift their characters a little bit. Wow, I sound so behind that I haven't seen all the Twilight movies.
I know. Well, me neither, actually.
But this is a thing in movies where I think they try to make characters more likable to the average person. Like in Harry Potter, they make all the characters more likable too.
Yeah.
Like
absolutely.
Harry's kind of a dick in a lot of parts, but he's very likable in the movies. So
in the movies, yeah.
Yeah.
And also, it's like you don't get a lot of like, there's subtext that Draco is like a racist bigot.
Yeah, they make him just like ignorant in the movies, and like, but in a way that's like, oh, he was just like a dumb kid and was being abused by his father or something, so he can be redeemable. Whereas in the book, I feel like it's like, oh no, he's actually just racist.
He's actually just kind of like a racist until like the last book where like you do get a little more of his like tortured inner life.
I think the same thing happens with I don't mean to go on about Harry Potter. I feel like the same thing happens with Snape too. This is the last thing I'll say, but in the book he's like just abusing children, but in the movies he's just like an ultra stern teacher.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, Snape in the movies is definitely like a lot easier to just kind of like breeze past all the stuff that he did, because he didn't really do much actually, whereas in the books he was actually like very, very mean to some very small children.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I haven't seen all the Twilight movies is the point.
No, we're getting around to it, guys. That's on the list, and we will be making content about it. But I completely, I'm also there. I think I've seen maybe like a part of New Moon on TV once, but other than that, I've only seen the first one.
I don't even think I've seen New Moon. I've seen the first movie a couple times, but then since we started doing the podcast, I've made the conscious decision that I'm not going to watch that. Yeah, because I think it'd be funnier to get like my raw reaction to the movie on film. So.
Yeah. Raw reactions. That's why I haven't gone back and read the second half of Breaking Dawn too. Because I stopped at a certain point when I was reading it originally. Like I went to the midnight release and bought it at the midnight release, and then got to the part where Jacob imprints on the baby and threw it at a wall and never picked it back up.
You were just like, and we're done.
And nope, I'm not fucking reading this book anymore.
So after all that nonsense happens with Bella and Jacob, Jella says he has to leave, and she begs him to stay, but he must go, and he says that should have been their first kiss.
Yeah, they do eventually have like a slightly sweeter kiss, and Jacob's like, that should have been our first kiss. And I'm like, no, it shouldn't have, Jacob, because she's literally had a boyfriend. Except for New Moon, I guess, because like they were broken up, but like that whole thing, we've already covered that book. And I'm like, the entire book of this book where you have kissed this girl, she's had a boyfriend the entire time.
I feel like if Jacob wasn't an asshole the last few chapters and just was accepting like, okay, she doesn't like me, whatever, like I have to move on, but it's difficult, and then she did this, and then she was like, I love you, I think I could be like, ooh, love triangle, but that's not what happened. So like no, it's not what happened. But I'm saying like if this was their first kiss and like all that other crap didn't happen, then
you could be on board.
I could see the bookie love triangle then.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I actually fully agree with you with that, but that's not what happened.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
Chapter 24.
Snap decision. Bella lies in the tent, overwhelmed with guilt after kissing Jacob, wishing something would happen to punish her. when Edward returns and he surprises her by not being angry. And instead, he gently explains that he understands why she has feelings for Jacob, since Jacob helped her heal after Edward left. And he's like, you're only human.
I think that we were talking while I was reading this, because I remember messaging you and just being like, what the fuck is wrong with Edward? Like, well, I can't believe he's just like, okay with this like whole thing. Like, I'm sorry, your girlfriend just kissed a wolf, dude. Like,
yeah, and like earlier in this book, he didn't even want them hanging out. Now he's like, it's fine.
It's fine. Yeah. I mean, like, it's like I said, we have a complete 180 on Edward's character, and he is very focused on Bella's needs, and what Bella wants. And I've been waiting for him to be focused on that, but I do actually kind of think that he should be a little bit upset with her in this moment.
Yeah, that would be reasonable of him.
Yeah.
And Bella's feeling even worse because Edward refuses to blame her and instead partly blames himself. She wished he would call her every name and every language he knows. And
like, you guys would be there for a while.
And she's also embarrassed that Seth was right outside the tent to witness all of this.
Yeah, this whole time, Seth, who is one of the werewolves, he's like one of the youngest werewolves, and he like showed up right before Jacob left, so he saw all of that nonsense that just happened, and he's still like chilling outside the tent.
And while they talk, the battle between the wolves and the newborn vampires begins nearby, and Edward listens to the fight through the wolves' thoughts and gives Bella a play-by-play.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Leah like attacks the newborns like immediately, like they catch the scent of the wolves and she immediately attacks, and he's just like, good job, Leah. And I agree, I love Leah, actually.
And suddenly everything goes silent and Edward realizes something is wrong. He quickly sends Seth away, and Bella is eager to help but thinks that I would die to do it, like the third wife. She's so fucking dramatic.
She's immediately, like, as soon as she's realized that something goes wrong, she's like, fuck, how can I sacrifice myself to save my friends? How can I do it? Like, yeah, no, she's super on the idea of hurting herself to, like, give everybody else an advantage immediately.
Edward moves Bella against the cliff face to protect her, and he takes a defensive stance, and then...
Oh my gosh. This actually kind of annoyed me, actually, because Bella's like so freaked out, because this whole time up to like this exact moment, she thinks that something has gone wrong in the actual fight that's happening like away from where they are hiding now. And she's like, what did I lose? Who did I lose? What is my fault that has just happened? Like immediately. And then Edward like backs her up against the cliff face, and she's like, okay, it's fine now. I'm the one in danger, not them. It's fine. I'm just like, can you calm down with your self-sacrificing just by just a little bit? Because you're annoying the crap out of me.
I know. It's come up so many times and she's so eager. I'm like, okay, we get it. You want to sacrifice yourself, but it's really not that serious. So calm down. And then Victoria suddenly appears in their camp with a newborn vampire.
Yeah, Riley. His name's Riley. It's Victoria and Riley just appear. And Bella notices that Riley has very, very vivid red eyes. So she deduces that he is one of the newborns. He's very new.
Mm-hmm. And Bella realizes Victoria used the larger battle as a distraction and came here specifically to kill her.
Yeah, she kind of realized that Bella was going to be wherever Edward was. So when she crossed Edward's scent coming in to the battle, she was like, well, I should follow this instead. And yeah, solved it. It's exactly like we said. But like we were saying earlier, if Edward, if this just didn't, well, I think that if this didn't happen and if Bella had been on the La Push reservation with everybody, she actually would have been safer.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then she'd have multiple people there protecting her.
Instead of literally just Edward and baby Seth.
And Bella also realizes that Victoria's plan is for the newborn to attack Edward while she attacks Bella. Bella hears a distant wolf howl, but has no way to understand what it means now that Seth is gone. Victoria stands nearby with Riley, who she's manipulated into helping her. Riley is young and inexperienced, though very strong, and Bella hopes Edward will be able to defeat him.
Yeah, and Riley thinks that Victoria is in love with him. She's not.
Yeah, no. And before the fight begins, Edward tries to persuade Riley not to fight. He's like telling him that Victoria's been lying to him and she never loved him and only used him as a tool to build the army, and that Victoria truly loved James and that Riley was meant to die once he's no longer useful. And for a moment, Riley's looking confused and uncertain, but then he looks to Victoria for reassurance, and she insists that Edward is the liar and reminds Riley that she loves him.
Yeah, apparently she has like a super high-pitched like little baby doll voice, and Bella thinks that it sounds really weird coming out of her mouth, actually.
And of course, Riley ultimately chooses to believe Victoria. And at that exact moment, Seth suddenly leaps into the clearing and tackles Riley. Victoria is furious that her plan has been interrupted, and she keeps her focus on Bella. Edward moves quickly to block Victoria from reaching Bella, and then the two begin to fight in what resembles a dance, much like Alice and Jasper's fight.
Yeah, Edward is fighting Victoria, and Riley is fighting with Seth, and Victoria was, like, really shocked to see Seth come out of the woods. She's like, what the fuck, and keeps kind of, like, looking at him and stuff. And this is kind of important in a way, because this is a very small moment here, because Victoria keeps like looking at Seth like, what the heck is up with this guy? And Edward can read her mind. So he says, is he really so much like the monster James tracked through Siberia, Victoria? And Victoria just kind of like stops paying so much attention to that fight and focuses back on Edward, and they like go toe to toe like in a dance like Alice and Jasper. But that is like a little bit important because that was the reaction that Victoria had to seeing a werewolf, basically.
Mm-hmm. And Edward's using his vampire-y mind-reading powers to anticipate Victoria's moves and also taunting her that James never truly cared about her.
Yeah, he's like, he just kept you around because you're good at escaping. And I would know. I can read his mind. And that sends Victoria into a rage, and she's like, grrr, and like jumps at him.
Meanwhile, Seth tears pieces off of Riley's body, but Riley fights back and manages to injure Seth badly and sends him crashing into the cliff near Bella. And Seth collapses in pain, and she's terrified that Seth will die and is unsure if Edward is winning the fight, so Bella decides to create a distraction, remembering how
this is my moment. This is my moment.
Yeah, like the second, I guess she's done it twice now. She like heard like the silence and was like, this is it. I'm going to sacrifice myself. And like the second someone on her side is hurt at all, she's like, now is my moment. Everyone
now's my moment. She picks up a sharp rock and she's like, I'm going to do it. Guys, can I be brave enough to hurt myself the way the third wife did? Do I have the guts? It's basically what she's thinking to herself.
Yep. But just as she is about to cut her arm, Edward breaks away from Victoria and rips one of Riley's arms off, giving Seth an advantage.
Oh my gosh, I would. There's a really funny moment, actually, like right as Bella is about to like stab herself in the arm. She even says, she's like, I don't know how I thought that I could like hear such a low sound with everything going on. But she says, I could have sworn I heard an exasperated sigh as I go to start stabbing myself. And that's definitely Edward being like, bitch, what the fuck is up with you?
I have to read this part that I had like a visceral reaction to this. Okay. Edward, all but invisible with speed, had twisted backward and caught the unsuspecting Riley by the arm. It had looked like Edward planted his foot against Riley's back and heaved.
Yeah.
Is sexy? Is this what we want our men to do?
Like rip another man apart limb from limb? I mean, you know, it's not sexy to picture that. It's like, I'd say that's fairly spicy.
Okay.
To think about. Yeah.
I was just like, what the fuck? And then I was thinking about, like, imagine you're like, this is happening to you, and you watch your man rip somebody's fucking arm off with like his foot on the person's back and like heaving the arm.
I don't know. Yeah, I too pictured that like a bunch of times. It was funny every time I pictured it.
So Seth quickly regains the upper hand and finishes off Riley completely in the woods. And Victoria realizes she's alone and tries to escape, but Edward chases her down and kills her swiftly, tearing off her head.
It's funny too because she like goes to try and escape and Edward's like, no, stay a little longer. And then it's like, oh, he dances over to her and he grabs her and it was so like soft. It didn't even look violent. His lips just brush across her neck, almost like he's giving her a kiss. And then her head basically pops off and rolls away into the woods. Chapter 25.
Mirror. Right after the fight, Bella's in shock after seeing Victoria and Riley brutally murdered. And Seth and Edward are gathering up the pieces to burn the remains.
It's like the image of Victoria's head with her red hair like bouncing into the woods. And then yeah, they're gathering up all the pieces. I like the part where Seth and Edward, like Seth is still in wolf form and Edward and him are like gathering up all the pieces and Seth and Edward like do a fist bump with Seth's nose, like no, Seth noses Edward's fist like in a fist bump, and they're like, good teamwork. And I don't know, I just really, it just tickles me, like the little camaraderie that Seth and Edward have here in the beginning of this chapter is really cute to me.
Well, we've said Stephanie's really good at writing these cute little character interactions. If only she just did that. And then, like, people being brutally murdered, because I weirdly think she's good at that, too.
Yeah, she's not bad. It's like, it's her action sequences are pretty okay.
Mm-hmm. And then, once the fire started, Edward is cautiously approaching Bella, and he's worried that she might be frightened after seeing him act so violently. And Bella, however, isn't afraid of him at all. She was only worried that Edward or Seth might get hurt. And then Edward scoffed at her for trying to cut herself with a rock to distract the vampires and explains that Seth had only been pretending to be injured. And I just want to point out, last chapter, I was like, did she think it was sexy? I think she did.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're not wrong, but also it's just Edward's so a little bit just like exasperated with her and the way she reacted to everything. Because she said that she was just trying to help. And that's why she, like, tried to cut herself with that rock to distract everybody. She was just trying to help. And Edward's like, do you know that when you did that, it almost gave me a heart attack? And that is very hard to do, actually. And of course, that would be what you would think, Bella. Don't be ridiculous. And then she's like, well, it's hard to be the only... I forget which adjective she uses exactly, but she basically says, like, it's really hard to be the only squishy person. And when I'm a vampire, you best believe that I'm going to be helping and you're not going to be able to keep me away. And Edward is like,
he's like, next time?
Next time, Bella, do you, like, anticipate there being more vampire wars in our future?
He also says in here, I think that this is where he said it, the quote that you had asked me to put in here. He said, yeah, Bella, I just beheaded and dismembered a sentient creature, not 20 yards from you. That doesn't bother you?
Yeah, he asked her that, like, that's why he thinks that she's scared of him. And then he walks towards her, like, with his hands up, like, palms facing outwards. And Bella's like, it looked like he was approaching a police officer, trying to keep me calm. And she's just like, what is wrong with you? Why are you acting like that? And that's when he said, he's like, I just beheaded and dismembered a sentient creature not 20 yards from you. And that doesn't bother you? And like,
yeah, Edward's like, you are not being normal. Like...
She's never normal, Edward. So I actually had a bit of a realization while I was reading the end of the book here. And that is that this book has completely flipped everything on its head in this series so far, specifically that I hate and cannot stand to be inside Bella's head in this book. I can't stand Jacob and the character assassination of his, like, whole being from the last book. I can't stand Alice and how she doesn't actually put Bella's wants first and she only really cares about like what she wants and what Edward wants. This book flipped it entirely for me. I actually like Edward the most out of every character in this book.
Wow. That's a big realization.
For me, it is because I hate Edward.
I think I don't know if I ever had a favorite except for Alice. And as far as hatred, I think I just sort of felt like accepting of all of the characters, like neutral a little bit. Well, I'm like, well, they are the way they are. That's one way to do something.
It's like a fair assumption. It's just me, and like I get mad. Like I think yours is like a little bit like less high strung than I am because when I listen to like anything, like it's not only Twilight, it's like anything, and I listen and I'm in vehement disagreement with what's going on, I'll start just like screaming and ranting, and like I have so many emotions about it. And I'm not saying I think you have as many emotions as I do. I think that you just are better at keeping a lid on them than me.
Maybe. I would like to propose this question to my coworker who has to deal with my post-listening rants that I do before this, and I think he is the only one who could really give us an unbiased look on if that's true.
That's fair, actually. Maybe it's just that like your reactions are more localized to when you're actually reading, whereas I just like stay mad.
Maybe that's it, because like right after I read, I'm like, I have to scream, and then I don't remember which time it was. I think it was right after. We don't need to go back to this because I know we'll be here for frickin' ever, but I think it was right after Jasper revealed that he was in the Confederate Army and I had to scream, and he said that I was screaming, that my voice was echoing off the walls of the building that we were walking past because I was so bad. So I think, I probably like sit on it and then I'm able to be like reeled in for the podcast, but I do have moments where I have to scream. Oh, and then when Charlie was like, good job, Jacob, to kissing Bella against her will. I think that was in the same rant because I hadn't seen him in a while. So I had a lot of like pent up rage all at once that I had
like things
about.
To say about that. Yeah. I remember specifically like when I was listening to that part, it was the fun fact about me, guys. Sometimes I like to listen to audiobooks in the shower. Multitasking. But the funny thing is that when that part happened, I remember it specifically because I let out like a primal scream of rage, and it just like echoed off like my shower walls in a way that really hurt my ears.
That Charlie is one that I went from like loving to hating now.
Yeah. No, Charlie's again exactly like I was saying.
Yeah.
This book flipped all the characters on their heads for me. Like as far as like my estimation of them and where like my affection for them, I guess. They just made me mad and I wasn't about it. And and Charlie's going to continue to kind of piss me off at the end of the book here. And Alice is going to continue to piss me off at the end of the book here. And Jacob is going to continue to piss me off at the end of the book here. And don't even get me started on Bella. Edward is the only one who doesn't actively piss me off at the end of the book here. So it's an interesting place for me to be. And I didn't mean to derail our discussion quite so much. We can get back to the actual events of the book now, but it's a time.
Yeah. Well, going back to what's happening, Seth starts howling in agony, and because of their Wolfie connection, they're realizing that something is going wrong somewhere else, and that there was this other newborn vampire that had been hiding, and Leah confronted it alone. And then Edward's like, the Volturi are also on their way to the clearing to deal with the newborn army. This forces Edward and Bella to rush back to meet everybody.
Bella, while they're rushing back and she's on Edward's back and they're running through the woods, she's like, what? Yeah, basically she is being carried like Kagome and Inuyasha right now, with Edward in the role of Inuyasha. It's just what I picture in my brain.
Me too.
Isn't it Interesting how we're both like so anime addled. Anyways. And yeah, as they're running back to the meadow where the other Cullens are, Bella asks him, like, what did you see? What made you react like that? Because he fell to the ground and is like, no, Sam, help him. Let's all like take a moment here to remember that Edward was correct in sending Seth home, because Seth is only 15 years old and he's a little too young for most of this. So at that moment when Edward collapsed to the ground and was like, no, like, help him, Sam, he told Seth, like, looks like he's about to go running for the meadow, and Edward's like, no, you get your butt home, like, right now, like, listen to me, trust me, and go home, go back to the reservation. And Seth actually does trust him, which I think is really cute that they have kind of, like I said, I really love the little bit of camaraderie that Edward and Seth have in this moment. Like, even when Edward, like, sends him home, like, Seth wouldn't have listened to just anybody in that moment, I think. But he listened to Edward, which, I don't know, it's just, there's trust being formed now between the wolves and the vampires.
Yeah, I like the friendship that's forming there.
And yeah, but while they're running back to the meadow where all the rest of the family is, Bella asks Edward, what happened? Why did you collapse like that? Like, you have to tell me what's going on. And that's when Edward tells her that there was one of the newborns was hiding, and Leah tried to confront it by herself because she was trying to prove something. And then Bella's like, oh God, like, Leah's hurt. And Edward's like, no, it wasn't Leah. And of course, guys, it was Jacob that got hurt, because none of the other wolves got hurt. But of course, Jacob had to get hurt so that Bella could have a fucking meltdown about it. It's literally, this is Bella. It's really, honestly, ticks me off, because she is like, the edge of the cliff that I was holding in my head crumbled under my fingers, and I spiraled into darkness with the awareness that Jacob was hurt. I'm just like, oh my fucking God, girl, like, shut up. He's fine. It's just too much. It's too much drama. Like, you know that boy is fine. They heal really fast. Like, it's gonna be okay, Bella. Just, oh my God.
She also faints only to regain consciousness one sentence later in the book. Like, she's fainted for exactly 5 seconds.
Exactly 5 seconds. Yeah, it's literally just enough. It's like, I spiraled into darkness. And then it's the next chapter and she wakes up.
It's not even the next chapter. It's the same chapter. She just falls unconscious. No, she just falls unconscious and then wakes back up, and they're like, yeah, by the way, Jacob's alive.
Yeah, no, you're right. I just, like, assumed that there was a chapter break there for, I guess, like, almost
because it's a good place to do a chapter break. Like, you lose consciousness, ooh, cliffhanger, and then you could, like, do the next chapter, but it's literally, like, one sentence. It's not even a break of any kind.
One sentence, yeah.
Maybe it's a paragraph break, I don't know.
Is it the next thing? It's like Edward says to Carlisle, the next thing she hears is like Edward saying to Carlisle, it's been almost 5 minutes, Carlisle. And then Carlisle's like, let her brain rest. She's gone through a lot today. And I'm just like, I honestly think that losing consciousness in that, that's why everybody thinks that you're weak sauce, Bella, and you can't handle anything. It really, really is, because please tell me, what about that made you fucking lose consciousness?
Okay, I don't know if this is a thing. Maybe I should. I feel like I should know this, but I don't. Is it possible in real life to be so shocked that you lose consciousness?
You know, I don't know. I feel like I should also know that, but I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but it's like such a trope that I'm like, did it come from somewhere? And that's putting a little bit of doubt in my mind.
The thing where it came from, I think where it came from is in like Victorian literature, and also like Victorian ideals of like a woman is like, oh, it's like the Pirates of the Caribbean thing with Elizabeth Swann in the opening parts of the movie when she puts on that corset and then they're like at the Commodore Norrington's party or whatever for him, and then she's just like, I can't breathe, and like falls off the fort. Like that's what I think.
So she's not shocked. It's like the lack of breath. So theoretically, if Bella was hyperventilating and was losing enough oxygen, she could have fainted here.
Yes, I think so. But also the reason that happened in Pirates of the Caribbean and also in like Victoriana, just in general, is because of corsets. Is Bella wearing a corset?
She could be, for all I know.
Bella is not wearing a corset. Like, Bella barely wants to wear a khaki skirt. She's not going to put on a fucking corset.
She put on a corset to go into battle. It's her battle corsets.
It's her battle corset. Well, I guess if we're here and she's now fucking Violet Sorrengail from fucking Fourth Wing and she has a battle corset, okay. You haven't read that book, I don't think, but
I haven't. Maybe I should.
Literally, okay, if anybody needs just a little bit of explanation for what I just said, Violet Sorrengail is the main character in a book series. It's called the Imperium series, but I think the first book is called Fourth Wing, but she has weak joints, and she's kind of like a bit of a weakling anyway, so her sister makes her a dragon scale corset to wear under her training outfit so she's not gonna get killed in the first book. That's all I'm going to say about it because otherwise it would be too much. Bella does not have a battle corset is what I'm saying. It's stupid for her to just pass out for no reason. And I'm just like, what? It's like she really wants us to, she really acts like a Victoriana, a heroine from a Victoriana novel or something from that era. When it's just for no fucking reason in her cotton t-shirt and jeans should that happen.
No.
Oh, and
no,
her parka. I guess she had a parka because it was really cold. But like they stopped saying anything about how cold it was like 2 chapters ago.
I guess Edward does not have the blood pumping. But Bella probably does have the blood pump to keep her warm at this point.
Yeah.
So anyway, Edward and Carlisle are reassuring her after she regains consciousness that Jacob is alive and he's healing already because he's a werewolf. And
first thing Edward says to her, he's like, he's healing. Jacob Black will be fine. He's healing. He's already halfway healed. It's like the first thing he fucking says to her. Bella will say in a couple of chapters that he's so unselfish it kills her. And it also kills me. In this moment, I'm just like, can you stand up for your woman? Pretty please. And we know that Edward would like literally let Bella do anything, so it really doesn't matter. Edward would literally let her date both of them. So
that would be Edward, though. That is my headcanon. Do people ship the 3 of them?
I don't know.
I've never seen like fan fiction about it, but I also don't really read Twilight fan fiction. Like I've mentioned, I think in a different podcast that I have read it, or I was reading Alice Bella fic or something, but I don't really typically like read.
Seek it out. It's not, we will read Twilight fan fiction if it like comes across our paths, either of us, and we'll send it to each other. But it's not something that either of us actively seek out because honestly, like the canon books of this are enough.
Yeah. I don't need any more. Yeah, if it's recommended to me and it looks interesting, I'm not like opposed to reading it, but because I'm not seeking it out, I'm like, I don't know if this is something the people want, but I now want to know.
No, that's me. We should go check AO3 later and see if there's like an Edward X Jacob X Bella section.
I'm sure there is, but the question is how many? Is it like 30 fics? Or is it like 30,000?
30,000 fics, yeah. That's would be a good question.
Is this what the people want? Give the people what they want.
I don't think that Stephenie Meyer has literally ever taken that into consideration, but we're getting close here. This is some interesting stuff here. Mm-hmm. We're getting some really interesting world building in this chapter, actually.
So, I thought this was funny before we get to the next part. So Jacob's injuries were severe. He did shatter most of the bones in the right half of his body, but again, werewolf. And then Carlisle says, Sam is trying to get him to phase back to his human form. That will make treating easier. I've never been to veterinarian school.
I also thought that was funny. I was like, oh, that was like a nice little funny there, Carlisle. Thank you for that.
We got a little bit of Carlisle lore there. Never been to veterinarian school.
I guess maybe now he should go.
Yeah, maybe he should.
He's going to have a lot of treating of canids in his future. So.
Yeah. And then Bella gets to her feet and she sees the Cullens gathered around the remains of the battle and notices a young newborn vampire girl that they're surrounding. And the girl's struggling to control herself around Bella's scent, and Carlisle is trying to calm her.
Guys, it's Bree Tanner. This is Bree Tanner. I actually haven't read the short afterlife of Bree Tanner, but it is a companion novel to this series. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it's called, is the short afterlife of Bree Tanner. We 100% will be covering the short afterlife of Bree Tanner. Whether it comes out next or not, we'll see.
But then before anything else can happen, the Volturi arrive, and they're led by Jane with several guards. So Jane questions the Cullens about the newborn army and confirms that Victoria did make the attack on them, but Edward has now killed her.
I was wondering, she asked, like, why was this girl the key? Like, looking at Bella, she's like, that's kind of weird. Like, what's up with that? Yeah, I think it's like Edward at this point is like, well, Victoria had a grudge against her, and Jane again, like, looks at him and Bella and is like, yeah, she seems to engender very strong responses in our kind, which is weird, don't you think?
And Bree explains that Riley recruited the newborns to destroy the Cullens and that Bella's blood was going to be a reward.
Yeah, Bree is like, whoever found her was supposed to have her, but they never came, and Riley never came, and then everybody was in pieces, and then this one said that if I stopped fighting, then I would be spared. Like, talking about Carlisle, because of course it was Carlisle who offered clemency to her. He's like, if you stop fighting, then we will spare you, which of course that would be Carlisle, because Carlisle has more morals than any other person in the entire world. But literally Jane looks down at her and is like, yeah, that wasn't really in his power to gift to you clemency. It wasn't really in his power. And and Bree's being tortured by Jane's mind powers, and she's not having a good time.
No, and while that's happening, Jane notes that Caius will be interested to hear that Bella is still human and that he might decide to visit. And then Alice chimes in to say that, oh, there's a set date and maybe we'll come visit you in a couple of months.
Yeah, there's like, don't worry, we're following through on the promise. Like, don't, you know,
do not
don't come back. Please don't come back. Stay far away from us. Like, honestly, it's only been like 2 months since they were in Italy. So I don't know how fast Caius and Aro and all of them thought that they would go ahead and bite Bella, but it really hasn't been that long. Like, they do actually need more time. It's only been a couple months.
Yeah, I guess they just thought they were gonna go home, be like, oh, time to turn Bella. But no, they had other things planned, like wrapping up Bella's human affairs.
And all this Victoria stuff. Victoria came and was like a nuisance, and oh, look, they just killed her. Her head's gone. So yeah, they can probably focus now on turning Bella at some point. Yeah.
And then, despite Carlisle and Edward offering to take responsibility for Bree, Jane's like, nope, no exceptions to the Volturi law. And she orders Felix to execute Bree. And Edward urges Bella not to look, and the sounds are still quite disturbing to her.
Yeah, Bella doesn't look. She thinks to herself that she's seen way more than enough for one day. So she hides her face against Edward, but still can hear them completely ripping her apart. And then they throw her on the fire. And I forgot to mention, I thought that this was just kind of like a neat little detail. I actually like quite a bit that when they burn the vampire bodies, it's like this thick, oily, choking, almost purple black smoke that's like insanely thick and it smells like incense. And I don't know why, I just really like that little detail.
Yeah, it's interesting. She like thought to make it atmospheric and tell you what's actually happening to the body when it's being burned, which is interesting.
Yeah. And also because like the vampire bodies are like very much like not human bodies. So like instead of like meat of any kind, it smells like incense.
Yeah.
I think that's cool.
And then Jane orders her guards to come and they take their leave.
And they walk off, wafting into the purple-black smoke. Chapter 26.
Ethics. Later, Bella is at the Cullens' house while Alice gets her ready to go home, and she's surrounded with beauty products and new clothes to help support their shopping trip alibi for Charlie.
And Bella thinks to herself that Alice definitely bought all of that for her because, of course, Alice doesn't need any kind of beauty products because she's a perfect marble statue of gorgeousness. But she bought so much stuff for Bella. And I'm here for it. I'm like, hell yeah, Bella, you take all. I love me some good goops.
Yeah,
goops
me too.
And products and all.
I would be like, yes, for me, thank you.
Thank you.
But Bella's very distracted. She's mostly thinking about Jacob, who's still unconscious. And she...
Oh my God. It's just like, Bella, can you just fucking... He's fine. Think about anything else. This is Bella's eternal fucking emotional masochism. And she's actually going to say in either later in this chapter or in the very next chapter that she's not a masochist. And I actually completely disagree with that. I think the way that Bella takes on the blame and the baggage for every single thing that happens to anybody, she is an emotional masochist. Like, there's no other, like, way to describe that than her being an emotional masochist, because it's not necessary.
She just needs to do some introspection and realize that's what it is.
I mean, I guess, yeah. She really doesn't know that about herself, I guess.
And Bella's thinking she wants to stay near Jacob and La Push, but Alice insists that keeping Charlie unaware is more important, and she reminds Bella that protecting human loved ones is part of being connected to the Cullens.
And also she says part of being a Cullen is being meticulously responsible at all times.
I suppose that's probably true, because they have all their rules and stuff.
They all have rules about, like, whatever nonsense, yeah. And it's true.
But before leaving, Bella asks Alice why Alice can see her future, but the other vampire powers don't work on her.
Bella is susceptible to things that have to do with her physical body, but she's protected from things that have to do with her mind because Aro, Jane, and Edward, all of their powers affect, like, inside the mind specifically. I don't really know exactly what to call Jane's, like, pain power, except for her mental cruciatus curse power.
That's accurate.
I mean, that is exactly what it is, but it's just like, I don't know what else to call it. But that Jane's power only affects inside the mind. It just makes you think that you're in pain. It doesn't actually hurt your body. And Edward's powers also obviously have to do with the mind. And so do Aro's powers. He touches you and he can read your thoughts, but she's protected from that as well. Alice's theory is that Jasper's power works on her because it's like a physical effect on her body, and that Alice's power works on her because she sees the outcome of things, not the internal, like, decision-making processes of things, which be going on, like, in Bella's mind, I suppose. So that's what Alice's theory is about why Jane and Aro's power don't work on Bella, but her power and Jasper's power do work on Bella. And it's an all right theory. It's not perfect. And I think it's like when Bella actually gets her powers, we're going to obviously have more to discuss.
Okay.
Bella also asks if Alice can see her becoming a vampire, and Alice confirms that she can, though the vision depends on Bella's own choices, which is kind of like, yeah, obviously. And Alice tells her that the vision would disappear if she were to change her mind, but Bella once again insists that there's no choice to make.
Yeah, and I think Alice, when she says specifically, it's like, if I saw you doing, like, making another choice, and in this conversation, they're talking about the choice between Jacob and Edward, like, very specifically as well, because Alice says that if I saw you making another choice, obviously, like, your future would disappear. I wouldn't be able to see it at all because it would have something to do with Jacob. She asks Bella, she's like, don't you know your own mind, sweetie? Like, I wouldn't be able to tell you. The only way that I can tell you is because you know. Like, don't you know your own mind and what you're thinking, like, already? Obviously, Alice knows that, like, that's not going to happen because, I mean, her future would just immediately disappear.
And then when Bella gets home, Charlie questions her about the shopping trip, but quickly begins talking about Jacob's accident and describes how badly Jacob was injured after crashing his motorcycle and how Carlisle treated him at Billy's house. And he was surprised they let him come because they're getting along, I guess, or working together at the very least.
Yeah, because the Cullens were banned from the reservation before, but he says, like some good came out of today because they invited Dr. Carlisle to the reservation after Jacob's accident, and it's good that prejudice is being overcome, and that's all true. Charlie also says, like, during this part of the conversation that, like, he doesn't know, like, exactly what was up, but he had a really weird day, and he's not one for superstition, but it was almost like Billy knew that something was going to happen to Jacob all day. He was just super distracted, and he was barely listening to Charlie. Apparently, Charlie was like, I don't even know if he heard anything that I told him, you know? And then he says that he's like, man, see, okay, I had like a bit of a meltdown during this Charlie conversation, and I'm going to go ahead and finish what Charlie kind of explains, and then I'm going to explain why I had a bit of a meltdown about it. So he says that he asked Bella if she remembered, like, a few months ago when we were having all those problems with wolves. Do you remember that, Bella? Like, a couple of months ago when we were having all those problems with wolves? Well, I really hope that we're not going to have more wolf problems, because we were hearing all these wolves howling, and then all of a sudden the wolf stopped howling, and then all you could hear was Jacob cussing, and he was cussing up a storm, and man, I hope he doesn't use that language in front of you, Bella, which was a bit, like, silly and dad-like just to start with. But the part that gave me a bit of an aneurysm was when he was like, man, Bella, remember, like, 2 or 3 months ago, back in February and March, when we were having all those problems with the wolves? And, like, that took me aback for a moment, because I was like, that was 2 months ago.
Yeah. Yeah,
that was 2 months ago.
I know. I think each book is like 2 or 3 months of time.
I mean, yes, and I know that intellectually. It's just that every time I get reminded, I'm like, what? Because it's just insane. Because you feel like nothing happened in these books, and I guess that kind of is why no time passes, because it's just like everything and also nothing happens in any of these chapters. But it was just bonkers to me, because he was like, a couple months ago when there were wolves, and I was like, it's like June now. That was literally 2 months ago. And that was it. I was just like, I just, like I said, I know intellectually that it barely any time happens, but then it's shocking when I get reminded of it.
Just wait till we start reading 50 Shades when each book is like 1 month or something like that.
God, yeah, that book's timeline also gives me aneurysms. So we'll get there, guys. Yeah. We can all listen to me scream about that then.
And then Charlie admits that he was surprised by Edward's concern for Jacob, and he says he acted like it was his own brother. And Charlie acknowledges that Edward might be a decent person and that he'll try not to forget.
Yeah, well, at least you came around a little bit, Charlie, but I mean, Edward really is. He's being so good in these chapters. It's just, I don't have anything to complain about with him.
Yeah, he's really making a comeback. Stephanie really, really wanted us to like him by this point.
Yeah, well, good for her, because, like, here I am in the end of book 3 being like, Edward forever, fuck Jacob and Bella. They can go off and have puppies. Which is what Edward wants them to do, but that's the next book, guys.
Yeah. And then Bella's thinking that seeing Jacob made him seem fragile when he was injured, and she's overwhelmed by guilt that she'll have to break his heart by choosing Edward. And why the fuck are we still talking about this? Again. I refuse to continue talking about this. We've already discussed it like 5.
It's like she's gonna continue to just like beat herself up over it. She's like, I have to break his heart and he looks fragile, but then I have to break. Just like, Bella, not everything is your fucking fault. Like, calm down. It's okay. Like, just chill.
I know. Okay. So before she leaves for La Push, Charlie asks Bella to promise that if she ever plans to leave with Edward or do something major, that she'll warn him first so he can say goodbye. And she's obviously feeling really guilty and reluctantly promises before rushing out to see Jacob.
Because obviously that's exactly what she's been planning like this whole time. And she's been like, oh, I'm just gonna leave and like whatever. And Charlie essentially like calls her out and he's like, I don't know why, but I just have this feeling that I'm going to lose you soon. This is what you should be racked with guilt about, Bella. Not like whatever, Jacob deserves it. Like, he fucking threatened to kill himself to make you kiss him. Like, fuck him. You should be feeling guilty about how you're just gonna peace out on your parents.
Yeah, she should feel bad about that.
Yeah.
And Jacob did do the whole thing to himself. He was like, I'm going to throw myself into the battle and get hurt. And then, like, he did. So
100,000,000,000% Jacob brought every single thing that has happened on himself. Leah, also, I guarantee you that, like, oh, he pushed Leah out of the way so that she wouldn't get got by the... Leah would have been fine. She heals just as fast as the rest of the wolves. The only difference is she's a girl. So, of course, Jacob would, like, push her out of the way to, like, because sexism. And, like, that was the whole reason that Leah was even trying to go for the newborn on her own, was because she was trying to prove a point. And I'm like, somebody just let her fucking do something. We're not really gonna get fully in Leah's head, I think, until like the next book. We're gonna see a lot more things from Leah's point of view. I'm like, poor freaking Leah. Like, the whole thing with Sam and Emily, like, of course, but then just also everything else, and the way all of her, like, wolf brothers treat her like she's less than just because she's a girl. Like, fuck off. And let her kill the vampire by herself.
Yeah, he 100% did it to himself, and that's just the consequences of your actions. Maybe if you weren't sexist, this wouldn't have happened.
Yep.
So then Bella goes to Billy's house to see Jacob, who's finally woken up, and Jacob is acting distant when she gets there. And
oh my God, he like literally takes one look at her face when she's like walking into his room, and he's like, yeah, I thought it might be like that. I'm like, you... like fuck all the way off, Jacob Black. Like, there should have never been one fucking instant in this situation where you thought that you pulling that, like, oh, what if I just, like, try and kill myself, like, so then you get a kiss from Bella? Like, if you ever thought for one freaking second that was gonna actually change her decision about anything, then you're delusional. And like, just go away. Like, please. Like, honestly, I think he says to her at some point here in the next little discussion that they're about to have that, like, she should have just let him go die. And I agree.
And at first, Jacob's confused that Edward didn't react angrily to Bella kissing him.
Some bullshit.
He had expected Edward to give her an ultimatum, but when Bella explains that Edward only wanted her to be happy, Jacob realizes that Edward is better than he assumed. And Jacob admits that he manipulated Bella into kissing him by threatening to kill himself, but he doesn't regret it because it forced Bella to recognize that she truly loves him. What a guy.
I'm like literally like it unhinges my brain. Honestly, like the convoluted nature of like this whole like, oh, but I love you, but like I love him more, but like, and then it just makes me want to actually like scream. It really does.
Yeah,
I know I honestly become a little bit incoherent when I try and talk about it, but it's just honestly so bad.
I wish that it was a little bit more of a true triangle. It feels like Stephanie wanted to write a triangle, but like really, really didn't want people to ship Bella and Jacob. So I think it, like, I'm not against the triangle. I'm like, I don't feel like that him being like a manipulative asshole is adding to the plot necessarily.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not, because Bella, like, not a single thing that Jacob Black did in this book, in Eclipse, should ever make Bella, like, love him. It should do the opposite of that. Every single one of his actions in this book has been calculated to basically, like, make Bella fuck off what she wants to do and be with him, do what he wants to do. It's a character assassination of Jacob Black at the highest order, because if you had told me, like, if none of the actual events of this book had happened and you just, like, somehow told me that, like, after the events of New Moon, Bella was in love with Jacob in a way, like, part of her would always love him, I would agree with you, and I would be there for that indecision. I agree. I think it would have made it more of a legitimate, like, love triangle instead of whatever fucking nonsense we actually got.
Yeah, I agree. It just should have been a little more up in the air, but I don't think that's what Stephanie wanted. I think she wanted it to be one choice, but she still wanted it to be a triangle.
She wanted to write it like it would be a triangle, but she never wanted anybody to actually think that it would go the other way. It's like she wanted to have her cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
And so we just basically ended up in like there is no cake. We're just in a kiddie pool full of cake batter, basically.
And then Bella apologizes for hurting him, and they both acknowledge their feelings for each other are real, even though Bella is still choosing Edward, and Jacob decides he'll stop fighting for her and promises to, and I quote, be good. As opposed to what?
As opposed to what? And also, like, way to fucking take this entire book to fucking come to that realization. It took Edward, like, one chapter at the beginning of this book to internalize that his actions and him being against Bella and Jacob's relationship would actually only hurt Bella. And so because he actually loves Bella, wants Bella to, like, do what would make her the most happy, irregardless of him. I think, honestly, it's exactly the situation of, I think that Jacob is about to bring it up here in this, like, literal next sentence, the King Solomon in the Bible with the two women who came to King Solomon with the baby and was like, oh, the baby's mine. And then the other one was like, oh no, the baby's mine. Like, and they're fighting over the baby. And then King Solomon is like, okay, well, since we don't know, like, who's lying here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the baby in half, and then you can each have the baby. And then obviously the one that loves the baby more is going to be like, don't kill it. Like, she can have it. It's fine. What I get doesn't matter. I just want the person or child I love to be happy. And it took Edward no time at all to realize that that was the situation y'all were in. You have just been making everything harder for Bella this whole book.
Jacob says about Edward, he's like a drug for you, Bella. His voice was still gentle, not at all critical. I see that you can't live without him now. It's too late, but I would have been healthier for you. Not a drug. I would have been the air, the sun. I used to think of you that way, like the sun, my personal sun. You balanced out the clouds nicely for me. He sighed. The clouds I can handle, but I can't fight with an eclipse. And I put that in here because he said the name of the book.
They said the name of the book, guys. They always have to have one moment where they say the name of the book. They did it in New Moon. They did it in Twilight. It's always here. I mean, I see where it came from, like Eclipse and like, oh, Jacob's the sun, but we're going to eclipse him out. Edward eclipses out Jacob. So it, like, I see the metaphor that she's trying to use. I just think it's stupid. That's all I have to say about
Jacob getting poetic at the last moment. And then they talk about what their life could have been if the world were normal, and Jacob believes that in a world without vampires or supernatural events, he and Bella would have naturally ended up together and lived a happy, simple life. And Bella admits that she could see that future too, and that she wants it.
She wants it bad, she says. Like, she's like, I want it. I can see it, Jake. I can see our future together, and I want it. I want it bad. I want to stay here with you, and I want to go on with the two of us and Charlie and Renee and everybody, and it would be amazing. But I can't do that anymore because my entire life has been... Basically, there's something in my life that is more powerful than nature, basically.
And she compares it to imprinting and says it was never her choice.
Yeah. Yeah. And is this the part where she literally is like, I hope that happens for you one day, Jake?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think it
Probably.
is. 'Cause she says, yeah, she's like, I hope that this happens for you one day, Jake. And this is the part where, like, I also, again, lost my fucking shit and started screaming at my phone. And I was like, maybe, perhaps, he'll just bang your daughter, Bella. That'll be great.
Oh, dear God. Yeah, we have that to look forward to in 10,000 quotation marks.
Look forward to.
With all of the anger in the world, look forward to.
It's literally like, I'm basically like, this end of this book turns me into a fire-breathing dragon. Like, I hope that all of you can just picture me like, there's like fire coming out of my mouth and just burning down my house around me.
And then Bella tells Jacob that she and Edward plan to get married and that she'll become a vampire afterwards. And Bella says that she's scared of the painful transformation and of leaving her human life behind, but she thinks it will be worth it.
This is the quote where Bella says that she says, oh, well, I've never been a huge masochist. And I disagree, Bella. You are the definition of an emotional masochist. And maybe you're not a physical masochist, but you're still a masochist. And that's all. Sorry.
And Jacob is trying to accept her decision, and he tells Bella that he'll always care about her and will still be there for her if she ever changes her mind, though they both know she won't.
He says, like, I'll always be waiting in the wings, Bella. And I'm like, no, you won't, because you're going to be banging her daughter.
And then she kisses his face, and they tell each other, I love you. And then Bella walks out of the room, and Jacob watches her with an unfathomable expression in his black eyes. And that's where the chapter ends. And I just think that this was unnecessary because it's already been done like 3 other times in this very book.
In this specific book, we have had this specific discussion like 3 or 4 times already. Yes, I completely agree with you. But of course, you had to say it to his face. So here we are. Here we are with this confrontation. And like you said, she walks out of the room and Jacob Black has an unfathomable expression in his black eyes.
You know what she should have done? Okay, so she should have, like, maybe in the beginning been like, Jacob, no, I can't be with you. And he was like, no, I still love you or whatever. And then she should have been confused the whole book up until they kiss in the tent. And then she should have realized she loves him, but no manipulation. They just realize they love each other and they kiss of their own volition. And then, none of the other stuff, it just should have been confusing. And that should have been their only kiss was in the tent, both of their own volition. And then now is when she should have rejected him once and for all. not like multiple times throughout the book. I think that would have improved
what?
it.
That would have actually made sense and not been as infuriating the entire time.
I feel like that would have improved it, and then like the triangle still would have been there. I don't think it would have detracted from any of the drama of it all. Maybe it would have, because we've been mad this whole time. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
Maybe Stephanie just wanted us to be seething in righteous fury the entire time we're reading her book. I don't know. I don't know. Chapter 27.
Needs.
After leaving Jacob, Bella is so overwhelmed with grief that she has to pull her truck over because she can't see through her tears. Very sad. And Edward arrives soon after Alice sees Bella in a vision, and he silently holds her while she cries. I just want to ask everyone, would your boyfriend comfort you while you cried over another man? And is that something you want in a partner?
I mean, like, Bella even herself is like, Edward should never have to watch me cry over Jacob Black again. I should probably stop doing this to him. Like, this is really fucked up. I really shouldn't. Like, she's actively thinking about how fucked up of a situation it is for Edward to be comforting her while she's this upset over Jacob. It just makes me laugh. But yeah, he's like comforting her in the car, and he's like, "Oh, Bella, it'll be okay." And she just cries for like forever, and then she starts like sob cry saying like Charlie's name over and over again. And he's just like, "Are you like sure you want me to take you home now?" And Bella says that, yeah, she has to just go ahead and do it and rip the Band-Aid off. And she just has to center herself just a little bit so she can like get past Charlie in the living room so she can get up to her room where she can really have a breakdown, because this is not yet really her breakdown.
When Charlie sees her crying, Bella says she had to talk about things with Jacob, and Charlie asks if this was the best time, and she says, probably not.
I appreciate that. Although, like, of course, Charlie immediately knows what she's talking about, and she's like, this wasn't the best time, Bella. Like, are you sure? And she's like, I had to, Dad. I, like, got to this point where I just had to choose.
Even though she's already done that a billion times already.
500,000 times this entire book and last book and the book before that? Okay.
Yeah, and then she quickly escapes to her room.
Yeah, Charlie, I appreciate that Charlie has said that he was going to try and be nicer about Edward, but he, in this moment, is still just like, man, Bella, I hope you didn't mess up Jake's recovery. Like, you can tell that Charlie is like, why on earth would you talk to him about that now while he just got in what Charlie thinks? Because what Charlie thinks happened to Jacob, by the way, is a motorcycle accident.
But, I mean, I guess the accident doesn't matter. It's just like, he just had something happen where he's injured. Is this the best time to talk to him about it? But she talked to him about it before. So this shouldn't have been a surprise to him. He already knew.
No.
So what's the problem?
1000% should have known. I was like shocked when she walked into his room and he was like, I thought it would be like that. I'm like, why would you ever think it'd be anything else?
Yeah. And then upstairs, Edward confronts her while she spends the night crying.
He comforts her. He confronts her when she tries to take off her bracelet. She like comes into her room and she like tearfully tries to just like wrench off the bracelet that Jacob made her. And then Edward like comes over and like holds her hand and is like, no, Bella, it's part of who you are. Yeah. And then she basically just like collapses on her bed and like crying jag forever. Just like ripped out her soul, just tears, buckets and buckets of tears. But she does say that it was not the worst night of her life. So she knows that she's making the right decision.
Yeah, and she realizes that the real conflict was between the two versions of herself. She basically realized that she wasn't upset over Edward and Jacob. It was like Edward or like her human life, essentially.
Right. Yeah. It's the loss of the idea of her humanity that she realizes is actually like affecting her this much, because even Bella to herself is like, she's been internally making this decision the whole book, but it seems like only now is she really like emotionally reckoning with the decision.
Yeah, because the rest of the time she was like, nope, I'm ready, change me right now.
Yeah. Which, I mean, like, I guess it's good in a way that she had this realization before any of the permanent changes happened. That, you know, she had the realization that she would have to mourn the loss of her humanity and any kind of future, and Jacob and her parents and like everything. It's like she's finally confronting that loss, but like, girl, you had 2 months of this book to sort all that out in your head.
And then by the morning, she's accepting that the pain over Jacob is always going to be a part of her, but she's like, I hope I'll heal eventually.
She thinks to herself that it doesn't even matter if she heals. She only cares if Jacob heals.
Yeah.
She's like, I can just carry this pain around for the rest of my unnaturally long life. I just care that Jacob will feel better. And once again, Bella, you're an emotional masochist.
And Edward's worrying that Bella's suffering means that she might have made the wrong choice, and I'm just so sick of talking about this. And then to explain how she feels, Bella quotes Wuthering Heights and compares her relationship with Edward to the bond between Catherine and Heathcliff.
And she says, Kathy's a monster, but she said this one thing that I really agree with. And I'm just like, Kathy's a monster and you're a monster. Just go away.
And Edward responds with another line from the novel, which I have pasted here that I can read for you all. He says, I cannot live without my life. I cannot live without my soul. Yes, I said quietly. That's my point. Bella, I can't stand for you to be miserable. Maybe, no, Edward, I've made a real mess of things. I'm going to have to live with that.
Bella, it's not your fault. This isn't all on you. Like, yes, sure, maybe you could have, like, made a decision about these boys a little bit more, like, expediently. Like, you didn't have to waffle for 3 books about it, but it's not all on you. Like, they're big boys. They'll be okay.
She told Jacob, like, I know in the last book it took her a minute, but then when you step back and think about it, it's like, oh, it's been a couple of weeks or a month or whatever. So like, what is the timeline to figure it out and confront him? I don't know. Maybe she could have done it faster, but at the same time, at this point, she's told him so many times. So you're right. It's like, at this point, like, she tells him over and over and over, like, explicitly to his face.
Her.
It's
just
like,
literally
he needs
not
to move on.
Her.
Yeah, she told him, and then he's like, oh, well, then I decided I was just going to manipulate you into kissing me. Okay,
I'm going to kill myself unless you kiss me and tell me that you love me. And, like, I'll definitely just go and, like, jump in front of a vampire and kill myself. So, like, you should probably, like, give me a kiss, right, Bells? Like, no, you've been manipulated by these fucking men this whole book. And, like, yeah, sure, you could have been a little bit, like, quicker on the draw, but really, you have not been that bad, and this is not all your fault.
No. And Bella is going to stand firm with her choice, and with that decision settled, their next step is to go and see Alice again.
Yeah, then now it's like we're just weaving back and forth all over Forks. We've got to go see Jacob on the reservation, and then we got to get back to Bella's house, then we got to go to the Cullens' house, and then after that, we're going to have to go back to Bella's house. It's just all over the place in these last little bits here. Oh, and then they go to the meadow also in this chapter, I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Their meadow.
So, they really are just all over the place in this chapter. But but right now they're going to see Alice back at the Cullens' house. And she's like waiting outside for them because she obviously knows what they're going to say and what they're going to talk about. So she's like waiting outside, like bouncing, like, oh my God, Bella, thank you so much.
Alice excitedly shows Bella the wedding dress that she secretly ordered in advance.
She's like, Bella, oh my God, thank you. And Bella gives her a few like caveats for her planning the wedding. She has to plan it by August 13th. And Bella has veto power on the guest list. And what's the other condition? Actually, Bella doesn't even tell Alice the 3 conditions. Alice is just like already knows what the conditions are going to be. And then at that point, Alice is like, oh, yes, Bella, I absolutely agree to all your conditions. And do you want to see your wedding dress? And Bella's like, what? When did you buy me a wedding dress?
And it's this vintage-inspired dress from around 1918, and Bella assures Alice that she loves it, which makes Alice extremely happy.
She's like, it's perfect, it's beautiful, you're a genius.
And she says part of it is from a designer who isn't a major designer, so Bella doesn't need to throw a hissy fit about it. And that part of it is also her design, and that if she hadn't planned ahead, Bella would be wearing something off the rack. The horror.
The horror. The horror of wearing something off the rack. I don't know. I thought this whole little part is kind of cute. While I'm not wild about Alice sort of sidelining Bella's wants in order to put this whole thing on, I do find Alice the wedding planner very endearing.
Me too. And then Bella asks to see Alice's dress, and Alice is confused, and Bella says she wouldn't want her maid of honor to wear something off the rack, and pretends to wince in horror, and Alice throws her arms around Bella's waist. Bella says, "Some psychic you are."
Yeah, and Alice is pretty much like almost in tears. She's like so excited and so happy, and she's like, I have so much to do. Like, you go hang out with Edward. I'm going to go find Esme. And she like runs off yelling Esme's name. She's like, we have so much planning to
do. Later, Bella and Edward go to their meadow. They call it their meadow. And I just need that to be known.
I was just going to say, Edward says that Bella is being very nice to Alice by like letting her do all this wedding planning stuff. Edward's going to confront her here in a minute because Bella is pretty much just trying to make everybody else happy.
And Edward suggests August 13th, a month before Bella's birthday, and Bella mentions
He questions why August 13th because Alice... That was one of the things Alice is like, I only have until August 13th. And then Edward in the meadow is like, August 13th? Like, what does that mean? And then Bella says that it's exactly 1 month before her birthday.
Okay.
Because she doesn't want to cut it too close.
And Bella mentioned she's not sure if Alice would feel obligated to invite a few werewolves. And Edward realizes that Bella may be agreeing to the big wedding mainly to make her family happy. He says he's always doing things wrong, so they could do it her way this time. So he offers to cancel everything and then climbs on top of her.
Yeah, he's literally just like, deals off. Like, you can't do everything to make everybody else happy. All I care about is your happiness, Bella. And so I want to do what makes you happy. What I've been doing for this whole time has been doing nothing but causing you pain. So what I want doesn't matter. I want to do what you want. And deals off. And we're going to do it your way. We're going to go talk to Carlisle tomorrow. And then he's like, and don't forget, I know what you wanted. And he like laces his fingers through her hair. And like you said, basically like climbs on top of her and starts like really going to town. I was like, oh, we are getting sexy Edward all of a sudden.
And then he says that if Carlisle gives her enough morphine, then she won't be in pain.
Yeah. He's like, for the transformation, he's like, well, we've never tried like loading somebody up on morphine. So I think we're going to try that with you and you'll probably be fine.
And then Bella ends up refusing and explains that she wants to have the wedding, let her family say goodbye to her properly, marry Edward as a human, and all of that. So...
Yeah, and now we're flipped. Now we've completely flipped the script, guys. Now Bella is the one that's like, no, I want to get married to you first and give myself to you in every human way before you turn me into an immortal. And I want to like do everything for you, Edward. And she says that your soul, Edward, is too precious for me to do it the other way. So I guess, according to Bella, if she lets Edward try and bang her before the wedding, then they're risking his immortal soul.
Okay.
Hello, Mormonism. Hello, Mormonism.
I'm just gonna accept all of that.
Yeah,
That's all I can do.
We're just in temple here, guys, where they need to make sure to be bound together forever. You know, I never thought, this is a side tangent that just popped into my brain. So, excuse me if this just is wild, but I never really thought about the whole thing about marriage in Mormonism is you're supposed to be sealed together in the temple, which is supposed to be an eternal match. Like when according to Mormons, when you go to heaven, you are with the person that you were married to in the temple. They call it sealing. Like a marriage between two people in the Mormon temple is that you're eternally sealed for life. So I'm wondering if like that like has like a little, there's a little piece of that in this thing with them, but you know, Bella becoming a vampire, and then they are going to be married forever. So
interesting. I didn't know that. That is probably part of this.
I just like that thought doesn't feel fully formed. Like I feel like I could dig down on that a little bit more, but I just kind of connected those things in my brain.
No, I see what you're saying. It's like the idea of Mormonism being like, oh, you're bonded together forever with someone, and then like, oh, when you become a vampire, you're gonna live together and be bonded forever or whatever. I can see that there is probably some parallels there.
Probably, yeah, like something. Just a little something.
Yeah.
You know, our favorite Mormon vampire enthusiast wrote these books, so.
Yeah, it's relevant. And then when it starts raining, Edward says he'll get Bella home, and she said she's not worried about the rain, but, and I quote, doing something highly unpleasant and possibly even dangerous, meaning telling Charlie about the engagement.
She's literally like, it's a good thing that you're bulletproof, Edward, because let's go, and I'm going to need that ring back from you, because let's go tell Charlie. And the chapter literally ends with Edward like taking the ring out, and he slides it onto the third finger of her left hand, where it will stay conceivably forever. Epilogue.
Jacob has gone to the cliffs by the ocean, and Leah followed him.
Guys, we're in Jacob's mind. This is a from Jacob's POV chapter.
And he's irritated that Leah won't leave him alone. And she complains that Jacob's heartbreak is affecting her too, because she can hear all his thoughts and emotions through the pack mind.
She's like, what do you think this is doing to me? And Jacob's like, I don't know how conceited you are, Leah, but you're fucking crazy if you think that this is about you, basically.
And she's like, I even dreamed about kissing Bella last night.
She's like, I don't even like that Bella Swan girl, but I dreamed about kissing her last night. How do you think that makes me feel? It's very confusing.
And Leah tells Jacob he needs to move on because Bella's gonna marry Edward. And she mocks the idea and suggests Edward might even accidentally kill Bella during the transformation.
Yeah, and Jacob, up until that point, has been really in control of his temper, but when Leah says that Edward might kill her, he starts to lose it, and he starts to like shake and get the hot flashes down his back, like he's about to transform, like he's suppressing his transformation.
And he retaliates by bringing up Leah's feelings for Sam, and that everyone can see her lingering love for him, even though Sam is now with Emily.
Okay, so I actually think that the thought that I hate this, like I hate what happened to Leah, but I thought that this part was actually a little bit funny because Leah said that thing about how she doesn't even like girls or Bella, and now she's like dreaming about kissing her. What the heck? That's really weird. And Jacob is like, oh, really? Like, you're upset about gender confusion, Leah? How do you think the rest of us feel about looking at Sam through your eyes?
I have the quote here because I thought it was hilarious as well.
Okay.
He said, it's bad enough that Emily has to deal with your fixation. She doesn't need us guys panting after him, too. And I have a follow-up question. Do people ship them all? Do people ship, like, all of the werewolves as some sort of, like, they're just having orgies all the time?
Hive mind, like, romance factory?
Yeah. Yeah. Is that something the people want? Because I don't see where it would come from.
I don't know. I mean, I think you're right. There's some really like deep fan fiction potential in that. But just as like a lay person, I'm unaware.
Me too. I just see these things and I'm like, this could be like the ship fodder is right there.
An idea. A fan fiction idea. Hello.
And when Jacob says that, Leah's deeply hurt and she storms away.
She spits at him. Like, she's like, absolutely, like, fuck off. She like runs off for the woods to shift and she like spits at him as she's leaving. And Jacob's just like, you missed.
Once she's gone, Jacob reflects on how he could live with the pain of Bella choosing Edward. And what's worse for him is turning her into a vampire and having to trust Edward to keep her alive.
Yeah, it's the thought of her turning that's really affecting him now. He says that he could accept her just choosing somebody else. Like, that barely even bothers him. But it's the fact that she's going to turn into a vampire and he doesn't know how he's going to feel about her or even be able to be around her when that happens.
He's worried that he might want to kill her when he sees her. And then he stays there till after dark and he goes home with his fake crutches to get something to eat.
Yeah, I thought it was funny because he says that it really sucks that Charlie was there at Billy's house when Jacob like came in all injured, because if he hadn't been, then he wouldn't have to use all these props because Charlie spread the news of his motorcycle accident like around town.
Yeah.
And otherwise he would have been he's healed already. He's like fine.
He just has to hobble around until the appropriate amount of time.
Yeah.
When he gets there, Jacob can tell Billy is off because he's trying hard to hide that something is wrong. And Billy makes small talk before revealing that they've received a wedding invitation with a letter inside. And he says that Jacob probably doesn't need to read it.
Which is, Jacob knows that that's Billy using reverse psychology on him.
And he instantly opens it. To find a fancy ivory invitation that he knows Bella had nothing to do with. And there's a letter from Edward saying that Bella didn't want to hurt him, but if it were up to him, he would want the choice.
I just honestly think that Edward probably needed to butt out of that. Like, he honestly saw how upset Bella was just in the situation, like with having to, turn Jacob down and all this stuff. I think that Bella's a crazy person, but I also think that this is the one little thing that bothers me a little bit that Edward did. Like, he's the one who just said a few minutes ago that everything that he has said that he wanted has only hurts Bella. So I'm like, why wouldn't you internalize that and just listen to the words that she says when she said that she didn't want Jacob to be invited? But, Edward thinks that he's doing the right thing. He just really wants Bella to be happy, and he knows how much Jacob has meant to her.
Yeah, and I think he just doesn't want Bella to end up regretting not inviting him because she does still care about him. And Jacob's just clutching the table too, and Billy says, "Jake, we only have one table."
I thought that was funny because Jacob was like, "Oh yeah, the table. Actually, it was in danger. I should let go of that."
Jacob then runs outside, phasing into a wolf, which he's very good at now. He can just effortlessly phase. And Quill and Embry try to follow him, but Sam ends up telling them to stop.
Quill and Embry are like, slow down, like, we'll catch up with you. And he's like, no, leave me alone. And then Sam phases like into their mind and is like, yeah, you guys like change back, leave him alone. Like, he just needs some time. And so Quill and Embry phase back out of wolf form, so like their minds aren't linked anymore. And right as Sam is about to phase out of wolf form, Jacob thinks to him, "Thank you for giving me some time on my own." And Sam basically just tells him to, come back when he can.
And he's just been so frustrated with the pack mind. He's just running, literally, just to get out of there. And he just runs and runs miles. And he thinks how he can't have been the first one to have chosen this form.
Yeah, he thinks how much easier it would be to just stay in wolf form forever. And there have been members of his tribe that's what they've done. They've just decided that they would just choose to live as a wolf and not as a person anymore. And it is probably emotionally a bit easier. But yeah, he basically is just running. He runs and he runs and he runs and he runs to leave Jacob Black behind.
And that's the end of the book.
And that's the end of the freaking book, guys.
Woohoo! It's over.
It's over. What a fucking ride this book has been. I'm
exhausted.
I'm also exhausted. I'm emotionally drained. I'm exhausted. I need some sleep. I need some water. I need some lotion. My hair needs conditioning. I don't it's just a lot. It's a lot. But, you know, I was like, the way that I just, in the epilogue, I was like, oh, and of course, here, we're going to end the book. It's like, they end the Bella and Edward chapters on, like, you know, their engagement ring being on her finger for forever. And then I was just like, I'm just like, oh, great. Now we have an emo fucking Jacob chapter. Will this book ever end?
Finally it ends.
It did eventually end. And here we are. We've all lost brain cells throughout this process.
Yeah, I certainly have. Do you have any final thoughts?
My final thoughts are just that I'm really excited that we finished, that we're done with book 3, and we're getting into Breaking Dawn. I'm really, really excited to get into Breaking Dawn because we're gonna have Bella transformation finally. We're gonna have the appearance of retina receptacle raccoon Raymond. And I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. I'm excited. And I also have never read the ending of Breaking Dawn. So I'm really excited to actually finish it for the first time.
Yeah, I've never read it at all. And I mentioned it earlier. This was my first time reading this book, and it was an experience. So I'm interested to see how Breaking Dawn goes because it's even longer. And I think that was something I did if my life was read this book.
Yeah. That's some hours that neither of us will ever get back. And it's like, I'm not mad about it because as much as there's so many things in this book that fill me with just blinding rage, I do love this story. I still love this story. Even when it's stupid, I still love this story.
It does provide me endless entertainment.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like as mad as I get, I am entertained. It's that quote, like, are you not entertained? I am entertained.
I am. I am thoroughly entertained. Yeah, I don't know if I have any final thoughts. I feel like I've said everything that needs to be said. This is my complete brain rot, but I think that Alice and Pinkie Pie from My Little Pony would be friends because they both like planning parties.
I'm so sorry, but that just was literally not what I was. I don't know what I was excited, but it wasn't Pinkie Pie. I agree with you. I think Alice and Pinkie Pie would be great friends. I think that they would both be kind of like weird and strange, like little dancy girls together and just like have like strange vacant looks on their faces as they wave their arms in the air together.
Yeah. Those were just some thoughts that
I need to see somebody. This is just like, I'm so sorry, but you made my brain think about this. I need to see somebody draw all the Twilight characters as My Little Ponies.
I bet someone's done that. I'm positive that someone has done that. I wonder if there's even a fanfic about it, because there's all the Doctor Who's fanfics.
And isn't there like a Fallout My Little Pony fanfic too?
Mm-hmm. I have a physical copy of that. I actually have two physical copies of that.
That's how I know about it.
Oh.
What's it called? It's called Fallout Equestria, right? Am I right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
There's
okay,
an audio
thank you.
version.
I should listen to that.
Those were the last rattling thoughts in my head.
That was a delightful little detour there. Thank you for that. That made my brain happy. So I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Should we rate this book?
Oh, I forgot we did that.
It's been so long. Did we rate the last one? Because we rate things like on twilightiness and enjoyability.
Yes.
I guess the enjoyability was maybe like a 3. It provided me a lot of entertainment, but I was mad for most of it. So that's
enjoyment might be going a bit far.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if I would say I enjoyed this. It filled me with a lot of rage, but I was very entertained, so I can't give it like a 1, because a 1 to me would be like, oh, I fell asleep. So I'd give it like a 3 on enjoyability. And for twilightiness, this is more Twilight than I ever would have conceived possible. So out of 5, I'd have to give it like a 10.
Honestly, I like second your ratings, both of them, because I was gonna say about the same thing too. Like, as far as enjoyment, I was like a 3. Like, it was more rage than actual enjoyment. Although I do love these books and these characters, so I will always be entertained. But I also agree on the Twilight scale. I think that this has to get like a 500 out of 10 on the Twilight scale. You cannot get more Twilight than this book.
This is like more Twilighty than the first Twilight book somehow.
Honestly, I think it is, because it's a little more infuriating.
It's just more insane. Like, there's a lot more lore that we're dealing with, whereas the first one is just kind of Bella and Edward making goo-goo eyes at each other. This one, there was a lot more happening.
Yeah. I second that. Yeah, I think I was describing it in one of our last recordings as Edward and Bella making moony cow eyes at each other for the entire book.
Yes, that was accurate. I think I actually have nothing else to say.
Yeah, I think that we have said all that we can say about this book. I so enjoyed reading this with you for your very first read through of Eclipse.
Yay.
I am so freaking stoked to get to Breaking Dawn. That will be coming later this year, guys. It's not going to be too much longer. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us, especially if you're still here. If you're still here, hello, we love you. And we will see you next time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for watching. Bye.